Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change, don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up, I'm that, don't speak up, drop up, down, they need us.台北 on me, can't nobody set me free, 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit new topic overnight, 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple， 除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的简历，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
突皮革的夹心的流力泡，在你嘴唇上吐一个泡泡，一不小心离不过我心跳，在悄悄的转，一点点飘。你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之前消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，烈焰没有被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 为我的跳呢刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活得太远端的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。连没什么可骂些了，一句问号都不想要啊，可能有像那个创业家，也有烦妈妈的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱却 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Basta, pack it up.
Basta, pack it up.
Crush.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid.
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 Yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all about you for a while.
这是我的麦。
Yeah, let's go. We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hear the whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that signature. Big time, all all time, big time, signature. Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark, we never tire. No quit, full of heart, ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold, yeah. And they don't got a clue. It's no secret, take a peek at how we do. Check the paper, we the news. Hear the whistle, and bring the boom. Check the signature, name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher, breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, seeing us we the problem. It's in our DNA, that's our signature. Check that, check that, check that signature. Big time, all time, big time signature. They thinking they can stop us, seeing us we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line, keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line, keeping it clutch. All on the line, keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature, name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher, breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, seeing us we the problem. It's in our DNA, that's our signature. Check that, check that, check that signature. Big time, all time, big time signature. They thinking they can stop us, seeing us we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows, you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. keep me safe. I need something to you. I'll be surrounded by other schools. No one really is me, I like you too. I need something to you. Coming home and take off my shoes. No one really is me, I like you too. In the end, all I want is you.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit. And accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'm gonna blow, and I'm gonna pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
So don't take this for a ride. All my women kings, frankly, we do what we like. Wait for the drop, we don't take losses. All of my women are bosses. Clap, 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 clap. You know that we never lack. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. See how hard that I go. See how hard that I go. We got the goods, yeah, I know. We got the goods, yeah, I know. Clap, 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 clap. Turn around and bring it back. Clap, 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 clap. Spin around and bring it back. Put some gasolina. Shut down big arenas. I got kick like Zena. Shut down big arenas. be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me royalty.
the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time, these promises, they make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 anywhere. Time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 anywhere. Time diminished a minute. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet, opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die in. A lot to them, to us, a lie in. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. And kept the tension on the high tier. And pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmates. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a million, yeah. Find your limit way. Time to make steady. I can't keep up. Miles a million, yeah. Find your limit way. Time to make it's foolish of me to consider my peak is a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weed while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. On my knees, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down, people need mandatory. They can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I missed. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, a homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the later madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? All I get when I call, make amends, and again when I find out pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm when I press what is left when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid on my chest, and for days what has kept is checks on the net is a technical foul, and for now I'm a wreck. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder, I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket, burning eternally. This is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is, maybe I'll never manage.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clear.
Electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. sedih. I think I have a good feeling about you. I hope I can trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. I think I have a good feeling about you. I hope I can trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. Run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me.
Yeah. Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death. For the life of me. Warrior.
Welcome everyone to the very last day in CHENGDU of the Mid-Season Invitational 2024. Today is the day we've been waiting for as we get our grand finals. Who will be crowned today? CHENGDU or the hometown favorites BLG? They've played once before, but the hope is that it's closer today now that it is for everything on the line. My name is Shox, ready for this 1 hour pre-show with Dagda, with Emily, with a bunch of other faces as well, but can I just get a temperature check? How excited are we?
It is roasting in and out of the studio. It is absolutely insane.
It is so cold, but
it's 32 degrees Celsius.
I'm so hyped for this matchup once again. We were here for the first time. It was so hyped. Everyone coming in said that these two teams were going to be the best two in the tournament. And after a lot of ups and downs, I think especially for BLG, these are our two finalists.
It's going to be absolutely insane. The intensity around this matchup is everyone has been waiting for it. We got a little taster, and then we got BLG to go away, as you can see on your screens, cook a little bit against T1, and now come back at it again.
Yeah, when you would have asked people what is your grand finals before the tournament, a lot of people would have said CHENGDU versus BLG, but I think kind of the way they got here for CHENGDU maybe, you know, a bit more straightforward than for BLG, might have been different, but we still get this matchup. It is a repeat matchup of something we've seen a couple of days ago, but the tournament overall has been, I want to say, really awesome. Only the second time we've had this format of MSI, and I couldn't be happier with the matches we've seen.
Yeah, I think the really cool thing, we were talking about it just before we went on air, about how it's been neat to see like teams lose and then adjust, and something different coming out with every stage of the bracket as teams kind of level up, especially draft adjustments and some interesting power picks.
Yeah, especially when you look at having that adjustment, it feels like every single series you go into, either team feels like they could win. And it's been so cool to see how intense every single matchup has been. Now to lead us to our grand final.
Yeah, that T1 versus G2, the second time was so intense and so long. Unfortunately. I do want to pick a little dream team with all of you, looking at the entirety of MSI and maybe highlight some performances that we've really enjoyed that may have been unexpected and maybe some to look forward to in the finals. But who would be without question in terms of the 5 for the dream team?
I mean, I think there's like top and mid are the two that stand out to me. Top feels like it has to be a bin angle, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it does. I think we're all unanimous on bin.
Unless
in the...
I mean, depends on today, of course. Maybe or not.
I think so. I think Keen has done really well. I think we talked yesterday about how T1 set up Zeus really well. I still think it's bin. I think he's the best performing top here.
I think he's just been so consistently good. Even when BLG have had their losses, Bin has been a standout performer, nearly having hard carry performances on the Cassante. He has been an absolute menace in that top lane, and it feels like there's just no one that can really rival him. Even bringing out the Camille yesterday, he was hard carrying on that pick.
That one team fight in topside was insane.
Yeah. Having to kind of also evolve throughout the tournament, different picks that came up, but yesterday's Camille. In the mid lane, I think that's also one where we're not discussing anything. It's Chovy, right?
It's
also
Chovy, yeah.
Today. Do we do the Chovy? Yeah. There we go. Chovy!
Yeah, I think Chovy's been absolutely incredible. The fact that he's got such a depth of champion pool that he's able to perform on, the fact that he's duped the entire rest of the tournament's mid laners into thinking that they can play Corki says enough about this man. He's been so good.
Corki wasn't that bad. We forget about those missed shots on FLICKR.
Yeah, there's that bad and like whatever the hell Chovy's able to do.
No.
Chovy, like his package usage on that, like just everything, he makes the champ just look absolutely broken. I think the other contender that we were looking at was Knight, and Chovy absolutely got the best of him the last time these two teams that are playing today met. I think it's no contest.
Yeah, maybe Knight changes our minds today. Let's talk about ADC as well. And when we were talking about this segment, we had a bit of a discussion, didn't we? Because what did you say initially?
Because I was like, I think Jackie Love should be in the conversation, because almost every single time Top Esports played, he looked spectacular. And it felt like he was, and then you very quickly put me in my place.
I mean, I think Jackie Love is absolutely unreal, right?
Yeah.
Obviously. But if we look at kind of the bracket stage most of all, and of course that those hiccups versus G2,
G2.
But obviously he's really amazing. But can I counter with perhaps he's also no longer here, but maybe Gumiyushi?
I think it should be Gumiyushi. Even as like the #1, I feel like Jackie Love defender on the desk.
An elk defender.
I think Guma has been so incredibly consistent. I cannot think of a time when I watched T1, even when they were struggling, and I thought, man, Guma's having like a really rough game. He was just such a consistent performer for them. And then he had the highs like yesterday with the Draven. I absolutely loved seeing that come out for him. I think it has to be Guma.
Yeah, it's
I'm just going to write him in.
Imagine you have an
Sorry,
ADC like that on your team.
I've betrayed you.
Crazy.
I feel like we've been taken away from because he's been on Senna so often. I want to see him back on the Dravens and stuff, but we'll have to wait for a little
But
bit.
then he got knocked out, so, what are you going to do? Jungle.
Oh, God.
I have a bit of a spicy one for this.
Okay.
I think Yike should be up there. I think Yike had one of the... If you take away the last series, even to be fair, in some of those games against T1, Yike had an incredible performance. He was consistently doing very strong in the early stages, was setting up G2 incredibly well. He was at the forefront of so many of these team fights, and I felt like for a lot of their games, it was like Broken Blade and Yike versus the world.
I would say that's true, but if I said that you needed to take out Jackie Love because of the G2 series, maybe we need to take out Yike. But I agree. I mean, and Yike, of course, a year or like 2 years into that top career with G2 Esports and has been dominating the region and dominated a lot of the matches here. But I think people will say not when it mattered most, right, Emily? So maybe it's someone else.
I am going to go, and I know you called me out on being like, you're thinking of Canyon in like his career and not Canyon at this tournament. But obviously, he brought out the Nidalee.
Yeah.
He made me defend the Nidalee. I do think it's Canyon. I actually don't even disagree with bringing up Yike because I do think it's important to call out his performance. And I don't think Canyon has had the best tournament, right? Like, no jungler has looked
fearless. In my head.
and so like some of those beginning games for Canyon I think were pretty rough. But I would still, as the tournament has gone on, I'd make a case for Canada.
I think
don't know how you guys.
I think we can agree on that. Of course, it depends on if Shun goes like Super Saiyan today, maybe. But I agree with Emily.
Okay.
Yeah, especially when against Gen G, Shun had a bit of a rough one, but yeah,
It's
that's the
true.
Canyon.
Yep. Then support. Mickey for making Poppy very popular or more popular.
Well, I'm going to bring in my LPL bias again. I'm going to say it's got to be Mako in that bottom lane. 'Cause
yeah.
I think he had an insane term. There was when Jackie Love fell, it was definitely Mako who still looked incredibly strong on that roster. His Alistair was insane. He just looked like an absolute beast.
All right. So counterpoint, the 2v2 versus G2.
Well, it's more on Jackie Love. I think I'm going to...
Okay, so I think Mako's at a stellar tournament. I am going to make my case for On. I know he had a rough series against Gen G, but outside of that, he has been absolutely lights out. I thought especially yesterday, and obviously there's a lot of recency bias. You can totally call me out for that. But I think his Renata, his Ornn, the fact that, again, I thought not taking Talia first in that draft, and then they come out with the Senate Ornn. They know exactly what they want to do. His Ornn was great. I think it's On.
On. I'm going to agree with Emily. I think, then we have the BLG at the top and in the support role, and that's a good dream team.
Yeah,
That's very good.
They could win MSI.
It turns out if you can take the best in the world, it works out as a good team.
It's true. Looking really, really good. Now, of course, NA and EU have nothing left to fight for. They haven't for a couple of days. So instead, we're having the casters face off in head-to-head in an episode of Are You Smarter Than?
When was the last time EU and NA met at MSI, and what was the outcome?
Come on, you gotta know these things, Kobe. Idiot.
For 1 point, sing the Canadian national anthem.
You're Canadian! What the?
Name as many actors as you can from the TV show Euphoria.
He's not the one who's supposed to answer! Clearly, that's against the rule!
This is chaos.
I think it was gonna be chaos no matter what, Emily.
Welcome to a special MSI edition of Are You Smarter Than? EU versus NA. We've got Kobe and Jat, the original This or That duo for the NA side.
Garbage.
And on the EU side, we have the illustrious Medi Vedi combo.
Medi time.
Medi Vedi time.
All right, do you have any trash talk for your opponents right now?
Medi Vedi time to go home. Oh, wow.
Elect a teammate to answer the question first. The other teammate is going to hold the buzzer.
Yeah, no helping.
We're starting off with NATL questions first.
Easy.
For the first question, for 1 point per team, name the 6 teams that have represented North America at the Mid-Season Invitational. It's actually 7. Sorry, I misspoke.
TSM.
Yep.
COG.
Yep.
FlyQuest. TL. Golden Guardians. C9.
You said C9 already.
No, I didn't. So
no way
that's
did he
6.
not say C9 already.
3, 2.
Wait, what?
1.
Hold on, you can't just start counting down. I'm gonna.
Time is out.
EG.
I think it's Evil Geniuses.
Yes, it is.
That doesn't count.
You are after the time by like a year.
6-1 in favor of NA because you got a point each. All right, second question. Team Liquid have represented LCS at the Mid-Season Invitational twice before. I didn't finish the question, so I don't know what answers you guys are going to give.
Then it's 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, we're so good.
He's not the one who's supposed to answer! He's the one who's supposed to answer!
answered.
Clearly, that's against the rule! No, you answered!
This is chaos.
I think it was going to be chaos no matter what, Emily.
Next question, the final NA-related question.
Thank goodness.
All too often, we conflate North America with the United States of America. However, 5 players from the top 4 LCS teams this spring are Canadian. In honor of that, I'm going to sing the first line of the Canadian national anthem. For 1 point, recite, or for 5 points, sing the next line. Oh, Canada!
Oh, my native land.
You're Canadian! What the?
I thought there was gonna be more to the first line.
Thank you.
You are Canadian, Jet. I'm ashamed of you. So for the second part, name all 5 players for 1 point each.
All 5 players of what? Of what? Canadian North American players that finished top 4. Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle didn't finish top 4. You're wrong. You guys can respond.
We can confer.
Yeah.
I feel like he's...
See, I know Vulcan is Canadian. That's about it.
We can get Vulcan.
No, but he wasn't in the top team, was he?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, so
Vulcan.
Vulcan.
Yes.
Blabber.
Blabber's not Canadian!
You're both wrong. It's Jojo Pien, Masu, Sniper, Vulcan, and Meech, if you guys are wondering. All right, EU and G2. When G2 won MSI in 2019, what 2 teams did they beat in the bracket stage to win the title?
TL and T1.
Yep.
That was easy, man.
Yeah, I was just slow. I thought she was going to say in the LEC bracket.
That's worth it, Lee. How many points?
2.
Like 7?
Next question.
G2 also represented Europe at MSI in 2016 and 2017 for a point each. Name the places they finished in.
They finished 6th place in 2016.
Nope.
2nd place!
And
1st place. What?
Why didn't you confirm?
Kobe, you're
What?
running it down.
It was 5th
Are we allowed
place.
It was 5th.
2016-17.
Oh,
Chad is gonna murder
I got one
Yeah.
though. You just gotta slow down, man. We don't get bonus points for speed.
It is tied up 9-9. Euphoria is a pun on Euphoria. For 1 point each, name as many actors as you can from the TV show Euphoria.
Zendaya.
Excuse me, she pointed to us.
No, but we were first.
No, but Emily
when did
pointed
you
to us.
hit
You guys want to cheat.
The producers are saying you hit it first.
Zendaya.
Yes.
That's all I've got.
Okay, Sydney Sweeney.
I have a fiance, okay? I don't put this sort of stuff.
I don't know any actor names. What was the drug dealer guy with the...
There's got to be a time limit.
Throw a name out.
John.
No. Zendaya, Maud Apatow, Angus Cloud, Eric Dane.
Okay.
I don't watch the show either.
Yeah. Actually, wait a second. The comparison in the questioning. The NA questions were all NA based, and the last EU question was about a TV show that was made in the United States of
I
America.
was convinced you were going to ask us about song lyrics for Euphoria, which we know all of.
There were less points available in the EU part, apart from Euphoria.
Can you stop complaining?
Okay, it's true. It's true.
All right, 3rd round, MSI. Not including this tournament, when was the last time EU and NA met at MSI, and what was the outcome?
2019, and they won.
No.
I know it's a bait question, damn it.
Well, just to clarify, in a best of 5?
At MSI.
Just at MSI.
At MSI, or 2022, EG would have met G2.
Come back.
It was G2 and EG met in 2022.
Yep.
But what was the outcome?
I was 8-0 to G2, Kobe. 8-0. Do we get any points?
No, you do not.
Kobe's just so quick on the triggers. Shame his brain doesn't work that fast.
The last year that G2 won MSI, Mickey X was known for always saying this in response to media and broadcast interview questions.
I just want to play Bard.
No.
Support is so easy.
No.
The answer is, thanks for the question. Come on, you got to know these things, Kobe. Idiot.
APA played for this U.S. university before joining TLA. This is an NA question.
Yeah, but you said this is an MSI question.
He's at MSI.
Maryville?
Yes.
I was going to say that.
Final MSI question. Ready?
MSI.
Against Top Esports, Hansama brought out Kog'Maw, who's a personal favorite champion of mine, who is the only other major region AD carry to have played Kog'Maw in 2024 spring.
Tactical?
No.
I feel like
I think it's LPL.
An LPL
yeah,
player.
I think it's LPL.
But it's like an obscure LPL player that only Emily knows.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
5.
Yeah, it's a major region.
4.
You can't
3.
count. You can't
2.
count.
You don't get
Emily
to
can
count.
count.
I think
All right, I am going to start counting you down though. 10,
5.
9,
it's not
3.
8,
2.
7,
1.
We'll go with Uzi. It's not
Not
Uzi.
playing anymore. It is D plus Kia aiming.
Oh, it's aiming?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're
All
all
right.
fools for not knowing that.
Get out your phones. You're going to need them for this. This is a game where you're going to find connections between players and coaches. So essentially, it's 6 degrees of, but it is 4 degrees of. Every single connection, they have to have played on the same roster or have been coached by a coach on that specific roster, right? Whoever finishes first then has to show me their path. It has to be 4 or less connections. So the first one is you need to find a path from Fnatic Humanoid to Double Lift.
Okay.
So Humanoid played on Fnatic, previously played on Splice. Previously played on Splice. My internet's not working, so we're kind of doomed.
No, I have my phone.
Nightshare's brother is Freeze? But were they ever on the same team?
We think we have an answer.
We have an answer.
Okay, what is it?
So we think on Splice, Trashy and Humanoid 2019 World Quarterfinals, they played together on the same team.
He was cold at the time, right?
He was cold.
I don't see Humanoid being played on the same roster as Cold. Who do you have?
Nightshare is the coach right now.
Yes.
He was coach of 2022 Immortals, which had Xsmithy. Smithy played with double lift.
Yep, okay.
We win!
It's not over yet.
Are you ready for the next one?
Yes.
Yawn to Reckless.
This is harder than I thought it would be.
Who's currently
Yawn's on
Young
Team
playing
Liquid.
with? Core JJ.
He
Where's
played
it?
with Impact.
But Impact never played in Europe.
He played in T1. FLICKR. Played with.
I mean, I don't think Yoyoto ever. No, and he didn't touch. Oh, that's instant. Yeah, done. Buzz.
Rain over.
Buzz. Buzz.
Okay. Good Lord, okay.
We go yawn to rain over to reckless.
Yes.
Woo!
I gotta go. Let's go. Honorable game.
Wait, it's not over yet.
Okay.
Caps to Sneaky.
Hooning. No, that was 2015.
What are you talking about?
Oh no, it's gonna be Caps. Yeah.
Duffman coached them. He came to
Cloud9. When Cloud9 was on a team with who played with Sneaky that was on that team? Did Vulcan play with Sneaky?
Did they ever have Mithy as a coach? Because that would be the
They
immediate.
did have Mithy.
Yeah, but not when that was was Sneaky on the roster when Mithy was a coach. That's not true.
All right, what is it?
So it's Caps to Duffman.
Okay.
And Duffman was on C9 with Vulcan. He was on C9 with Sneaky.
Okay. Yep, that's one of them.
Woo! We're clean! 3 in a row. I think even though you had 4 questions, because we swept it 3-0, it's over.
There is one more question. Unfortunately, it is insurmountable for Team EU.
Unfortunately.
If only the third EU question hadn't been about a TV show.
Thank you so much for playing. This was super fun to do. Seriously, thank you guys.
GG's.
I'm exhausted and I'm sweating,
In the
actually.
shot, Kobe.
Yeah.
In the shot.
Bye!
I don't know where the camera is.
We can't, because I need to take this jacket.
Look at this. Look at this.
It's so hot up here, actually.
great.
Dude, I'm so OP. Thank you, Freak. We'll be here a while. We're gonna win.
Yep. I rolled 3 times and I didn't get anything.
That's unlucky.
I think we just all in, no? I think we win hard.
Yeah?
Like, we can't lose with 80k, I think, against this.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god, who is this?
I think we just need to bust us. Okay, they have time camps. They are cooking. They're geniuses. We can beat anyone at this point.
First place, G.
GG.
Woo!
Wow.
Nice.
That's great.
Welcome to the Verizon Game Day interview. Here I'm joined by Cloud Templar legend of the LCK as a caster, Manase Bagamsimnita. Thank you so much for joining me today. I want to talk about Genji because they showed a lot of dominance in the LCK, but they have been able to translate this dominance on the MSI stage. What do you think of their improvement here at MSI and what made them strong?
네, 우선 젠지라는 팀 자체가 이거는 젠지 좀 전반적인 부분을 얘기해야 될 것 같은데 국내 기준으로 봤을 때는 계속 정말 꾸준히 오랫동안 잘해왔다고 생각하거든요. 근데 중요 순간, 특히 국제전 기준으로 봤을 때 아무래도 그런 중요한 순간 어떤 큰 무대에 갔을 때 뭔가 좀 결정력이라고 할까요? 안정감? 이런 부분이 좀 떨어진다는 평가도 있었어요. 근데 이번에 이제 새롭게 멤버 교체도 되고 또 그런 멤버들 간에 서로 시너지가 나면서 중요 순간 때 어떤 슈퍼플레이, 클러치 플레이라고 하죠. 이런 것들이 좀 돌아가면서 발휘가 되는 거. 그리고 바텀 쪽 선수들이 분명 이제 페이지를 중심으로 해서 약간 아직까지 경험이 많이 쌓이지 않은 부분, 그리고 좀 폼이 오르락 내리락 하는 부분이 있었는데 그런 부분도 이번 국제전에서 굉장히 좋은 쪽으로 많이 나타나고 있는 것 같습니다.
I mean, Genji, they have been dominant for such a long time domestically, but when it comes to international stages, when it comes to like bigger stages, they were not just like be able to, make it happen. But I think maybe it was because they were not as stable or sometimes they were not as decisive, but coming into this year, they were able to bring more players. They have a bit of a new roster, and then they were able to find a great synergy. And then I feel like all 5 players know how to make an outplay or a clutch play when it's the moment. And also, I think on the bottom side, Pei is relatively a rookie, same probably at both of the bottom duo as well. They were able to, they had some ups and downs, but I think throughout this experience, they were also able to step up so much. So I think they're kind of pulling all of their potentials.
What have been the reactions on your side as casters and also from the LCK community watching and witnessing Genji's success at MSI?
네, 앞에 얘기한 거랑 좀 이어질 수 있는데 이제 국내 기준으로만 봤을 때는 젠지는 언제나 정말 우승 후보 1순위에다가 너무나도 잘하는 팀, 너무나도 잘하는 선수들이 많이 모여있기도 하고 항상 기대를 많이 받는데 이제 이런 국제 무대에 오게 되면 팬분들도 그렇겠지만 사실 저희 같은 관계자 입장에서 봤을 때도 뭔가 어쨌든 간에 아직까지는 성과가 뚜렷하게 나온 게 많이는 없었단 말이에요. 초비도 그렇지만 사실 기인의 경우도 그렇고 몇몇 선수들한테는 그런 커리어가 굉장히 배고픈 상태였는데 그래서 약간 의구심의 눈초리로 보시는 분들도 많았다고 생각은 합니다. 그런데 이번에 그런 것들은 사실 여러 가지 또 운적인 요소도 있다고 생각하고 흐름이라는 게 있다고 보는데 이번 연도 지금까지 일단 스타트도 굉장히 좋을 뿐더러 MSI에서도 아주 좋은 폼을 보여주고 있기 때문에 더 이제 엄청난 기대감이 많이 쌓이고 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, us, even the caster, I mean, I understand the sentiment coming from the fans, but also us casters, we always knew Genji, they are always the biggest favorites when it comes to LCK finals. We know they are the strongest league favorites and they are always dominant, but when it comes to international tournaments, they are not quite there. And we all know, not even the org itself, but also like Chovy or Keen, they were not able to, make the last tick in terms of their accomplishment when it comes to international titles. And we were just waiting for this moment for a long time, and I think right now they got kind of also really in a good flow. They're on the momentum. I think also when it comes to this kind of a big events internationally, also you have to be having a really good luck as well. I think everything is working in the right order for them. So we are having a really high expectations and watching them doing great at MSI. We are having pretty good sentiment and positive feelings.
You mentioned Chovy, of course. I think he's one of the main characters at MSI finals today. He was still missing this last milestone of finals, international finals, but also winning one. He got the first step. What do you think he was missing before that he managed to channel this time around to make it to finals?
네, 정말 솔직히 말씀드리면 초비 선수가 정말 잘한 지는 꽤 오래됐다고 생각은 합니다. 근데 그 정말 잘한다 그래서 그게 꼭 바로바로 커리어와 직결되는 건 아니라고 생각은 하거든요. 리그 오브 레전드란 게임의 특성도 그렇고 5대5 게임이기도 하고 아까 얘기했다시피 사실 어떤 성적 그리고 우승이라는 거는 무조건 실력이 좋다라고만 되는 건 또 아니라고 생각해요. 여러 가지 흐름이나 운적인 요소도 있고 뭔가 이렇게 맞아야 되거든요. 딱딱 아귀가 맞는다고 하는데 그런 점에서 초비 선수는 끊임없이 문을 두들겨 왔고 이미 기준치는 초과가 됐었다고 생각해요. 그래서 이번에 또다시 도전을 하고 있고 정말 좋은 기회를 잡은 건 맞지만 사실 지금 경기 시작 전이지만 만약 이번에 우승을 하지 못하더라도 저 개인적으로는 언젠가 우승을 할 거라고 생각합니다.
Yeah, Chovy, you know, I want to say he's been an excellent player for years already, but he was just not able to get there quite enough. So, but I think Chovy or League of Legends, the game itself, is not just about the individual performance. It's a 5v5 game, so there are a lot of complicated kind of circumstances around it. Sometimes you also need to have really good luck and momentum in order to finally win an international title. So, I want to say, Chovy, he's been doing a great job. I've always thought he's already overqualified when it comes to, winning an international title. But if, this is right now, we're doing this interview before the match start, but even if Chovy might not be able to win the title this time around, I believe in him that he will one day accomplish this milestone.
Thank you so much for all these insights. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
Thank you, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for the help. Amazing work. And Shocks, over to you.
Very nice, of course, the belief in Chovy, but the immediate, I don't know if I have to be worried, the immediate, and if it's not today, it'll be some other time.
Yeah. Well, I think it's true, though. Chovy's
It's true. He's going to win. He's going to win. Thank you so much for that, Lore, and we'll actually see Lore again in just a second. But first, a shout out to all of our viewers and our fans watching around the world, including the watch parties in the Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia. And we are not the only English language broadcast today. We also have a vertical stream. So I think Lore is there as well with some other friends. Let's take a look.
Oh.
Oh, I guess she has to run over from the interview.
Oh, wait, that's...
Yeah.
Wait,
are we?
We're there? Are we up there?
Are we? Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Hi.
How's it going?
There.
Yeah, wait. We want to be more. Wait,
Oh,
we
yeah,
want to also
we
fit
should
in
all get
the
on the vertical.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, you guys aren't vertical enough.
Yeah.
You guys are just not vertical enough. Welcome, guys.
Yeah.
What are your
not take the
predictions?
standing up.
What are your predictions?
Go for it.
3-0 Genji.
So I'm the more positive guy because I even got some bias here. I'm going 3-1 Genji.
Raz, we're taking back your LPL card. That doesn't work. Nah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Thank you so much. Have fun over there on the vertical stream.
I appreciate
where can they watch,
that.
Raz? Where can they watch?
TikTok and YouTube Shorts. And we got the Dancing Panda.
We got the Dancing Panda, baby.
You guys need to up your game,
he was
honestly.
just on stage. Now he's with you?
Yes, exactly.
Hell yeah. We've got all sorts of
great.
people up here.
Yeah, because you're there. It's awesome. All right.
Squeeze
all
that
right.
thing. Yeah!
Okay, bye-bye. Cut him off,
Take it
please.
Get these doubters out of here.
Bye, vertical stream.
I've just turned them down on my audio panel, so I don't know if they're still talking. Who knows? We have seen a lot of different meta reads throughout this tournament, but there is one pick I think we can all agree on. Let's take a look.
체력 4,700, 방어력 329, 마저 201인 챔피언이 방어력 329, 마저 201.
Unstoppable, has a shield,
명 넘어가는 거 있고요.
has airborne, cooldown is only 1 second too. It costs 15 mana.
그 다음에 공격력 개수가 있어가지고 W가 거의
Cassante. Are we like, are we as sad as we were? Because I know in the middle of the bracket stage, we were like, oh, Cassante. I feel like now we're like, oh, Cassante.
I think there's answers now. I think there's like Veins and TFs and Camille's, oh my, like there's so much that can actually go into the Cassante now that I actually feel like you have some responses. It's just if it goes wrong, it goes very wrong very quickly.
Yeah, I also do think that, like, obviously, Cassante still brings so much.
Yeah.
But the big thing is that, like you said, teams have found answers to it, like the TF. And also, K'Sante has been used a lot in lane swaps as well. So
we'll talk about the top lane picks and maybe the K'Sante flexes later as well. I do want to bring back the board because when we covered this matchup the first time, BLG versus CHENGDU, we had a ranking, you know, who's going to be better in this matchup. And I want to see how much has changed and how much you think that's going to influence the repeat matchup today and the grand finals. You want to start in the jungle?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Shun didn't really fill me with a huge amount of confidence last time. To be fair, though, he did look a little bit better against T1.
Yeah.
Against CHENGDU, I was a little bit... So I'm going to actually, like... Maybe I'll go the opposite side of Emily. Maybe I'm a little bit... Actually, I'm probably, like, right under Emily.
Face.
No. I'm not doing... We did this last time. Here, I'm going up here, right? There we go. Perfect. There we go.
I think, we can all be in agreement. Wait. Yeah, okay. We can all agree that Shun is going to have a better series, right? If they want to take that match versus CHENGDU.
Especially when we saw him last time. I think Sejuani was way worse than what we saw domestically. So I want to see him find that comfort. I don't know if it was nerves or what it was, but that series against T1, I don't know, Emily gave me a lot more confidence that he will be able to bring it back against CHENGDU here.
It did. I think Xinjiao is a great pick for him because, you know, even if he goes in, he might not be dying, especially if he has a Sen on his team. I think the big thing for me is obviously you rightfully called me out for being like, you're not rating Canyon on his performance at this tournament. You're rating it on the platonic ideal of Canyon in your head. I love that he brought out the Nidalee against Shun specifically. Shun also got Nidaleed yesterday as well, which is just really funny because it's one of his signature picks. But I do think Canyon, with these carries, has been really impressive as the tournament has gone on.
I think that's fair. Also, last time we talked a lot about, I thought you weren't rating Shun and On highly enough because of their, I thought they were the best jungle support duo in the tournament, and then they did nothing in that series to emphasize that. So where do we land now on and maybe the bot lane?
So it's weird because I think Elk has obviously had a really rough tournament compared to domestic performance, right? But On, outside of that one CHENGDU game, has been amazing. And the big thing, so I'm going to stay where I am, which is slightly favoring the BLG bot lane. And the reason is because I feel like, again, I was not a fan of the setup pick until they proved me wrong through gameplay and their understanding of how that draft was going to go. And I think the fact that they do look more comfortable on that Senna Ornn is really, really important, especially for blue side drafts.
Yeah, it's that Senna Ornn that gave me a little bit more confidence, so I'm actually going to slide a little bit further along, where I think they actually did show a little bit more than expected.
Let me ask you something. Today we saw Gumayushi giving the comment of, I don't really think the way the meta's evolved is a place for ADCs to be hyper carries, not just in kind of the champion picks, but also the way they can approach the game. Do you agree with that? And is that maybe why Elk has been slightly less effective than he has been domestically?
I mean, we saw Elk yesterday on the Varus, where he was 2 screens away from anyone on T1 and he died. That is where your Varus kind of has to be. So I do agree with it. I think that's why we're seeing the Sennas come in. I think we're seeing much more of these, hey, we will get mid push and enable support roam, enable a jungle roam. So I do think that's probably why the AD carries are becoming less enabled, but I think the supports, like On linking up with Shun, are becoming more enabled as a result.
Let's talk a little bit about On yesterday versus T1. Instrumental in that victory.
Yeah, absolutely insane. This is one of the reasons, again, Elk has had a rough tournament. He did have a few good Senna games yesterday, but On specifically, outside of that CHENGDU series, has been absolutely phenomenal. I think they've really made the most of a lot of his picks in team fights. And additionally, as we see some of his Renata and Ornn highlights from yesterday, I also think the story of him is so amazing, Rob, because if you had told me that Suning On was going to be the best support at a tournament potentially back when he first started, I would have thought you were crazy.
Yeah, this man was all hands, no brain, and it's so impressive to see the growth that he has had, where he has been so instrumental to incredible performances mechanically on things like the Renata, but his positioning on the map, like setting up plays like this on the Ornn, On has been instrumental to the success.
Now what a segue, Emily. If you would have told me that Suning Bin would be one of the best top laners in the world a couple of years later, I might have not believed you, even though, you know, of course he scarred us in terms of Europe with that Gangplank versus G2 moment. So we knew it then, but everybody knows it now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, would you believe it? Maybe. I think the big thing with his like character arc, right, is that he started as the Fiora player, as the Gangplank player, as the Camille player, obviously, due to his solo queue name. And I think the big thing for me is how he's evolved to be such a star in their team fights. His understanding, not only of his champions, but what he can do in a fight, depending on the champion he pilots, has improved exponentially throughout his career, and it's so freaking impressive.
Yeah, there's been a lot of quotes from Bin as well, of course, Dagda, and I know that you're very invested in his personal story as well.
Yeah, I think it's just been incredible to see his growth. Every single time Bin has stepped up at an international finals, he has shown up. Whether it is the gangplank play for G2 or we see him stepping up on a Fiora to get a pentakill in finals, Bin has been that guy, and his growth, as Emily was already alluding to, has been absolutely insane. And when BLG stepped up to the mark last year to try and take on JDG, Bin was the deciding factor where people said he's going to be the difference maker. Now they've taken Knight, and this is where the LPL rests their head on Bin's shoulder, say we are going to go to that next level, and Bin is the one taking us there.
Yeah, and that quote also, when it comes to something you want to play, just play it. It helps if it's your absolute favorite champion. I am a little bit confused though, because I think this is for the jungle, right? Because it looks like it's on.
I didn't want to cover Emily. I feel really bad.
Okay,
there you go.
And Emily, do you want to move it more to the right, or do you want to see this matchup because you think this should still be close?
I actually still, obviously, I am a big Keen defender. I think I've also watched his career for a really long time, and I thought he was great. If not a little bit underrated by the community in the Gen G series that they played the last time they met BLG. And obviously, LCK Finals MVP.
Yes.
But I am going to, just because Bin has put up such monstrous individual performances, I am going to leave it right here, but I do think people are overlooking Keen a bit. I will say that.
Yeah, for me, I think Bin has been enabled way more in their drafts yesterday as well from T1. So I'm actually going to just go over here for 1 second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add
a little
bit of an extra bit at the end here,
and then I can
just so that I can take Bin and just put him over here a little bit more. Because I think the way that we saw them enable Bin yesterday was absolutely insane. I don't know if you've got that, but
I got it.
It was insane. The fact that you take the Senna and the Ornn to draw the Nautilus, which guarantees you on blue side that you actually end up with a good matchup for Bin on that top side, because you take B3 top, ban out any sort of answers. It's absolutely insane, and you can see Bin was not impressed with Keen when they faced up against each other, so I think he's going to show him again.
Yeah, he had the original quote about Keen where he's like, well, he's not as good as Zeus. And then in the post-game press conference yesterday, he also says, I want to tell Keen that I still don't think he's as good as Zeus. Last time I lost because they got lucky, and I will definitely win this time.
Or analytically, you could also think that, you know, T1 had an evolution with the way, even through the lane swaps, they could find a good position for Zeus. Then they ended up playing BLG, who also figured out that conundrum, but came out on top, which will maybe be a boon for them. Also, Bin, third straight MSI final. He won in 2022 with RNG. There's a few players that have done that as well, but the names, you know, names like FLICKR, names like Bang, Xiaohu as well, but it wasn't back to back to back. But, you know, the list is endless in terms of Bin, and I think it almost feels like it can be his moment, right? But he's going to have to do a lot, and he's going to have the rest of his team behind him as well. So let's talk about the mid lane, as it'll be so instrumental. And the first time, it didn't really go in Knight's favor, but last year he won. And he won the MVP at MSI as well. So he can step into that final with that in the back of his mind.
Yeah, I think that has been absolutely incredible for both JDG and now coming on towards BLG. It's kind of what they needed to level up their play. They did have Yagao last year, but he was much more of a, hey, I'm not going to be able to get a huge amount of control in mid, but I will be a role player. Knight is someone that can take those roles as well and work out fantastically for them. I think the fact that you're able to bring out a playmaker, someone that can stand up in clutch moments, has been instrumental to their success, and that's what we saw in drafts, that they were looking heavily to try and enable him in their game against Gen G.
Yeah, so these are the drafts from the last BLG Gen G series, and I think the most important thing to note is obviously Gen G entering this, they're like, we'll let the Ahri through, we'll see how it does. Ahri permaban for the rest of the series. Knight got to extend his win rate on that champion, but after that, once they removed the Ahri and Talia, which you see on every Gen G side, he didn't have a lot of answers that worked. Meanwhile, Chovy, especially in that second game where we had 7 out of 10 bans go towards the mid lane, is just like, well, I'll lock in Yone. It's something I'm comfortable with. Absolutely smurfs on it. The big thing for me, though, Rob, is that yesterday, like you kind of alluded to, we did see a lot of answers coming out of Knight where they did adjust. In particular, I did like the Annie pick coming out against T1.
Yeah, I thought it was absolutely spectacular to see him kind of taking a step back and saying, hey, we're going to try and play more for Bin on this top side of the Camille. We're going to try and enable Bin with the Ornn. But having this Annie be this big setup, like that engage was beautiful from Knight. And this is what I talk about, where he can step into both the carry role, but also taking that more facilitator role. And I expect that that's going to be the board of call here for BLG once more, is saying, look, we can't win out 1v1 against Chovy. Let's just try and take something that can still be useful in that mid game.
And when we looked at the series yesterday, is one of the big takeaways that they didn't let T1 kind of decide when to do what. There were, of course, still T1 Barons, but they didn't get lost in that. They were still able to find their skirmishes when they felt they had to take over the advantage. I feel like in the Gen G series, anyone playing Gen G has a lot of trouble with that because Gen G have so much control and they will usually not give you that window of opportunity, Emily.
They have so much control and they have so much mid lane control because these are the stats, again, the last time they two met each other, and the friends to enemies is because they actually are friends, IRL.
My favorite trope, but it's the other way around.
Yeah. But I think if you see those stats at 14, you see just how strong Chovy is in the mid lane and also just how much his mid prio benefits absolutely everything Gen G wants to do, right? The reason why Canyon can get away with a lot of the things he does is because Chovy was pushing Knight more often than not, and I think that is the big solve for BLG today. Either learn how to play without mid priority or overcome it somehow.
Can I give a small shout out to Seb, who is our stage manager extraordinaire, who has been picking up more and more Mandarin and is making sure that everyone's hyped up. And obviously, no surprises. It's all BLG, all Jayo BLG. We wouldn't expect anything different. But for our mid laners, let's check in with Knight ahead of today's finals rematch with Chovy.
一支非常强的队伍，我觉得 BLG 战队其实是状态好的话，就赢谁都非常简单吧。其实我觉得今年发挥一直都挺不错的吧。 就 BLG 肯定是有实力夺冠的。
Has been channeled and Faker going down very low. Sean is almost just dead. That is a massive pivot into the backline, and there goes Zayas. And Faker's bloblets will not survive either. Now the train will just crash on in as Ona not going to be able to find anything, and BLG will run them down.
上次也是我第一次和Chovy的 BL5交手嘛，其实总体打下来。 我觉得他只是团战上发挥特别好吧，企图线上是给不到我压力的。下次面对他的话，我选择更好的英雄去击败他。我觉得他别做梦了吧。
Jong Chovy Ji-hoon began his competitive career on Griffin in 2018 Challengers Korea Spring. After qualifying with Griffin for 2018 LCK Summer, Chovy and Griffin nearly won their first LCK split, narrowly losing to KT Rolster in the LCK Finals. Following his Griffin days, Chovy joined DRX in 2020 and Hanwha Life Esports in 2021 before joining Gen G for the 2022 season. With Gen G, Chovy has won 4 LCK titles in a row, becoming the first ever LCK player to do so. Chovy became the 9th LCK player to reach 300 LCK wins. On the same day, Knight did the same thing in the LPL. From setting KDA records on Griffin, Chovy has spent the past years becoming a much more well-rounded player and a 4-time LCK champion. Chovy is now poised to take his first international title at MSI 2024.
Aw, thank you, Emily. I love these. This is one of my favorite parts of international tournaments. This time about Chovy, who I didn't know this, but this is actually his nickname from Korean netizens.
Yeah, so basically, I think where you see the 888448, that's something that people kind of bring up as a meme in the Korean community because he has had such a difficult time getting to these international finals, right? And he's still in search of his first international title. You heard Cloud Templar saying, if it doesn't happen today, it's still gonna happen.
Sometimes it doesn't happen when you think it's gonna happen most. And I think that's kind of the danger, right? You can be on the precipice of being the champion, but legends are made when you actually overcome that and win that championship.
And I think that's what Chovy has to do. This feels like he is primed to take over. I nearly wanted to move his face off the board as well for myself, because I think Chovy's just been so good at this tournament. He is undoubtedly the best player in the world right now. And to now come into this, it feels like this series is waiting for him to pop off, and all eyes are on him to finally get that international trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest story, right? Even going in, it was like, is this the time? Now he's 4-time LCK back-to-back champion. Is it? And now finally making his first international final.
Yeah, and I think it is no surprise to anyone that also in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have Chovy up versus Bin.
In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, BLG Bin and CHENGDU Chovy face off in an LCK versus LPL final for the MSI title. The grind of the past weeks culminates in this best of 5, a battle to determine who can call themselves the best player in the world. Bin and Chovy have both been in contention, but are now looking to make this distinction unmistakable.
CHENGDU about to end it here. BLG about to lose it all.
The Church of Chovy has been in session for the entirety of the tournament, with CHENGDU not dropping a single series. Chovy has proven his mastery of the mid lane, and is now looking to make his first international final, his first international title.
Chovy, he's gonna do it! He's gonna make his first international final!
Bin is a force to be reckoned with, crushing opponents as the powerful right hand of BLG, carrying entire games with his iron grip.
And now Bin looks for that backline. Faker will get executed. BLG, they found their team by 3 kills.
No stranger to an international final, Bin is eager to lock in another title, stopping Chovy in his tracks. This series will be decided off the backs of Bin and Chovy. Both players have got what it takes, but which player will realize their potential? Who will stand above, and who will be known as the best?
It feels like Chovy's teaching people how to play Corki, and in that we're seeing Bin teaching people how to play Camille. Like, he's bringing new mechanics to the international stage, and that's why I'm so excited for these two to face off.
Yeah, I mean, Bin is just, he's such a superstar. We brought this graphic out at MSI last time with Gigabin kind of like absolutely suplexing all of his opponents, but now it's him, it's Chovy in the ring. These are the two stars of their respective teams.
I love seeing in that video also that if people maybe hadn't been watching back then, but also with Suning making it all the way to the finals at Worlds even, and now at MSI also 3 times, winning it once, so he has that over Chovy, but he's been in tons of international finals.
But it actually feels like he's finding his home now with BLG. This has kind of been the consistent one. Suning, he gets the World Finals, is then moved on. Wins MSI with RNG, is then replaced by Breathe. This has been something where Bin has constantly got to these high highs and then had initially a very low low immediately after. With BLG though, this is where he's made his home and now wants to try and take home that title.
Yeah, this is his team, and again, to like reiterate your point, he's also just evolved so much as a player. I remember when he won that MSI on RNG and everyone was just like, well, Xiaohu is just micromanaging, like Xiaohu and Ming are just micromanaging this entire team. Bin needs to be told like when to flank, when to come in team fights. He's just evolved so much to become such a more well-rounded top laner. It's truly impressive.
Let me kick the question over to you then. Has Chovy never had to evolve that much, and is this now where we see the final gear? Because I remember us talking about the fact that he was always good in lane, but he had to be better at the map movements, right? So where are we at now?
Oh, he's evolved into an insanely well-rounded player. Like, I was super critical of Chovy on Griffin, actually, which is why I kind of included it in that Draw My Life, because he, too, has evolved so much, especially in terms of his map awareness and his team fighting.
Okay, let's take a look at a couple of key picks that might be important for today. There's so many best of 5 that have been played, and especially the best of 5 between them. And then CHENGDU has been able to watch BLG yesterday for a lot of tape, but this is what you identified for BLG.
Yeah, I think these are the really important picks. We already saw that the Ahri was massively important. Game 1, Knight comes in, pops off, 28 wins on that pick. It's an absolute decimation, well, I won't say decimation, but very, very strong play.
You're excited.
I am. It's a final, come on. But and then as well, we saw that Talia bounce back and forth a lot on the T1 series. It became a very pivotal pick and something that you saw Knight get a big heads up over against FLICKR.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me, obviously, is the Senna Ornn. I fully expect Gen G to continue to ban out the Talia, ban out the Ahri, but the Senna Ornn evolution, and then also getting Bin on this Twisted Fate. We talked about Keen and how good he was on that pick when they previously met, and then you look at key picks for Gen G, the TF is there, Canyons in Italy is also there.
Whether we want it to or not.
Yeah, exactly, whether we want it there or not. But the two big picks, obviously, we already talked about this, Rob. It's Corki and it's the Aurelion Sol, because Knight has not looked at nearly as strong as Chovy on either of these picks.
But it's the fact that whenever I see Chovy on a Corki, that package is the most terrifying ability in the entire game. There's no other mid laner that I've seen that has been able to set up fights in the same way he has on this. And the same goes for the Aurelion Sol. Every mid laner looked at Chovy bring out the Aurelion Sol and was like, oh, that's how you play it. That's what I'm supposed to do. And it feels like when he brings it out, he always hits the big skies descended. He always finds that one moment. And that's why he is so terrifying. His ability to not overtake over lane now, but in those team fights with these picks as well.
That's what we're looking at. And besides just the individual players and the teams, the regions are battling it out here. The LCK versus the LPL. When we talk about EU versus NA, that's child's play. This is where it's at. When it comes to the international titles, that is where you really, really make your mark on the history of League of Legends esports.
Yeah, and you can see there that Gen G just hasn't quite been able to get there. First time now making it to that international finals, at least since the name change. And now you're looking at them going up against Billy, who at least getting to MSI last year, we all kind of knew, unfortunately, couldn't quite get over the hurdle of JDG. But now, coming into Worlds as well, is a little bit of a disappointment for them losing out. But this is the one that we got to look at. Every MSI winner, it is a bit of a different story.
Yeah, from the original 2015 EDG, Clear Love on Evelyn, Morgana composition coming out in that Game 5. This has been the LPL's tournament, and actually, outside of the blip of G2 in 2019, SKT, or T1, is the only other team that has won this tournament, right? It's been all LPL. The only LCK team to win MSI is T1. The only EU team to win is G2.
From Tallahassee to CHENGDU, maybe BLG can do it here. Wow, I mean, that's crazy. That you can say that. But it's been the LPL's tournament for MSI. They have peaked earlier in the year and always been able to take that, be it off EU or be it off the LCK. So we'll see today. Now, when it comes to the best player today, you at home can help crown the Oppo MSI Finals MVP by scanning the QR code on screen. And the voting period will open at the end of Game 1. And fans can cast or change their votes until the Nexus falls in the deciding game. This is the same way we do it when we talk about the Oppo player of the series. We flip-flop a lot, but is there perhaps a front runner, and do I even have to ask for you?
I mean, I'm on Gigabin. I'm on Gigabin. I gotta take it. Look. Just adding more syllables. Bin.
I think it would be really cool if someone, and it is of course very, very possible that someone but those two has a monster performance today, right, on either side. But that's a story that we have to set up. I wonder what the fans at home think and how close it is in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. Since Gen G, in a lot of people's minds, I think, are very big favorites, I wonder if it also translates. And I believe it does. 72.8% for Gen G.
That's kind of insane, because even when we looked at like T1, who would be the more popular team coming out of Korea, this was kind of averaging out to a bit more 50-50. A lot of people favoring Gen G, which is fair. They are coming back after the win over BLG, but yeah, Gen G definitely looking to sweep it for their fans here today.
I was going to say, maybe if we included Weibo in these, then it would be a little bit more. But yeah, I think that has reflected, like this does reflect most people that I've talked to, both either like in the analyst community and then also in fan communities.
So let's get into our predictions, and we've done a lot of the setting up and the storytelling, and I know that a lot of people are expecting it perhaps to be even a Gen G swoop. What do we think?
Well, look, I've gone through all of our... I'm actually going to move Chovy over here. Okay, it's gone off. But I think we've gone through a lot of analysis so far, but I don't care about the analysis anymore. It's a different day. It's a different game. It's all over across the board. I'm going BLG 3-2. This is our boys bringing it back into CHENGDU.
Oh, my God. That scared me. So... I am known for loving LPL teams, but also predicting against them in every
predicting correctly usually.
At every turn. Mainly because, you know, sometimes they play a little bit fast, sometimes they play a little bit loose. Obviously, looking at this as a rematch, I'm going Genji. But the main reason
if you want to do the same.
Yeah, how are we going to use the board
I don't think I'm strong enough. I'm a very weak person physically. I think the big thing for me is even with the picks that Knight brought out yesterday, I still think that loss of mid-prio is going to be huge for them. I still think that Chovy is going to come out ahead in this mid lane, and Gen G are just so lights out at playing around Chovy's pressure. I still think that's something that I haven't necessarily seen from BLG, even in their win yesterday, that they're going to be able to solve.
Yeah, I think the difference maker for me is kind of looking at just the adaptation we saw in bot lane into allowing Bin his control, and I think that's what we're going to see coming into this.
Yes, I vote with my heart, which doesn't mean that I don't have love for like Chovy or Gen G or anything like that, but the story of Bin and the kind of route that he's been on, the experience that he's had in those MSI finals particularly, I really just would like to see it. I think it would be such a larger than life story, but even if it happens, we're hoping it to be very, very close. And I think it's dangerous for me because it could very well be a Gen G sweep if they play to their top level, which we've seen a lot this MSI.
Well, then we get a great story of Chovy, the best player in the world, winning his first international title, right? Because he has been striving for this for so long. From the record-setting KDA on Griffin, people were like, this player is something special, evolving into the much more well-rounded, stable rock of his team that he is now. Chovy first international title win.
It could be 2 for Knight and 2 for Bin, and Bin solidifying himself the top laner in the world as well. This is where it all starts to come through. I am so hyped to see how these two are going to do. And it just feels like no matter what happens today, everyone is a winner.
True. I agree with that. Everyone is a winner. I hope we get 5 games and we're even more of a winner. But what about that we have in front of us here today? I cannot wait to get into it. And usually at MSI, the deck is stacked against the LCK, but are the cards finally in Gen G's favor, and can Chovy fulfill his international destiny? Standing in his way are the newly crowned kings of the LPL, BLG, led by their Diamond Knight in shining armor, the reigning MSI champion. Once more into the fray. Will it be the hometown heroes of BLG, or will Chovy finally get his crown? It's time for the MSI Finals and the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. Welcome everyone to the 2024 Mid-Season
觉他实力就那样吧，就遇到谁我都有力。한 번의 복수로는 끝내긴 아쉬워서 BLG가 한 번 더 올라와서 저희한테 패배를 승리했습니다.
It is BLG setting up that first seed versus first seed out of the LPL and the LCK fight.
"现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，欢迎来到中国成都，来到2024季中冠军赛冠亚军决赛的现场。流光四溅，这是英雄联盟季中冠军赛的第9年。彼时，人们从卡拉哈西许下誓约，燃起不灭的星火。而今，我们要在锦城书写新章，开辟未知。成为英雄不易。 但蜀道之巅也绝非不可攀登，来吧，向世人证明谁才是真正的季中之王！前期上单 King， BLG 上单。 兵！前进打野。 Canyon BLG 打野勋，前进中单。 出位 ，BLG 中单 ，Night。前进下路。 BLG 下路 ，Oak。前期辅助 Lee Hands，BLG 辅助 On。 2024季中冠军赛冠亚军决赛，是真季首摘桂冠，还是 BLG 捍卫主场荣誉？真季对阵 BLG 的比赛即将开始，让我们踏入峡谷秘境，一同开辟未知。
아직은 국제전 결승 진출하는 게 그렇게 실감이 나지는 않고
Chovy, that will make his way to his first international final.
신인 때는 반드시 저에게 허점이 있고 제 실력에 자신이 없기 때문에 지금은 제 실력에 믿음이 있고 제가 허점이 있다면 저도 그 부분을 인지해서 막을 수 있기 때문에
He is the cornerstone. He is the reason why this team has 4 back-to-back wins in the LCK.
我觉得过去的每个经历都是我成功的一个注脚。在面对跟击落的一瞬间，我就想到了下次我们遇到他，我们一定会赢。
Defending champion makes his way back to the MSI final.
일단 21년도 이후로 국제전 결승이나 뭐 LCK 결승을 못 갔었는데 이번 스프링 전까지는 실력이 좀 녹슬었나라는 생각을 했었지만 이렇게 우승하고 또 MSI 결승까지 오면서 그래도 나 아직 잘하고 있구나라는 생각이 듭니다.
The spear from Canyon clutch when GenG need it most.
국제전 타이틀이 욕심이 나긴 하지만 그것에 눈이 멀어서는 안 된다고 생각합니다. 경기력에 집중해야 해요.
Only Chovy that stands between him and the MSI trophy.
我觉得作为一个职业选手的职业生涯可能会很短暂，就算我之前也输过，然后我也赢过，但是我觉得重要是不能怕，要抓住每一次可以力挽狂澜的机会。
LPL 5次夺魁。 MSI 历史最伟大的赛区，他们如剑舞长空，誓守赛区不灭的荣耀之光。
我觉得英雄联盟对我意味着就是我一直成长的经历吧。我觉得一直给我的动力就是那种追求冠军的信念吧。
Chovy versus Knight. It's not the rookie era anymore. They are in their prime. Oh, Canyon into Chovy.
나이트 선수를 이기고 제가 최고의 미드라는 걸 증명하겠습니다.
Chovy, 我知道你对MSI冠军梦寐以求。
Busan was the church of Chovy, who wants a god to 5 non-believers.
我想说的是，你明年再来吧。
The most anticipated best of 5 this year. First seed versus first seed. The rematch of the upper bracket. GenG versus BLG. I'm thrilled.
I am more excited for this rematch than the first matchup because Bin is coming off of a hard carry series yesterday versus T1. The form of this guy right now is immaculate.
You know, I'm going to be looking toward that man in the mid lane, Chovy. So many times we've seen him come in. This is his first international final. And I want to remind everyone, once the guy started winning LCK titles, literally hasn't stopped.
All right, not to deflate
well, he hasn't started winning internationals.
He started getting to finals, so he'll continue. But will he win the finals?
Well, I don't know that, Drake.
Because Bin's been to a lot of finals. He's won some of them. Knight's been to a final. Last year, he won that one. Pedigree, slightly the favorite.
I love it when we have a hero on each team right now. Bin and Chovy really do seem to be those for each of their teams. And coming into this one, our draft, yeah, we definitely expected this because you have to ban the Aurelion Sol and Corki versus Chovy. He has been absolutely crazy on both of those. And then Knight has had a bit of a problem when pushed off of the Taliyah and the Ahri. So good pinches from both sides, kind of expected towards those mid laners.
Expect the Senna pick here. That has been the meta for both of these two teams. Lucian Nami is open, and we are going through it quickly.
And we get the instant Lucian Nami lock in here for Elk and On again. Elk and On absolutely crazy with the mid-game prio on these champions. The Tahm Kench actually comes through instead of the Ornn. I actually had liked the Ornn a lot better because we saw yesterday so frequently used the long-range pressure that you can put on the enemy AD carry with those champs, and we're already getting Bin flaunting some picks there, but he locks in the Twisted Fate instead of the Camille.
And we wanted to know where the evolution would be on the side of BLG to ensure that they would get the wins. The bands essentially identical, first couple of picks very similar. It's that Twisted Fate, the additional answer. They took away the Vayne to secure this matchup to make it friendly for K'Sante, but now Bin has the TF ready to go.
Saw the Camille hover there as well. I do think Camille into Kench specifically can struggle a little bit more, a little bit harder to find that backline access consistently. But TF should come as no surprise though. Coming into the first time these two teams faced off, it was the expectation that FaZe and Lens were going to struggle most, and BLG have put Elk and On a punish matchup.
But I think the biggest thing is that with both the mid laners foregoing their picks in the first draft here, I feel like it is a better spot to be Chovy because he has shown much more depth than Knight has. And I'm thinking now maybe for BLG they're gonna have Knight just on one of these initiation mid lane champions like the Annie, like the Nico, and try and be that engaged for the team.
And it's really been depth of champion pool.
Oriana's still up though.
And that's the thing, is it something that BLG even want to take or play? We've seen the Hwei taken off the board. They don't want to deal with that long-range threat and pressure.
It also was used really well into the Tristana. Chovy had it as a really good answer there, so maybe they want to do Tristana. Then you have pushing lane Tristana. You have Twisted Fate for your side lane pressure as well. That could be quite nice.
See if what ends up being the ban here. Tristana, I do think, is being signaled for BLG here. They're going to have either the option to lock in something stable, like that Oriana, give counterpick to Shun, because the jungle matchup has actually been big. We have seen the Nidalee already being taken away, obviously, but I feel like in the first match, Canyon popping off was a large part of why BLG struggled so much.
And I think the best champions Shun has had this tournament have been the tank junglers. Sejuani, the ones that come to mind most frequently. He is going to get his hands on the Xin, obviously a pretty solid pick, but now Gen G, priority pick on what mid laner they want, counter pick for jungle. What are they going to do with it?
One of the things with Kha'Zix is that even though I think Canyon didn't look that good when he played it against Fnatic, it also struggles into TF specifically. Don't think that's the counterpick they're going to be going for.
Oh, yes! We get the Karthus! We get the Karthus jungle coming out, baby!
And this entire tournament has been about who can stay one step ahead in the draft, who can set their players up for success. And now we have a big step forward for Gen G. Karthus, Yone together. The response from BLG might just have to be, it could be anything, to be honest.
Oh, the Karthus coming out here, that 2v2, so much damage available. We'll see if the main thing with that Karthus is, can you keep it safe early on? If he can get going, if he can start accelerating and just power farm, there's a lot of power in that pick, but BLG have so much early aggression.
Yeah, and they do end up going with the Nico. I think we are going to see a lot of these enabling picks for Knight from the mid lane, especially if they are able to get Twisted Fate for Bin, because Bin is able to do so much in the side lanes, and that's kind of the one weakness there for Nico. Nico's so good as a mid-jungle duo. Nico and Xin Zhao is extremely scary. So Chovy here on the Yone, going to have to, play a little bit safe early on since he's got a Karthus jungle. Karthus looking to farm, and he might get ganked a lot.
Yeah, setup playmakers for Knight was what looked good for him in the previous series, the previous time these teams matched up, going back to that. But it's Gen G throwing this curveball, right? We talk about entering the unknown, becoming the unknown. Gen G are doing a pretty good job. Karthus is a pretty big unknown. Luckily, he's the same jungler he's always been in terms of what he wants to do, but combined with the Tahm Kench, the additional safety this team has, it's a terrifying prospect to play against a new pick in a grand finals.
Yeah, the last time we had a Karthus jungle on the international stage was 2022, so it definitely has been a while, but you know the game plan for sure, and especially for Canyon, looking for the power farming here. Let's see about the pushing lanes, though, because with pushing lanes, BLG, they could go for invades. They can really make your life hard.
One of the big things with the Karthus is that he is actually relatively strong early on, depending on rune set. You can either go First Strike or for Dark Harvest. Dark Harvest does really incentivize you to play a lot more aggressive, whereas First Strike obviously scales insanely well, gets you a lot of gold quite quickly. And I agree with you, because if we get standard lanes, it should be pushing lanes in top and bot And pre-6, I think in mid as well. So Canyon's pathing is going to have to be absolutely impeccable. They're going to have to track Shun, because if you invade the Karthus and put them behind early on, you can really struggle.
And I think the key to invading Karthus and to the jungle comes through the mid lane. So if Shun can gank for Knight, these Nico setups are always really, really strong. If they could put some early pressure onto Chovy, that would be ideal. And they're going to go for a possible late invade. They do have a sweeper ready to use.
On stepping up, sweeps, sees Lehens in the brush. Bit of poke with the Ardent Blaze, but not enough. Minor gold lead, +4 to Elk.
Always quite nice to get an early invade against the Karthus, just so you can start tracking the respawn of the camps, even if you don't do anything on the first clear. Knowing the respawns here for his camps, stealing away a Raptor here or there would be really, really big. And that is something that the mid lane will help out with.
Very telling that Kane also went Gathering Storm. I think that's the most Gen G rune possible.
And I really do think this is the right call for Gen G. Go for the lane swap so they could send their Tom Kench up to the top side of the map and have Keen down here on his Keen Sante main pick, trying to soak up some experience. We'll keep track of both top laners as they try and soak experience.
Keen getting ignited, taking a lot of damage here. Does have the luxury of the TP, but a very positive early trade for the side of BLG. Remember that when we talked about the series initially, the first time they played, it was supposed to be about the 2v2 bot for BLG dominating. But in this tournament, 2v2s are not guaranteed. And as you highlighted, Gen G already swapping away, limiting Bin's impact, limiting the impact of Elkanon as well.
Really good vision control here. Chovy is 100% aware that this is happening. And as a result, even the Ghost goes for Flash.
Even if you're aware, the popping of the Ghost right there, the extra move speed, so good from Bin. That is a very big trade up in summoner spells, especially because those top laners don't get to do a whole lot of fun stuff early on. So Bin just gonna come on down here and add the extra pressure for the 3-on-1 dive.
Oh, and Keen doesn't have a whole lot of tools, wasn't able to get a lot of experience due to the early ignite from Elk. They might be in deep trouble here.
Red card to take aggro, it would seem. Waiting for a bit more time. Good initial damage coming in for Elk. Keen getting lower and lower. Nice gold card. He started Pathmaker level 1. Elk getting healed up. One final auto, and Bin grabs the kill.
I actually think it's really smart to give extra money to Bin, get the first blood bonus, so you can actually get the Twisted Fate money-making machine going, because rushing into a static Shiv and using the passive for extra gold is really critical. And as we said, going to be low on resources otherwise if you're doing the lane swaps.
Just going back in again.
TP coming in, Lehens level 3, crucially has a lot of XP from taking the top side, so we'll be able to defend there. Knight, nice sidestep. Chovy, wall goes down, but Knight easily able to walk away.
No Dark Harvest proc there for Canyon is what he was looking for. You do see the clear speed advantage Karthus is going to have, and is only going to get worse throughout the game. It's a double win for BLG though, because one, they get the dive, which in of itself is nicely done. Keen overstepping crucially, but also they were on the bottom half of the map, so it's a lot easier for them to get plates. They also have the TF, who actually, as we can see, 2 plates going over versus only a single plate for the top side of Gen G.
Yeah, and now we're going to see, since the Tom Kench used the teleport to the bottom side, on the reset here, BLG sending Elk back down to the bottom side of the map to go meet back up Lucianami after they get to their level 3. So much more firepower here with the combos. See if they can find it. Shun following down to the bottom side for bottom side Scuttle Crab as well.
And this is really when BLG are the most terrifying, when On and Shun are free to kind of group up. Something that was very muted by how dominant Canyon was in the previous performance. Karthus, of course, similar to the Nidalee, really happy to power farm, but the early impact much diminished by the Karthus pick.
Karthus also, ideally, would love to have his lanes be in a decent spot. Actually get far out of the Otis. Knight gets taken so low.
And this is so difficult now because Chovy with a health advantage, also has a sustain advantage because of the fleet, and this is pre-back. Once he goes back and buys boots too, this gets infinitely harder.
Chovy also denied the cannon there tonight too. He couldn't quite get back up to the cannon minion, so big health trade, also denying every little bit of CS they possibly can. Bin, meanwhile, crashing the wave on top side as we get the cinematic dragon arrival. I really do want to see the mini-map though.
Look, you just have to appreciate the Hex Drake animations, Kobe.
I do love the dragons.
It gets the people fired up. It's Year of the Dragon. Knockback, and the pullback.
The reason I wanted to see the mini-map is to track the reset here, because you're on the reset timing for Pays, and Gen G are sending him up to the top side for the grubs.
Canyon has just been power farming, also picked up an early Dark Seal, level 6, going to be the big spike here. will his lanes actually be able to have any pressure in that 1v1 so they can use the ult and threaten objectives?
I think this is pretty good because they got the teleport from Chovy with full HP off of a buy. They have Senna up on top side. It's a huge top side play here for Gen G. Even if they only get the grubs, even if they don't get a gank or a Dark Harvest stack, Kenyon really wants it.
Really committed.
But even if they just get the grubs and they can rotate Senna over to grab some extra souls as well, Pei's going to try and get some souls off this wave, then going to rotate over.
And Bin has been kept pretty low on the experience. Great early impact on the roams, but it buys Gen G a little bit more time. As Shun is looking for some early impact here. Will get spotted, but being able to dash away, not going to be in too much threat. And Canyon, meanwhile, is taking the grubs.
Good discipline on the top side of the map to spot Shun before they try to go for any aggressive play, but Elkanon left alone to just continuously assault this tower. It is traded for the grubs on top side. Canyon shredding through those pretty quickly, and for now, Lahen's in a little bit of trouble, but mostly just a bit of extra money coming in from the first strike.
And he actually soaks up so much. Like, Elk is out of mana right now. He gets a little bit back right there with some biscuits. Both of them do have biscuits on bottom side.
I have to see as well, as soon as 6 is available, Lahen's might be in some trouble, gives Elk a lot more effective range, and even with Pace roaming around, obviously going to feel great for Keen, who was really struggling in that matchup, but it does mean that this turret towards the bot side of the map is really taking a beating.
Another TP rapidly reassigning lanes here. See where Bin wants to go next as he is also resetting. Elkanon really want to get this wave in, but Keen has the health advantage, so he's just going to continue to walk up. Pathmaker going in, just dashing out, buying as much time as he can. He got the Aftershock proc, but now Elk wants to finish. Q3 coming out, and Tofu Strike's not going to connect. Flash forward on! Bloodthirsty support, you love to see it.
And Keen, he goes in, and I'm like, Keen, what are you doing? Because he's playing into the 1v2, and even without mana, Keen has been put so far behind already. Now 0-2. He was one of the most dependable members of Gen G, particularly on the Cassante, and BLG is punishing him.
Exactly. On his main pick. All summoner spells used by the BLG bottom lane in that endeavor, though. So maybe Gen G can try and look on the bright side and try and punish the Lucian Nami here with no summoner spells. But this, yeah, just underestimating the damage. And it's all about On. It really is all about the support, because he lands the bubble to keep him in place, and that is the kill range. Immediately after that bubble lands, Elk flashes in, On flashes in to say, that one's mine, thank you very much. We will guarantee that kill.
Keen really trying to just skill check the opposition in that context. And in a composition that scales so well, you have to wonder if it's the right call. Ultimately, giving a bit of an edge to the side of Elk, and Elk now feeling pretty empowered. Noonquiver picked up. They're going to be able to push that lane incredibly quickly. Paze and Lahen's will do all right now that the Bomby Cinder has come through. They can match some of the push if the Tahm Kench can get in range of the creeps.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. Now, the one thing, as you point out, On gets the kill, so Elk not going to gain as much power as they otherwise would have been able to. You see as well, Canyon and Pace have both been hovering around this mid lane a whole lot. And that's the thing that I think as a Gen G fan you're going to look toward. This team has fought themselves out of bigger holes, and it's going to come down to what can Chovy and Canyon do in a team fight.
And also when we think back to the first series, so many games were decided by how decisive BLG could be with proactive tools. Gen G have a fantastic comp for how they like to play the game. They can go late if they want to. They can scale with this Karthus. And again, it feels like we're in a situation where BLG are the ones who need to kind of put their foot on the gas, not just allow the Senna to get souls for free, which to be fair, Pei's only sitting at 21. They're doing a pretty good job so far. Colin coming out though, and Tahm Kench happily giving over 27 gold in exchange for the health bar.
Yeah, Elkin on here, eating up 1,000 gold lead basically, even with the Tahm Kench having the slight little bit of extra gold down there. Soaking up experience, trying to keep this tower alive desperately. It's still on its last legs.
Do take note as well how much vision there is for Elkanon to really enable them to play as aggressive as possible, use the pressure of this Lucian Nami to play up to the turret continuously, and they are making great use of it.
I think we definitely have to keep our eyes on the first possible Karthus ultimate play here from Canyon. Canyon has farmed up quite nicely in the jungle right now and coming towards mid lane over a ward.
Shun. Wall of Pain hits him, just a slow, nice sidestep on the Skittle. But meanwhile, play just gonna fizzle. They don't want to overcommit into a Yone with ultimate. Keen though getting aggressive on the top side, has the aftershock, doing so much work. Bin flashing away, pulling out the gold card, but there's the Karthus ultimate. Keen not gonna be able to follow. Nice backstep from Bin to dodge the Senna ultimate.
That's 2 globals invested for Gen.G. And Bin, yeah, Summoner gets blown, but not gonna start the snowball here for Gen.G as BLG make their way over to deny the 6 grubs here for Gen.G. Picked up the first free, but second free, I don't think they can approach with this Lucianami here.
And it's huge. The first Karthus ultimate is over 2 minutes long cooldown. So to only get a single Dark Harvest stack off of that, Bin did a really good job there, escaping, just has to dodge a little bit of the Senna ultimate to make sure that it doesn't go over. And that is a very big cooldown in the early game.
Particularly because you're also looking for early ultimate hunter stacks, right? Kenyon did go that, meaning that every time he gets an assist, up to the 5 individual members of BLG, he's going to get shorter and shorter cooldowns, and it makes it so much more impressive to make a play, because you think, you know, you have a pretty decent chance of winning, but that Karth result is always going to be a threat.
Effectively playing at 200 to 300 less life. Yeah. Obviously that number only getting bigger as the game goes on, and as Canyon just continues to power farm. 16 CS lead, 4 camps extra, and should, if he knows he's isolated in the 1v1, might be able to get something done, but doesn't have that assurance, seeing Lehens in the mid lane, seeing Pays in the area as well.
Yeah, and because of that safety, they're going to rotate Chovy down to the side lane while they keep Lehens and Pays here mid for it. Dragon coming up in 40 seconds though, and BLG are going to be able to have vision control already in the river leading up to it. We're going for the reset on right now for those wards.
Do have Keen with teleport available. We'll see if Gen.G want to try and play around that. Chovy also hasn't really been involved in a whole lot of action on the map, has mainly just been relegated to side looking for the first item completion.
Yeah, I'd advise Gen.G to give up this Dragon. I don't think you want to fight this. I mean, Nico early is such a play-making monster down there, and they have such good setup with the successful single item completions on Elk and On. The Lucianami is like the scary point where you first get your Imperial Mandate, big buffs coming from On, and then the static shift, just burst damage from that duo in mid lane. So I think this one should just be pretty easy for BLG after the reset from Shun can come over here at his leisure.
Crucial, as you highlighted, that they respect those spikes from BLG. You can see Elk, now that he has that additional damage, not afraid to step up. And Chovy, pretty much anytime he sees Knight being the one to match up against him, he's happy. Without jungle support, there is no kill pressure on this Yone. When Blade of the Rune King is finished, it's only going to get easier on the side lane for the side of Gen.G. BLG, though, this is that strong point. Can they find the fight? Can they find the angle? Burning the TP, perhaps just to try and make a fast play down to Dragon.
Rocket Belt is done. BLG already on the Dragon. You see with the CP, they're looking to punish on the cross map instead.
Goes from Bin. Chovy on the way, Q3 forward, Fate sealed, gonna go. Bin, nice sidestep, ghosting out. Chovy trying to cover the escape route, but ghosting TF is damn fast. Unbound Soul wants the Q3 for the knockup to interrupt the Destiny, but has to snap back. Bin should just be able to ult out if he so chooses. But of course doesn't have it for another 8 seconds. 7, counting down. And Pays is gonna get curl credit. Bin, nice sidestep trying to turn it back, but that's the Requiem. Sing a song for Bin.
Is he out?
But he's out!
He's out!
A song of survival!
He's
Pays!
The railgun from downtown. Pays turns around and hits the headshot on Bin.
Oh, I think Canyon also used his ultimate there.
He did.
But he didn't.
He got a Dark Harvest. He got
the Dark Harvest.
He got his Dark Harvest. That was early.
Pulling mid. Bin so close to the escape there. Pays, perfect angle on the ulti that time around. Wasn't going to make the same mistake twice he did in the top lane. And
That's a heavy investment though, because they do use the 2 ultimates. Yes, they get the kill on Bin, but he does waste a lot of time. And as a result, BLG get both the Dragon and immediately the Herald as well. And BLG again are going to remain the aggressor here, looking to play aggressively, try and break open this map to not have to deal with Gen.G's late game team fighting power.
Yeah, BLG has a really strong mid game with Lucianami here, Prio in mid, and the pick potential of the Nico and the Twisted Fate. Now they rotate Bin right back up to the top side, while the rest of the squad is going to use the Rift Herald to take down this critical mid tower. So much presence is gained in League of Legends. Mid tower opens up the jungle to those wards, opens up your team to the possibility of getting picked off when you're trying to rotate from objective to objective.
Particularly with Lucianami, one of the big reasons why this combo has been so insanely powerful in pro play for so long is the ability to very quickly get control of mid wave, and if anyone ever steps up particularly well at a turret, you can take him down. As Chovy will be fine, but the turret still going to go down for BLG.
Yep, Bin is going to be the side lane king. And this escape was almost miraculous if he had just been able to dodge a little bit more on the left on the final Senna ultimate. But this was so well done by Bin. He was kiting out, trying to buy time for his ultimate like you were talking about, counting down the seconds. And then Paze throws out his snare here. So once he dodges that, he knows, boom, gold card. He's not going to die to the Karthus ultimate. And he just goes for the port out, but Paze immediately turns around, and that ward right there gave him the exact location, and he fired off.
You could see the double click. He doubts for a second, and that's what costs him. I mean, you love to see it, right? Confidence from Paze. Again, remember, we didn't expect a lot from him in the context of the series. He was supposed to be one of the weaker points, but Paze and Lahen's doing okay at surviving. Elk is still a big problem we can see as the tower will fall, opening so much more of the map for BLG to play through.
And one of the main questions, I think, is going to be this priority on the Kench specifically. We saw the Ornn be so much more successful in the previous games. We saw the Nautilus was banned, which I think was a great shout from BLG. I think that combo in particular is insanely tough to deal with. But the Ornn seemed like a much better second option, and we saw even T1, who Carrier, my opinion, one of the best Tom Kenches, as far as that's a thing that you can be said, actually shows a lot of skill expression with them. Even they dropped it in their series against BLG.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be missing the offensive power of that Ornn ultimate and the safety of those Ornn item upgrades for later. Maybe Lahen's can get some good devours to deny gold card picks whenever you're facing against the Twisted Fate and a Nico as well. The pick potential is definitely there on the side of BLG. Bin not going to get picked this time around.
Quick flash out, gold card lock. Chovy already burned the soul on bound. Flash follow, but the wind becomes lightning. Chovy might be in trouble. The Q3 out, and the TP coming in to try to save the day. Bin wants to take down Chovy, but there's Keen to body block. Bin oversteps and is knocked down.
Bin tries to go Giga, but instead gets met by Genji. Chovy stays alive. A lot invested there. With the flash on Chovy's ultimate, they see an opportunity to turn, but Shun also is the one who invests his flash rather very aggressively. The rest of Genji, they're ready and respond.
Yeah, got pretty hypey there, looking for the full tower dive even after the response had come through. And now Genji on their reset, they're gonna go 4-1 split push. Chovy back out to the side lane. You guys kept your eyeballs on that CS from Chovy. 180 on this side lane with the Quicksilver Sash to deny the picks.
Immediately.
And I think this is genius, because with the Soul Unbound, you're already so hard to lock down in the side lane. The ulti, the Q3, so many tools to stay safe, and BLG gonna need to look elsewhere to find an angle of attack at this moment, and right now, pushing through mid is the answer. Dragon, 10 seconds away. Chemtech will be the Soul, will be the map. BLG need to find this fight. Naka from Lahen's doesn't connect. That's the turn now. Can't eat himself. Is going to get cold down. Does walk away with his life, but they get the flash on the side of BLG.
Still a big win here for BLG. They remain in control of the river. Lahen's can TP back, of course, with a full health bar. We'll see if the used ultimates were enough. It's only Elk's calling. Genji really want to contest for this.
Set up there, Shun. Seems laser focused on the Dragon. Has marked up Paze. Are they just willing to flip it? Double bubble, good start to the fight, but Keen frontlining as he needs to. Bin using the ultimate, where's he going to go? Drake taken down by the side of BLG. Genji, they know they lost the objective. They want to get out, but they want to turn it back on Knight. A power blast cone gets him out. Chovy fishing, but finds nothing.
So good, they hit the smite. Shun hits the smite on the objective, and then Bin immediately deletes the bottom minion wave there. The Twisted Fate ultimate used to get out side lane pressure once again. So after yoinking the objective, BLG also then retake full control of the map.
We're also seeing Genji, their engage isn't that strong. As we're taking a look at the play here, Bin, I don't even know, I think he might have gotten hit by that, doesn't want to run the risk. Flashes, and then here they really commit extremely hard. And yes, they get Chovy's flash, but I think they should have left it at that. Maybe the call was, we're not going to make it out, so Bin tries to trade.
Yeah, he really wanted to get that kill onto Chovy, but also with the Senna ultimate coming through there, Chovy stands tall, and so do the hopes of Genji in this game. BLG standing in a really, really good spot here in game number 1, But Chovy definitely will be the hope here for Gen G, will have the possibility to be that difference maker.
And we've talked a lot about this tournament, about the different Drakes, but against a Karthus, Chemtech Soul, it's never gonna feel bad. He's always ulting when you're below the threshold. Anything you can do to survive will be significant, but obviously Elk still feels like he's putting himself in the position alongside Bin to be the big carry in this game one. Of course, Chovy has been, as always, Chovying, farming up, but delayed a bit of his early spikes to get that QSS, to be safe in the side lane. And now Gen G taking some control around the top side.
And Elk's Lucian is nasty. This guy is so slick with it. We'll get to see how offensively he uses the champion, chunking out enemy health bars to try and get BLG the advantage in setting up for objectives. And when you've got the support of the Twisted Fate ultimate there from Bin and the playmaking coming from the Nico, they really have all of the tools to push this lead home.
Gen G, one of their big issues, and we saw it a little bit in the last fight as well, is that so there's a lack of engage. In of itself, if you have a lot of poke, you can kind of counteract that. That isn't really the case. And BLG obviously are a pretty short-range composition, so they're going to be looking to play into you. But if BLG is to the objective first and forces you to walk into them, basically all pressure is going to be on Chovy to find a big ultimate, or Keen to find a flank and get into the enemy backline, because without that, actually starting fights for Gen G is quite tough, and that's why Lance goes in.
It's so hard for Gen G to get control of vision, so they can never have a good setup to these fights.
Yeah.
And look at the health on the mid tower of BLG. It is barely scratched. There was like 2 autos onto their mid tower. They have so many defenses to rely on still too. And then very easy way of controlling the map here. Push out mid, then take over jungle.
Elk farming about 100 extra first strike gold there, just continuing to cement his lead in this game. 3-point K individual lead. He is compared to a Senna who's not farming, but still 2.5 items, getting closer to what we assume will be a Lord Dominic's regards. And it is tricky, you're right, especially for a Yone in general. Once you get out of lane phase, it's so hard to reliably have Q3 up in a team fight. If you have to open an ult with Fate Sealed, we already saw Bin sidestep it once, flash it once. It's a highly telegraphed ability, similar to the Tahm Kench W. So if BLG misstep, there are great punish tools, but proactive tools, very tricky for Gen G.
For Gen G, you see, like, if you step up, you're not winning those short trades, and we're not going to be to the point where Pace actually is a threat on this Senna, only sitting at just shy of 60 souls, whereas we see, look at Knight with his build, also going for the Leandries, because one of the big things we've seen with Lucianami in particular is they can struggle to take down this Cassante. Not only is Keen behind, but he's also playing into a Last Whisper here for Elk already, assuming that's going to be Lord Dums, and then Knight also building for extra shred.
BLG pretty happy about their current condition, and you only have to wait 1 more minute for your setup for Dragon Soul. It's a very quick pace on the Dragon stacking this game for BLG, so game plan remains the same. Push out your side wave, rotate over to the Dragon right now, and you can see on the mini-map the Nami placing control wards in preparation for it, and you'll keep on seeing this like 40-second to 30-second timer where they reset, grab their second wave of wards, and then come right back for the Dragon ahead of time.
Definitely doing everything they can to fight for control, and you can see how much deeper their ward line is right now. If someone oversteps, they have the TP on Knight or the ulti on Bin to punish.
The only thing they have to keep in mind is a little bit of vision on Baron, because that would be a possible, counterplay for Gen G. You could sacrifice and just try and burn when you have such a hard time of face checking, as you guys keep on highlighting.
And look, like when you have Karthus and you have Yone, even if Senna does no damage to the objective, it does not matter. Malignant's importantly now completed by Canyon, level 13 as well, getting stronger as we approach the
fight. Gonna fight it, here we go.
Elk sitting on free items. He is the one to look out for in this fight. How much damage can he do?
Calling to open things up, just a little bit of poke. Pathmaker from the Cassante to get next to the Drake. Sean, is he focused on the objective or the fight? Chovy ready to find the angle, and he has Q3 ready to go. Trying to seal the fate of Sean, but the sidestep's not going to connect. It's Sean again! Knight! The follow-up is clean, and Bin is tearing through the rest of the team. Elk is standing tall. Canyon's death defied, or at least delayed, as Chovy tries to finish off Elk. The snapback doesn't get him. The Chemtech Soul makes the difference.
So many low health bars there. Shun is the hero again. These smites have been so clean. He secures the Dragon Soul for BLG, and they win the team fight. Bin was able to assassinate Pays on the bottom side there, and they just decimate them.
Normally, Canyon smites are something you can trust, but Sean getting the better hand of him twice now. The power of the CF as well, if anyone even slightly separates, it's so hard as the steal comes in and FaZe is forced away into the waiting arms of Bin by Knights.
Bin on the outside there, pins him in, and just with 3 autos, the gold card, and then chunks him down, got the flash too. Then look at this. Bin also runs back onto a Malignance. But it's fine, job done. They got what they came for here, and BLG in a commanding position in this rematch. First game here, but it looks quite good.
And this is what you want to see, that aggressive, that proactive play. There's not a lot of teams in the world where you're excited when they want to 50-50 flip a Dragon Soul, but BLG make it work. Bin 1 or 2 upsies this game, goes, overextends on the bottom side, steps in a Malignant circle, but it doesn't matter. The team is so far ahead now, 4K lead. The Soul as well. Lens has to be careful about stepping up. Elk is getting stronger and stronger. Had Lord Doms to the previous site, now has cooldown boots, and even Chovy is struggling to approach without the reliable Q3.
The biggest difference for me is how much better Elk and On look. In the first series against Gen.G, it felt like they weren't really able to get the better of FaZe and Lions. Now, Gen.G, they have a strong team fighting composition still at 4.5K behind. They're going to need to find an absolutely insane angle. There are a lot of flashes down, so maybe if Keen can get onto the back line.
Missile dive. Chovy just burned Q3, going to go over the wall with the Soul unbound. Devour is there for Lahens, trying to take the jungler out. Tidal wave to disengage, but still he drops. Jun deleted. Gen.G setting their sights on the Baron.
They've got to force, they've got to force. They still have Chovy's ultimate here, so Yone is like their possibility of a turn.
Shouldn't be stolen, but can they win the fight?
Knight using the shapeshifter, spotting them out. Chovy fishing for the angle, Q3, while the rest of the team burns it down, but it's been off to the side. The objective isn't falling fast enough. Fate Seal, they just want to finish it, they just want to take the Baron, but can they get the follow-up fight? Elk untouched for now, he doesn't have a flash, but it might not matter. Abyssal dive, backstep from Elk. Dawning Shadow, only connecting on the Lucian is Bin. Desperately tries to make a stand, but the 4-man core of Gen.G takes the Baron, and they get the fight.
Huge pick for Gen.G, where they were able to kill Shun and then start up this Baron. They're chasing down a little bit more here, but focusing on finally getting this mid lane turret. Elk is still...
Q3 sidestep, that's clutch. Requiem, not a lot of damage.
They can't get it, they can't get it. The resets have come in, Shun is back and alive. They have to respect Elk and On's presence here. Gen.G call it off, but they've made such a big comeback play here in just getting that pick and getting the Baron for themselves.
All starts with Shun, and we kept talking, Lahens, he might be one of the guys that needs to find the angle, and it starts with him getting picked. Chovy is able to draw so much time here.
This ult, ooh, the ult is the only thing that saves him from the gold card combo.
Otherwise, would have gone down, but instead stays alive. And this is, I think, the one moment where you do see the weakness for BLG is when they're forced to take a fight, when the cooldowns aren't up, when Shun isn't there to create space, and Elk and On can't actually walk up.
And I want to further emphasize how important that timing was to get that pick, because Gen.G also have a very rough time in dealing with the split pressure that Bin was applying, but they just forced the pick on mid, and then they're able to turn it into something here. Let's see if they can actually get down this mid tower, though. The defense here from BLG has been good.
Pays 76 souls, approaching the 80 break point. 80 extra range will help the siege a little bit, but this is a team that is gonna struggle in these extended plays and the extended sieges. They don't have that reliable control mage wave clear. Canyon can fill in that gap as best he can. Nice wall of pain to try to push them back off the tower. FaZe continuing to accumulate souls. Not a lot is going to come from this Baron, but surely at least the tier 1 will drop. BLG, though, don't want to give it up without a fight.
And keep your eyes on the side lanes. The pushing side lanes for BLG. Once again, Bin is able to push that one all the way into secondary turret, so Chovy has to go answer it and clean it up. Plus, they already had built up a big wave on bottom side, also applying pressure.
Crucially, BLG still denied the possible map control that comes with this Rebel Baron power play, and because of that, in about a minute, we are probably going to know one way or another, because that Elder, the Baron you can get and you can mitigate, but for either side, either with a Calling or with a Karthus who just now hit level 16, if you get an Elder buff, you're going to start getting into one-tap territory.
Yes, Canyon ultimates now will really, really be painful. Rank 3 in the ulti. Very far ahead, almost 2K his gold lead with the power farming.
Has been crucial for the team. Only going to get more difficult to deal with. Very few tools in the game League of Legends that allow you to deal with Requiem reliably. No Locket on the team, no tank to build it. Gen.G maintaining the siege, 2 seconds left on their Red Bull Baron power play. It's mostly just the gold from the objective, but they get themselves more space, more time to get items, prepare for the next fight. The poking going forward, Colin getting dropped down. Pay's really starting to hurt though, and Keen shrugs off the damage.
Chovy going for the reset right now. See what he's gonna buy.
Gen.G's first to the objective. They have set up. Can Bin find that flank again?
Fully committed. This game has had so many 50-50s, both sides willing to bet it all. Trust in their hands, trust in the smite. Gen.G now backing away, seeing the Destiny come out, waiting for it to expire, not wanting to give the flank angle, staying grouped up. Chovy stacking the Q on the Elder, but it's been behind them. Chovy really wants to find that Q3 onto Elk. He'll have to try to find something else though. Instantly snaps back, but Lehen still goes in. Crucially, Wall of Pain to try to disrupt on the rest of the team. Baron, Dragon, knock the focus. Knockup comes in from Knight, and it's clutch. Dawning Shadow kicking things off, but Lehen's is already down. Should might drop as well. Elk in the backside in the meantime, and it's Keen. Keen who's making the difference. The ulti coming in from Canyon. The two-man core. Chovy standing strong. Shun it on. Still there, Keen zoning them away, doesn't want to risk the 50-50, wants to keep Chovy on that objective, wants to give him the buff. 900, 800, zoning them away, and now they can turn, now they can look to burn BLG down with the power of the Elder Drake.
They might not want to do the big thing there. Karthus at this point, yes, even if you kill him, the amount of damage that you're able to do in these fights where BLG is forced to walk into them is going to be huge, and Gen.G get the Dragon.
Canyon and Chovy, what a combination. Here we go, Chovy goes for on, but it was flashed. So then they still have that engage you're talking about with Lehen. He gets burned down, but Canyon gets right in the middle there. Knight goes for it, and he still is able to get off so much damage as he is dead. Ultimate comes down. Keen in the backside with the extra support of Karthus ultimate is what is able to take down the Lucian.
Keen, if he doesn't buy that much space, and Shun can just walk up, Elk and On can join the fight, there is no way that Gen.G win that, particularly with, again, Bin off to the sides. But instead, can they use this Elder buff? We talked a lot about their issues with starting fights. Canyon obviously will have his ultimate available again, but that alone is not going to be enough. They need to take down Inhibs, they need to take down some actual objectives, or they can use this Elder to chain into the Baron in about 30 seconds.
Chovy, spot spin on the side lane, opts not to chase. Pressing into enemy territory, pressing into BLG's jungle, laying down a bit of vision, setting up for the Baron. 20 seconds until it spawns. Still a lot of power on this lineup, but Knight looking for the flank, looking for the angle. Destiny used, tidal wave used, Bin caught off on the side. Knight's ult, not gonna find anybody. Bin still with gold card prep, but they're just walking away. Gen.G so disciplined, they don't want to give them the fight, even with 2 members in power.
That was a good angle there, though. BLG tried to force a fight, known Chovy doesn't have TP and wasn't there. So with Bin, try to force something and try and waste the time on this Elder, but Gen.G, they're looking to start up the Baron.
Chovy really is a monster right now. With Shield Blow, Bow plus Jack Show, plus the QSS, he is very, very difficult to deal with.
Gets the blast cone, gets back into the pit. Shun, wind becomes lightning. Objective marked, 5K, getting lower. Elk off to the side, 3K. Baron gonna fall in favor of Gen.G, and BLG just coming for a spectator play. Elk gonna be forced to dash back, Keen dashing in.
Bin
no
is
angle
pushing.
to keep the fight, but Bin grabbing the mid lane tower.
BLG are still pulling him around the map, but the objective does go the way of Gen.G. We'll see if this time around they are able to use it as Bin gets
Missile
knocked up.
dive, good knockup, follows the TF. Tongue lash, oh, just barely misses.
Minus TP.
Bin now running, Abyssal dive. Waiting for the gold card, hits it, but they're chasing him down. Pace is here too, surely there's no way Bin escapes this one. He just doesn't have the tools. Pathmaker forward, nice slow coming in as well from the Randuins, and Bin taken out in the side lane, shut down to Keen.
They've scaled their way to a Canyon death cap.
Oh boy.
That might be too much scaling to overcome, even with the Dragon Soul on the side of BLG. And now that their side lane threat has been taken down, it is open season for Gen.G to push.
We've also gotten to the point where Canyon with the Gathering Storm, even more AP, amplified as well by the death cap. So it's not going to get easier. And Gen.G, for the first time, it feels like forever, reclaim a gold lead.
And no matter how good Bin's movement is, how good Elk's movement is, you just can't get away from the Requiem. Wall of Pain laid down. BLG doing what they can to walk up to clear some of these minions away. It's just Genji empowering their cannons to push the tower for them.
And Chovy will take care of the mid lane secondary turret while they finish up the bot side one themselves. Bin is up in 5 seconds.
BLG slowly getting bled out of this game. Baron buff for another minute and 30 seconds. One inhibitor down. Wave's not in a great state to grab another, but BLG feel like they know that they're on a clock. This game is not getting any easier.
Now the bot side inhib is down. Want to reiterate, we talked about the issues for Gen.G with starting fights. Same can be said for BLG unless they can find a pick. But Gen.G have just been clumping up continuously as to deny a catch.
Discipline again from Gen.G, but it's Knight on the side. Can they find the pick onto Canyon? Good wall of pain to dissuade and engage, and Keen goes in. He wants to start the fight himself, but it's Elk now stepping up. Devour used by the Tomcat, trying to keep Canyon standing. Lahen's low, but they can't quite finish him. Chovy going in, and that's the ulti. Requiem onto BLG. Huge damage.
Karthus Gaming, baby. That's the death cap in action. The warning shot to BLG. They know what is coming next team fight.
At this point in the game, Canyon also has gotten himself to the maximum amount of stacks on the Ultimate Hunter, so the cooldown not going to be nearly as rough. 80 seconds will be up when this Elder, second Elder, rolls around, and BLG, Shun is going to have to find the smite of his life.
And the seldom seen Locket of the Iron Solari for On. He's just trying to do what he can to mitigate that damage. But it's so tricky now. It's so difficult. Their magic damage is only really on one champion. It's on Knight. You can see the armor focus coming in from Keen. He is so hard to deal with, even when you have the Lord Dominic's regards. Elk backstepping. Gen.G setting up for the second Elder of the first game in the MSI finals.
All right, I mean, BLG, what else can they do? They keep Bin on the side lane there, trying to apply pressure during the setup, but Gen.G right now, so easy for them to collapse and control the area leading up to this Elder, and they have so much damage with this super fed Karthus, they can burn right through it. BLG are gonna have to full send.
It's gonna have to be getting backline access Knight, maybe a big ultimate on top of some of the members, but Pays now also has his GA. Makes it so much harder. The range of this Senna starting to become a problem.
And Chovy W finding the angle. They're committing onto Shun, however, immediately going to try to use the ulti to get himself a bit of room, but he's still in the circle. Chovy stepping up to just zone the jungler away, to chunk him out. The Nami healing will mitigate a little bit, but another Abyssal dive in. Shun, bit of poke, both sides just sparring, just throwing warning shots back and forth, looking for the angle.
So hard for Xin Zhao to teamfight without his ultimate here. The chunk damage, the cooldown already used, and Gen.G will force.
Destiny there, TP behind, empowering them. Elk stepping up, damage onto Lahen's not a priority target. Pays also getting chipped away. Chovy going over the wall onto Bin, knocking him back with the Soul Unbound will bring him in. Shun gets the timing wrong, he can't quite get into the pit.
Are they flipping this?
5K. Are they willing to? Gen.G debating on the next play. Q3 is there for Chovy if he wants it. Knight going over the wall! The timing on the blast cone, he locks up too, but they're not really priority targets. Keen still stepping up. Elk taken down. Dawn and Shadow over the top of the fight. The Elder falls. BLG out of options, out of game one.
Somehow no one dies on Gen.G! It's a clean ace at 38 minutes. And Gen.G, their signature team fighting, comes up huge again.
Canyon will get that one. He smites the Elder, and Gen.G will take game one.
Discipline from start to finish, punishing the missteps, knowing they outscale, taking their time. They lose the soul, they lose the 50-50s, but they win game one. Gen.G strike the first blow in the MSI finals.
And the only deathless player, Chovy. He stands at the top. Church is in session.
And Bin really tried to get him, but the implications for this series with that Karthus pick coming up is huge, because we already saw the Nidalee pick getting banned away. But Canyon is saying, I have another carry pick. We know Chovy can play Yone. You've been throwing bans at him like it's nothing, and he just locks it in, and we have so many combos that we can play with it.
And we're building up to another series where the story is Gen.G's champion pools are just deeper. Canyon continuing to show new picks. Shun, 2 champions banned away, and suddenly he's struggling on the Xin. Of course, it's just game one. Don't forget to log into LawEsports.com using your Riot ID to earn some exclusive MSI 2024 drops. And in the meantime, let's head on over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much. We will, and I think this is such a frustrating game for BLG to play, as it is so often when you go up against Gen G. You just feel them scaling. You know that they are. You know that you have to do something, despite having a tremendous early game. Bin having a tremendous early game, but where does it fall flat?
I think there's a couple of different points. I think I liked the early adaptation we saw a little bit in draft, and I like that they got control in the early stages. But once you lose control with this draft, you are very quickly going to run out of steam. You could see it where Bin just wasn't able to really control side lanes anymore. You end up in a position where the team fighting just gets too hard to deal with. And I think a lot of it stemmed from that pick that we saw on Shun in the mid game. But
yeah, I was going to say, it all starts at that pick just past 26 minutes that leads to the Gen G Baron, because basically otherwise with this composition, BLG were actually playing quite patiently, and it looked like they'd be able to close out, right? And then that Baron essentially stymies them long enough. This Karthus is continuing to scale. They brought up the Gathering Storm, the Karthus Flex in the first game of MSI Finals, and then this comp just rolls, right? They just do so much more damage.
They do. There was a fun moment when it wasn't that serious yet. Of course, it is always because it's the MSI Finals, but our HyperX Reflex replay, which could have gone to Bin, but it ends up going to Pays because of the end of this exchange, which was very detrimental for the game.
Yeah, I thought Bin played this exceptionally, where he's able to dodge away from Chovy. He's then running into his own jungle. You've got Pays, he's coming to follow him up, and the entire time, essentially what he's trying to look for in his head is when this W comes out from Pays. A little bit. But he is playing for the route to come out from Pays, because once that's there, he knows that he's going to be able to escape, because the timer on that is the really big one, and we see it here, but then Pays is able to follow up really well.
Yeah, and this is kind of a microcosm for this game, right? Because, like, you think, like, man, Bin's going to get out, he's going to do it. And, like, they burned it, he got ult, and then Pays snipes him because of that Ripper ward and ends up dying anyway. You know, it's just, this was the game in a tiny nutshell.
In a tiny nutshell. But what also was the game, as you already set up, was that Baron, right? That window. The fact that it makes Gen G take over to that state where they will be very, very hard to deal with after.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where it just kind of all starts to fall apart. They end up in a position where the fight has already gone astray because Shun isn't here. You're starting to get the tanks really in a position where you can't just burst them out. Elk did go for an early LDR, but you're working off of a static shiv and rapid fire cannon. You just don't have the damage that you really want. And so a lot of the focus does turn over towards Bin, and it's this kind of separation with no real front line for BLG that then comes back to fight them.
Yeah, and you really see kind of the power and the damage coming out of this comp. You can see exactly that tiny tick up right past 25 minutes. That's when Shun gets picked. And then it scales over past the Drake fight. And I think this was a huge challenge from Gen G, right? Because looking at this composition, they're like, we can pick things that don't necessarily have prio into what you want to pick and still win. And for a while, it looked like BLG would be able to call their bluff, and they were not.
And it's so sad because you start to think already about what the series could have been. I sincerely hope, no pun intended, that BLG will come back after this game one, because they showed enough good things. But it is that bit of like spice that was thrown into everything straight off the bat. And you just know that Canyon, I mean, I'm starting to love the way he's playing at this MSI, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's cooking something. As we like look back at this draft, obviously, Senna TK, we talked a lot about Senna Prio and how important it's gonna be. I liked the Lucian Nami coming out, like Lucian Nami TF, they're like, we want our carries to be on Prio stuff. But then, I'm gonna bring back this, Rob, so we're gonna talk about it. Should you lane swap? And I thought Gen G did a good job of securing themselves the lane swap early, which when we talk about how these prio lanes do end up shaking out.
For people who haven't seen it, I
yeah,
see
it wasn't up long enough.
TLDR.
Yeah. Should you swap? Basically, the answer is you should always swap.
Yeah.
That's the joke. But I thought Gen G did a good job of setting up that swap with this composition. Obviously, that was their game plan going in. BLG did end up coming out ahead in a lot of things, and I thought their response was quite good. So that's also something to call out.
Yeah, BLG picked blue side. We'll leave you with that information as we head to break. But earlier this year, Riot announced their plans to introduce the Hall of Legends, their own Hall of Fame to commemorate the best of the best. Riot gathered an independent committee of LoL esports experts, including media members, casters, and industry veterans, and the votes are in. And Riot will reveal its very first Hall of Legends inductee on May 22nd. Who do you think the first inductee will be? Be sure to follow LoL Esports' social media channels to find out. We'll be right back.
Esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their 9th title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face, yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
The light is fading.
calling me royalty. But still give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.
Here we go, game 2 in the MSI finals. Gen.G took a scaling composition, knocked BLG down a peg. Now they've been sent back to the drawing board, and we'll see what they can come up with. BLG this time on the blue side. I imagine the targeted bans of Chovy will remain the same. Corki, potentially the Aurelion Soul to follow.
For BLG, I want to see some more engage. I think that was one of their big problems in the last game. Even though they built a big lead, come mid-game, they didn't have as many tools as I think ideally they want to start fights.
And of course in this champ select powered by Omen and HyperX, the first adaptation is going to be the K'Sante ban. All of top lane has now been opened up. The entire tournament has been K'Sante and K'Sante counter picks.
And Keen is the K'Sante, right? So even though he stumbled a little early and had a little bit of a whoopsie into the bottom lane, he's still so good on the pick later on. They respect it, they ban it away. I like that.
We call it Keen Sante for a reason in the LCK. Senna could be the angle, but no, instead looks like we're going to get still aggression, but a different type. I love the Ashe. I do think it's insanely strong, and the Sejuani with it in the second rotation can be quite huge here, although Nidalee is of course still open.
So are they going to go to the Kalista lane then? Because Kalista up and being traded. Are they going to do the steal on the Varus as well? Kalista Varus combo again? Huh?
Ooh, with Lahens? I don't know, Lahens?
Don't trust him.
No. But I trust Lahens, but not specifically that. I'd be more thinking towards something like either a Rumble or, I don't know, it's Lahens. For all I know, he might pull out the Singed again. As I like the Sejuani pick. Obviously, BLG can pick the Nidalee here, but Sejuani combined with Ashe is super obnoxious to play into.
It's also for Shun individually one of his most solid picks. He's played it 3 times. He's won 2 out of those 3 games. The Xin was looking like his best pick coming into the series, but it was dismantled as we got later into the game. So I'd like to see the adaptation. You talked about it as an option for the side of Gen.G. It's BLG instead who are going to pick up the Varus Ashe combo.
Yep, thank you very much. Very, very powerful double Hail of Blades combo. Let's see what we run with it here for BLG. Mid lane champion pool has been kind of the focus there, but they were comfortable with dropping it last game. So maybe they've just decided we're comfortable with Knight having, you know, the tier 2 and just play some of those enablers, some of those engagement champions.
I'm surprised to not see the tank match. I just thought we might see a Maokai for Sejuani trade. Wukong, another pick that Shun has really gone to. I don't love it, but the Xin Zhao priority, despite a pretty difficult mid to late game, still being picked up.
And particularly because Shun is the other guy where he picks Nidalee, you go, okay. And it came up originally as a counter pick into the Sejuani. Not going to be the case here. Instead, still going to be that early game dominance. Those one thing about that combination, that 1-2, that Yone Sejuani.
If you thought Yone was scary without Sejuani, yeah, Yone with Sejuani and the extra stuns, oh my goodness.
Sometimes I feel like Chovy, you have to buy the DLC to get another pick out of the champ pool. Like, you have to beat this Yone before you're going to see anything else from him.
Make me pick something else.
Do it, you won't.
Also, Canyon and Chovy on Sejuani and Yone is like the actual Kobe and Shaq combo right now, where they're setting up the dunks after dunks after dunks. That is going to make... I am so scared for Knight. Let's say I am very, very scared for Knight.
A lot of empathy, and most of that is fear at this exact moment.
There it is, the Rumble ban. Guarantee you that is looking towards Lahens, the Jester towards the bot lane. Do still need to get a support. Maybe Renata to come through here as well, as the Annie paying respect to Knight in his series against T1.
Trying to take away some of the utility options, not wanting to deal with the obnoxious pressure that an Annie can put down, obviously just dropping the Tibbers at any opportunity. Is there something else in the pool for Lahens, however? What else does BLG want to take away? Nico, the other kind of common aggressive Kalista pairing, would suffer against an Ashe Varus, and perhaps we're in a situation where we see another early lane swap just to get away from those all-impactful couple levels. Interestingly, it's the Jax denying one of the other premier Sejuani pairings.
And yeah, maybe you want to pick Camille, then Camille just pull out some 1v9 type of action.
It does double duty because it also is one of the few great picks into the TF. Yeah.
What? The crank! The god hand!
The crank! Against double AD, we've seen this come through. Because obviously your 2 immobile AD carries, yeah, you have double Halo Blades, but one misstep, it can get blown up in seconds.
Okay, are they gonna do the Camille or the Twisted Fate for the side lane for BLG here? Nico
Good
again.
Question. Taking their time. Knight's Azir. Instead, going to be the Orianna conservative choice. Did not look great in the last series. Obviously paired with the Zinzo, it can be incredibly lethal.
There it is.
And this is the gauntlet. If you lock this in, whatever you lock in, Keen has to have that counter pick ready to go. How deep are we in? Do the Fioras come back? How far into the matchup are they willing to tread?
Champion. There's no way.
All right.
But that gets locked in.
Bin with his original account name, Love Camille, back on the Camille. You saw it yesterday. Cleanest Camille I've ever seen. And they really need it now. They really need it now because this comp here from Gen G, this one is action-packed, and they've got counter pick secured for Keen. Just gonna go the Zac into it.
Zac, perhaps an immediate lane swap then could just come through. Zac much better in the lane swap than the Camille is normally, but Camille can get aggressive on the level 1.
I think it definitely is because, like, at least just for some levels, right? Because you're facing the Varus Ashe that we saw thrown down really, really early on. The double Hail of Blades is always crazy hard to deal with. Maybe you want to go on-hit Varus, though. Actually, now looking at this lineup, I definitely would want on-hit Varus rather than the poke Varus. So maybe not the double Halo Blades, but still a very scary duo.
And if we take the context of the lane matchup away, Zac has been incredibly lethal this tournament against immobile carries. Orianna, Varus, gonna struggle against the Elastic Slingshot. Doubly so
and
when
Ashe
there's a Yone ready to follow up, when there's a Sejuani ready to follow up. It's gonna be a tall task for BLG in this game too.
It's gonna be that 1-2 of Bin going in with the ball, maybe being helped out by an arrow as well, because again, BLG don't have a front line. If they are not playing on the front foot, if they're not able to take control in the mid game and fully choke Gen G out, I think the team fights are going to be extremely hard to play. Obviously, the side lane pressure is great, but we saw Gen G mitigate that in the last game.
Also, I really want to see some level 1 stuff here from Gen G. They've got the Blitzcrank, and this is a kill lane, right? You're always picking this Blitzcrank for the kill onto the Ashe Varus early on. Can you blow some summoner spells in a level 1 maybe? Can you force something here against Elkanon to really open some bottom lane play for Pays and Lehens? Because Pays and Lehens in the last series they had versus BLG were huge.
And again, continuing to defy expectations, fell very far behind in the first game. It wasn't really about them. In this game, it has the potential to be scaling. Not really the name of the game here for the side of Gen G. Incredible team fighting tools, but now the pressure is on them to get aggressive, to find the hooks, to find the elastic slingshots, and shut down BLG.
All right, show me something spicy in the level 1. Fully grouped in River at the moment. Lehens, Lehens, Lehens. The crank on the Rift.
Nice observing there. Didn't see on really using a little pocket of vision. And cool. I think the thing with the Invade specifically is that it's also maybe the most iconic Invade. The Blitzcrank level 1 has been in the game since forever. Looks like Gen G doesn't want the risk. And as you were saying, Kobe, look at that. Lehens and Pace heading towards the lane swap, which is where we do expect the Zac to have less of a difficulty as long as Chovy can play around that hookshot level.
Also in the early levels, you can just walk up with a Rocket Fist as Blitzcrank, use your mana shield. Diving is pretty achievable task, especially against an early level Camille. But BLG fighting to reclaim vision on the level 1, waiting until about 130 to make sure that if anyone was here, they could get meaningful damage.
Bin wants to 1v4 to start the game out. He's feeling good.
Trying to limit Canyon. Elastic Slingshot doesn't connect, and here comes Lehens. Kitty Cat Hand, not going to get used. That skin is so goofy.
It is.
It's like the Meowkai cat skin. It's like, what are we supposed to talk about in a game 5 when Meowkai ults?
His ult, I assume.
The deadly cat coming again.
Here we go. Cheddar Cheese Man leaping forward. It's not that. Okay, it's a Chroma. My bad. It's not Cheddar Cheese Man.
One of the big things here is that they're really keeping a tight eye on where Bin is. to take away the volatility that the Camille has in the early levels. Chovy in particular, we saw in the last laning phase, did really well in the Yone.
Look at the mini-map. He's circling. You nailed it, Chronicler. He's circling. Bin always looking for these ganks towards mid lane.
Q3 though, Chovy doesn't use it for the trade, doesn't use it to get aggressive, just holds on to it knowing he has about 6 seconds where he's difficult to gank, but that 6 seconds is up. Bin will walk at him menacingly. W not gonna hit either. A little bit of extra poke. Bin just being here is making this lane annoying. The hook shot, now the flash. Chovy just wants XP so bad, he's willing to risk burning the flash.
Again, an early flash force onto Chovy in his lane. This time though, the Orianna Knight should be able to utilize this really aggressively, and we see even with an extra member towards the top side of the map, due to the resistances on an Elk and the fact that the double AD carry, gonna have a great time with those plates.
I just like that interaction because it plays into the hero narrative of this series leading up to it. Yeah. Everyone hyping up Bin 1v9 and Chovy in the mid lane, the god for Gen G. Yet usually their lane mismatch, so Bin goes to find him in mid, blows the flash.
Just, Kobe, he's so humble. You know, he's willing to concede so much CS that he surely would have gotten against 3 people just to burn Chovy's flash.
But that is one of the most useful things that top laners do in lane swaps is you know, pay their visits towards mid. But here's the teleport in.
Punish. Hook perfectly timed by Lehens. We haven't seen it in a while, but that's the crank, baby.
Right from the get-go, Bin not able to step out, and crucially, BLG thought that the bot lane of Genji had already back, so they were setting up a trap to try to catch them when they made their way back to the turret, but instead, they misread, and Genji are just waiting.
And one of the reasons why I was talking about the lane swap early on is that Blitzcrank is also really good in lane swaps, not just because, oh, if you can time it perfectly on the hook on the arrival of the teleport, but he has really good tower damage. Your E reset for your auto attack, your W attack speed as well. So actually quite a good lane swap.
Knight.
Didn't have to do him like that. Although we always do with Chovy as well.
Does get the canyon. Level 5 to level 3. So much XP denied in the earlier play, but he is going to catch a big wave here. Has been just tries to recuperate. Of course, Keen is the one who has been suffering. Really no time to pick up XP, but honestly, if he stays at level 2 and he keeps Bin down there with him, it's a big win for the side of Gen G.
Possible 2v2.
You through. Go back, Shun, does he want to follow? Wind becomes lightning, good damage on a Chovy. They know he has no flash, but Canyon shows, lets them know he will be there to punish.
Yeah, if he did not, I think Shun probably goes for it. He was priming his Q3 on the minions there to try and go for a dive onto Chovy.
Bin's on his way.
Level 3 Camille, diving between the towers. Flash. Chovy in trouble, the hook shot, the wall dive, it does not matter. He tries to dodge, but there's just too much damage.
It's Bin, he comes back for Chovy. They've all got eyes on Chovy. They take him down and he gets a turret blade afterwards too.
And when we talked about Bin's Camille, I thought it was gonna be top Camille, not jungle Camille, but here we are, level 3 ganks, level 1 ganks.
Okay, but is that worth? Because Chovy just TPs back to lane, you invested 4 people towards mid, and Keen is just catching waves. The kill going over to Bin, I think, is quite huge, but especially with the flash invested as well, I think Gen G are gonna take this.
Ultimately, I'm not good at math, but it did look cool. And now we're gonna see if Lehens can land another hook. Knock up there, Glacial to make sure the slow and on is in trouble. Lehens is on fire in this game.
Lehens clutching it here for Gen G, just walks right in. The 1,000 gold lead now for Pays over Elk. Not to mention the double summoners. So you're gonna see repeats. This is a kill lane, they want more kills, and double boots of swiftness as well for the bottom lane of Gen G.
One of the big things in the previous game was BLG had such a big lead on their bot lane. Elk and On were being rotated around the map and utilized as such a great pressure tool.
And with the double boots of swiftness by, you can roam very, very heavily so quickly. They're gonna come out, reset from mid lane here, towards those Void Grubs, secure the objective first for the team.
And also, if you're on, that slow is so much less effective. Blitzcrank is just going to walk up and punch you. You don't even have to hit the hooks anymore. If you find isolated members on the side of BLG, this is getting harder. Bin wants time to scale, wants time to get items, can keep trying to make cheeky plays, but Keen, very comfortable for now in the 1v1. The sustain he has is so hard for any champion at a deficit to deal with.
Obviously, as we get later into the game, Bin is going to eat Keen like toast. I don't think Zach is going to do a whole lot when that Camille Q2 comes through with Tiamat and with the Triforce, but we are very far off of that. that's not going to be relevant for quite a while. As Lehens, he is just on a merry jaunt. He's walking his way around the rift, living his best life.
And we've always known Lehens has been a very creative player, right? I think that's how a lot of people were introduced to Lehens. But the consistency he's shown in the last 2 series is damn good to see. The pullback is there, doesn't interrupt the Fate Sealed. Well played by Chovy.
On the Astrom, timing there from On as well as he passes down to the bottom side. Now, Lehens did use the Hextech Flash over the wall and then actually didn't pass by the Tri-Brush, so didn't clear out that ward there either. And On is just camping mid, continually sending more and more resources here to deny this Yone, deny Chovy from CSing at all. They're keeping him down to 42 CS at almost 8 minutes.
And when we talk, again, about Gen G, you almost always start with Chovy. He is the center, he is the hero, he is the person at the heart of this team. And BLG have recognized it. They're burning every resource they have to try to take him out of the equation. The question is, who on Gen G is going to rise up in the meantime? And right now, the answer is the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's definitely not going to be Elk here doing some hard carrying in the early stages. He also getting zoned off. Canyon is level 6, of course. You have to respect this as Sejuani engage.
Chovy doesn't have TP.
On, face checking the bush, initial CC locking up, he's trying to backstep, Permafrost is there, but Knight is body blocking, Lehens hitting the hook, in the nick of time, and down goes the support, but Shun looking to follow up, Fate's call to bring him back, Knight committing for the kill, now 3 members in the pin, Knight in the midst of everybody, Knight just trying to hold on, Cloud Drake starting to do a little bit more damage, Knight's got nowhere to go, Pays, rips a spear out of him, and now Chovy's arrived, looking for the Q3, ready to go over the wall, Soul unbound, can't follow, flash forward, Q3 about to come through, Elk trying desperately to make it out to safety. But now the follow-up is there. He snaps back into the waiting arms of Jun. Jun knocks him aside and takes down Pays.
Bin is on the way too. They're not even done. BLG want the extended fight. The Camille here has ultimates, but they can't chase into the darkness of the jungle.
Even though they get that exit kill, nicely done by Shun, making use of the chaos there. That is still such a big win for Gen G. They get the topside turret. Bin roamed over and the fight was already done. It's a great trade for Gen G.
It certainly was, and it was all about Lehens again. This Blitzcrank, the pull in, he yoinks over for the instant kill, and then look as he separates from Kalista for the escape. Really nicely done in a 3v4 situation where they have the Varus threatening them from the bottom side. It's Lehens who pulls in the quick burst kill, and then he's able to separate from Pays, so Pays can ult and flash him into the pit as well. And then they finish off Knight.
So Canyon autoed the Dragon, and then the knockback knocked Knight back, which was funny because then as a result, Lehens didn't hit him, but it was still enough. And then here, great timing by Shun, because otherwise I think Elk dies, Pace maybe picks up another kill, and that could have been things going even worse for BLG.
And while it was disaster avoided for BLG, again, excellent execution from the side of Gen G, establishing themselves as a dominant force in the early game here. 10 minutes in, they got a 2K gold lead, 3 grubs, a Drake has yet to fall. Not going to be focused in the same way it was in game 1, and Knight individually still holding on to a decent lead, but it's just going to be so hard to play Orianna against this composition.
One of the biggest soccer points coming in, and the reason why Canyon and Keen coming over was such a big deal is because it did often feel like if Chovy was ever taken out of the game, either in this manner by being focused or by just not playing well, the team would falter. So this is a really big test for Gen G. Can the rest of the team step up? Right now, at least in terms of early game, they're looking decent, should be able to get extra plates here as well.
Yeah, I love that because they're looking so good on a completely different style of composition. They are so melee and short range heavy, and they have to keep on forcing like this, and they are making play after play after play.
MSI finally showing us more. Good catch initially on the Canyon. Follow-up C is there. They're willing to burn every ulti they got. Elk gonna grab the kill.
Very nicely done by BLG. Elk not wanting to just take the hits that Gen G is throwing at them. Get a big pick on Canyon. That's also going to mean that the grubs are going to be denied. And we do need to, again, take into account the offensive power of BLG. If they can single out a target, insanely strong.
Excellent reaction from On. 1/10 of a second less. Just try to react to that. Does survive. A good hook from Lehens. Has to be careful, though. Still relatively squishy, all things considered. He won't be. Fair enough.
Possible TP angle here.
Servers excellently highlighted. Hextech ultimatum to deny the elastic slingshot. Let's bounce coming out from Keen. He's still a very tanky Zac. Now just trying to wander away to safety. Tack sweep could offer a little bit of a slow. Keen slowly but surely getting cut down. Passive proc. TP there for Chovy. but it doesn't look like he's going to use it. Quick pick on the top side for BLG.
Big thing there was that there wasn't enough of a response of Genji. Canyon was moving towards the area, but they didn't think they would get there in time. Shun was already there, so even if Chovy TP's in, that could backfire immensely. They don't take the risk, and again, BLG get these picks, and the gold lead is starting to shrink.
Yeah, really nice couple of picks here in the last few minutes for BLG. Scraping together some money for themselves, try and get their first item completions. And there you go, the first one for Knight. Gets his Ludens.
Strong item spike, almost level 11. When he has that cooldown back up, the shockwave going to be massive in the fights.
Remember, this offensive power you keep highlighting for BLG, and they have so many ways to make picks. The Ash Arrow into this Orianna shockwave that is delivered by Camille. They have a lot of burst potential, a lot of offensive power here if they're able to get the setup. And the importance of clearing out wards on their own side so that On can get some Fog of War to fire the Ash Arrow greatly increases their chances of success, but walking into Keen doesn't.
Definitely not ideal. He'll use just for the movement speed. Genji don't have information in the jungle anymore, so they don't want to overcommit. But On staying a little bit too long here. Shun can try to disengage, but the Ash is already down. Lahen's now going to fish for the hook, but holds on to it. Just a quick pick. Again, Genji, good use of Canyon.
Important here is that there is no objective besides the mid lane turret. Are they going to dive out because of sums available? And we see the rotation comes through. Genji wants to look for this.
Hook onto Shun. Knight there to try and follow up. Ulti immediately used. Genji, are they happy with just that cooldown? The arrow to Pays, the most important target to hit with the interrupt. The CC denied the Fate's call. Pays making it out is disastrous for BLG.
Critical cleanse there from Pays also allows him to ult Lahen's and pull him back now. Another one.
Another hook onto Shun, and again the follow-up is there. Pays this time gets the setup. The root's gonna connect, they're trying to body block for Lahen's. He's still standing for now. Elk forced to flash out. Now the Q comes in. The stretching strikes doesn't even need it. Let's bounce going across to Elk. They don't quite have the damage though, and On and Elk are now on the chase. Bin in the midst of the fight, trying to take Heat down. They know that he's got no passive, but Canyon's ready to frontline. The flash in! Lahen's! Another hook! Another stun! Pays still alive, but they don't want to take the risk. Genji backing away, knowing Knight is coming.
Crucially, this is lethality, not lethal tempo Kalista, so Pays great in short trades, but if he doesn't have his cooldowns, you want to play a little bit safer. In the end, BLG coming up huge, but Genji finding some counter punches.
I just gotta say, Lahen's on this Blitzcrank is insane accuracy. He was the one who burned On Splash in the first place and allowed that easy follow-up kill for Canyon later. He keeps on hitting hook after hook after hook, and Genji are gonna need it because they do have the timer working against them this time around. If they're gonna do a longer fight, they need Chovy there. Lahen's now
instantly gone. And that's the downside. Caught out, no spells left. They saw him flash in the previous fight. They're quick to make the pick.
Kobe hasn't finished his sentence, or we're already...
The instant curse?
Yeah, it's fair though. It's exactly what BLG want to do. As we see here, single target selection is great, but I think Genji getting maybe a little bit over-eager in this longer fight, because a lot of damage comes down here in the NNL, but it's just the front line. So actually taking him down takes quite a while, and by the time Bin arrives, Bin obviously insanely strong at this point, because Lahen's, yeah, he flash hooks, but he ends up going down almost immediately, and again, Pays, no lethal tempo, Halo Blades instead, so they lack the damage here to take down the Camille.
Yeah, and Chovy was farming the top side wave. This Yone really trying to get to first item, obviously. Super big breakpoint for the Yone, but Genji will get right back to their dragon stacking while BLG take Herald.
Just the objective trade. Credit to Bin, 1-1-3 in this game. Still making an impact despite sacrificing so much for himself, of course. Doesn't have a gold lead over Keen as we see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. But it feels like a battle of Pays and Knight. Wasn't on my bingo card. Canyon goes a little bit wide there. Stun on the Chovy is decent for the follow-up, but now the hook coming in from Lahen's. Boros ult is good, but the follow-up's not there. Shockwave only going to hit onto one, and again, the Fate's call is there. BLG punishing beautifully to keep the fight going, but Genji doing what they can to mitigate the damage.
The dive there from Genji, little bit over-eager. BLG is always ready to scrap.
Lahen's.
Not again.
Again! He does not miss!
The God Hand is on the rift.
Q3 ready, knockup, Fate's call, hitting onto Knight, On flashes, but Knight cannot. Has to get out to safety, running, Pays tries to follow up with the Pierce, but it does not hit. Shutdown is huge.
Chovy's clean with it. Gets both flashes right there. Knight barely escapes. On is put into the dirt. And Bin at least will pick up some side lane tower gold here on the Camille. Continue scaling towards the dreaded 2-item power spike.
That said, though, it feels like a bit of a flip where now GenG, yeah, they're taking a lot of skirmishes, but it's BLG picking up side lane waves, getting Bin to the point. The gold lead now there for him, and we've seen in the last series against T1 how big of a menace this guy can be on the Camille.
It's a really good note, because ultimately the hooks look good. It's hard not to be excited for Lehens.
But they don't get the mid-lane turret.
But they don't get the tower. Cooldowns are going wide. BLG keeping it even with a better scaling composition. And honestly, the execution here on both sides looking pretty good.
Yeah, they got the knock-up there. It is still, in the end, going to be the 1-for-1, but it's not a 1-for-1 for long, because the God Hand strikes again. Perfect accuracy. People keep clearing out wards. Now we got a passive proc on bottom side. What happened here? Bin.
Len just walks up. Power fist for the knockup, slow. Extra CC. Bin trying to heal. Flash away from Chovy, but Chovy's damn fast. But now the follow-up, the spear. What does it hit? It doesn't hit Bin.
Oh! And look at the cross map. They had heralds. That's going to be an inner for BLG.
BLG, pressure on the top side. He might just keep this one going. Lehen's the only one to respond so far. Knight, does he want to take the risk? Hex Flash is just going to use it as a taxi out. Quick ride home.
So tell me, Bin was able to pop Keen's passive and still survive with all of those members from GenG chasing him so that the rest of his team is able to get objectives on top?
While also getting Chovy's flash. Yeah, he had to flash himself, but I think he'll take that as help.
Tries to ult to interrupt Lehen's. Arrow follow-up doesn't connect. Quick flash out. Chovy not able to find the follow-up. Could escape from Elk. Gets the flash, costs the ghost as well, but at least he holds on to his life.
CHENGDU also invested the teleport. There's no objective up right now. GenG are sitting at 2 Drakes, and I want to highlight, we haven't talked about it yet, but the Mountain Soul, I think, is absolutely huge. If Keen and Kengan in particular can get access to that, it's going to be really hard for BLG, because it's going to be basically only Bin. Is Bin?
Bin.
Uh-oh.
Caught out. Where else does he want to go? Has already used the adaptive defenses, but should just die here. They don't do a lot of damage, but when there's 3 of them, it's going to be more than enough.
Of course, it's Lehen's.
They have to be a roaming death squad here on the side of GenG, like you're talking about. Their win con is stacking dragons for the soul. This is a terrible team for Siege.
They're keeping it going!
Should
trying to interrupt. Excellent use of the stopwatch coming from Knight, but he's still in the midst of 2. Elk standing back. He doesn't want to risk anything. TP now going in. Keen ready with the follow-up. It's another Zac, but a good shockwave, but an even better ulti coming in for Chovy to kill off the ADC. Lehen's looking for another hook angle, trying to find the ball, but it gets on! He actually cannot miss!
Lehens with the point and click hands. Finds another, but it's again GenG. They keep looking for the fight.
It's literally 20-minute Baron on spawn.
Are you kidding me?
All right, Shun is here. Shun has had some good fights so far this series.
Minus TP.
Morning passive stacking rapidly, helping them shred through the objective. It's lethality. Clicks them. Spears are still going to do a little bit of work. On finds the stun on the Lehens. Rocks the Celestial opposition. GenG, have they bet too much on this call? Lehen's waiting off the outside. Wants to keep Shun out of the pit. Crucially, Chovy eating forward, knowing the objective's already done. As long as he denies Bin, they'll get it. Purple Worm down. Bin in the middle of 5, and it was not the call they needed. Purple Worm for GenG. Shun, though, wants to keep the fight. On is there. Knight waiting over the wall. He needs to find the angle, but the rest of his team is already dead. Keen not afraid to pull the trigger. Triple kill for Pays in the midst of it all.
And BLG tried to get themselves out of a bad situation, and instead it gets way worse, because in 10 seconds, the dragon is spawning!
This is so fun to watch. GenG constantly forcing on the neutral objectives. They know they cannot siege, so they gotta be a roaming death squad. And even though Knight goes golden, he's not going to be able to escape. Knocked up, stunned up, and GenG finish on their collapse here. Chovy goes through, finds the extra one on the pick.
It's the 1-2 there, with Knight taken out of the fight. We saw Chovy struggle with this as well.
It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The hands keep on flying.
You were talking about the 1-2 setup, but we didn't count in Lehens. He's just hitting 3-pointers from across the court.
Look, we know about the golden left hand of the LPL. We forgot about the god hand of the LCK. I didn't expect it. It wasn't on any bingo card, but Lehens on this Blitzcrank.
You never know with Lehens, man.
He's just showing up in a way that I didn't think was possible in the context of this tournament.
They call him Lehens for a reason. Let's see if he can do it again.
How many more Lehens references will we have the time to make? CHENGDU with this Baron breaking through the bottom side of the map on. Doing what he can with the hawk shot, doing what he can. The Umbral Blade to clear out vision, but CHENGDU so firmly in control. 6K, gold lead, 17 kills to 8. Soul Point, they're just so far ahead.
And there's one guy that we haven't really talked about yet because it doesn't feel like his impact is so big, but FaZe is 10-1, which he is about to finish his GA.
Look, when the beefy boys show up, they need somebody to do the damage, and that has been FaZe. Bin, though, in the 1v1, has 2 items, but doesn't have enough to fight 3 people. Again, it's the same story. CHENGDU are collapsing beautifully in this game.
Yeah, literally no 1v1s ever available on the entire map. CHENGDU Death Squad roaming around as a... wait a second, 4-1 split push here. This Baron buff is going to be really hard to deal with for BLG. I mean, Chovy's moving up the side lane right now, and they can just use these cannons to slowly whittle away at the towers.
Lehens still fishing. They don't have the best siege. Knight being on a control mage helps mitigate a lot of the effectiveness here. But if BLG get another member picked off, it's so easy for CHENGDU to go for the end. 18 seconds, 4.1K and growing. Red Bull Baron power play. CHENGDU stomping in these last few fights. One more blitz hook could just end it all.
And all you really want out of this Baron is more of the outer tower gold. You don't even want to mess around with inhibitor towers. You just wait for the Dragon Soul to come up. Your win con here of stacking the dragons into the soul for CHENGDU is online. You open up so much territory, and now look at that red quadrant of the jungle leading up to the dragon. They're gonna light that thing up with wards so that Lehens has an easier job of hooking in their next victim.
Also, 1 dragon away from that mountain soul, and Chovy is going to go for Jack Show's third, and then we have Canyon and Keen, both of which are going to feel basically indestructible, and they keep collapsing onto Bin.
Bin tried so hard to take Chovy out of the equation, but every other member of CHENGDU stepped up in his place. Now he's amongst 3. Attack sweep to kick off. The hook already hit. The follow-up, and Chovy's on the way. FaZe absolutely legendary.
Look at the mini-map. The rest of BLG can't even do anything because they kill him so quickly that now the roaming Death Squad is back to roaming. That rush on double Boots of Swiftness for the bottom lane, I just think was so cool from FaZe and Lehens. They just have permanent threat all over the map.
There's also no cross map. There's no Baron you can threaten. They already got the inner with that play earlier on. And for BLG, it's gonna have to take an insane multi-man wombo combo, but then start looking at who you actually can combo on CHENGDU. There's Fate's Call, there's GA, there's Edge of Night, and then you have 2 tanks. So really, your best target is Chovy, who on the Yone has a ton of threat and escape tools as well.
And in 2 minutes, he's very likely to have a Mountain Soul as well. Cooldowns are up across the board on both sides. We are poised for what could be one final fight. If BLG want to come back in this, it's going to take a lot more than one. But CHENGDU, Canyon looking again, trying to fish. The slow is there. Keen ready to follow up on, already out of the fight, pays. Quick kill to follow. Knight trying to hold the line alongside Elf, but they want to open up this base.
There is a flank ward there. Do see that in the middle of the lane. But the problem is, like, even if you flank, they can just turn so easily. There isn't really anyone that can tank for seconds.
How do you flank 5 rocks? They get to the other side.
Hey, it's like, a rock. Wait a second.
Who do we attack here? Oh, shoot. Nope.
Yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, I don't even know if that's like, if that's possible.
Yeah.
In a literal or in a metaphorical
this
way.
Is why,
I don't see it.
All I'm saying is this is why we have weight classes in boxing. You're not allowed to fight someone who just weighs an extra 80 kilos. Quick arrow follow up there, pays. Legendary. It's a victory march. CHENGDU on the hunt. Shun doesn't quite fall, but Chovy wants to finish it. Quick flash out. Follow up there. Chovy smited out. Q3 to safety. And they're going to keep the push up in the mid lane. Keen ready to fish. Canyon and Lehens as well. The front line, the Death Squad marching into the base of BLG. The fall there on flashing out of his own base. Shockwave only connecting onto Canyon, and now the turn is there. The lethality Callista, and it's a slow goodbye tonight. He tries to get the damage down. Another elastic slingshot, but nowhere is safe for BLG in this game too. Double kill for FaZe. 17, 1, and 5. The kills hand delivered by his teammates across every single fight.
They're just styling it up at this point. They could have just gone back, get the Baron, get the Mountain Soul, play it safe, play it clean, but instead, if Zach is ahead and he can just keep going and going and going, he's going to And from this point on, seems insurmountable. CHENGDU, Mountain Soul is going to come through. I don't even think that there's an opportunity here for BLG to try and Hail Mary a Baron.
They see Lehen's recalling, they walk up, Elk instantly yoinked in. He tried to pause for 1/2 of a second to get an auto off, and the hand just comes out.
There's also the fact that Bin tried to hook shot on top of Lehen's, and then Keen is just there. He's just standing there menacingly.
They just want a 1v1 honor duel, just one time. Bin's like, send one person to a side lane, please.
If you see one CHENGDU member, you got to assume there are multiple there behind him.
Keen a bit exposed here, but there's the other CHENGDU member waiting in the darkness. Lehen's over the wall, ready to try and land the hook.
This is really showing that team solidarity.
Yeah.
5 strong here for CHENGDU.
BLG just pushed back the second CHENGDU show anything. Their front line is too damn strong. BLG just don't have the time to kill them before FaZe and Chovy get involved. Arrow body blocked. Baron falling. BLG. Will they try to mount their last stand here? Knight's Veil. Keen though already ready to kick the fight off. The Zac coming through. FaZe over the wall with the Pierce. Now the follow-up as well. Shun ulting. Chovy not quite going to connect on his. Pulled back into the pit. The Fate Seals not going to do a lot. Elk gets taken out, pays legendary, and it just feels like the continuation of the victory lap in this game too for CHENGDU.
It's too little too late. Knight Shockwave doesn't do anything, and Bin was dealing with the supers in mid-wave, so he couldn't contribute anything to the fight. CHENGDU gonna pick up this Baron, and I imagine march down mid lane.
Yep, Lehen's is going for another one, and he finds it. Bin gonna hookshot over the wall though. We'll throw that fish back. Not quite big enough.
I think the fish tried really hard to get out, and we should give him the credit.
We'll let the fish go eat up a little bit more. Maybe next time they'll decide that it's worthy. But this time around, CHENGDU, Mountain Soul plus the Baron, all that's left is to party their way into the CHENGDU base.
Question for you both. Does 18 seem like a pretty big kill number?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it is actually the record. FaZe is currently tied at most kills in MSI in a single game. And not a bold bet to think that he's probably going to own the record by the end of this one.
They got to get him to 20, right? And I want to call our minds back to one specific thing. CHENGDU in the TES series was in a I think at least for the first 2 games, it felt very similar. So I wonder if they're deliberately just dragging out this game just to make it feel more impressive. Like, imagine being BLG. You know, realistically, this game probably not going to go your way. TES fought back to a game 5.
All I'll say is that the fact that you're even bringing up the mental warfare angle just shows how ludicrously far ahead CHENGDU are. Lehen's still looking for the hook. All it takes is one to pick off a member of BLG.
It should be an exciting finish too, because CHENGDU will just dive. CHENGDU will dive over and over and over again.
Second inhibitor taken out, bought the last one standing. Empowered minions, supers. Keen charging the elastic slingshot. Where's he gonna go? Opts to go for the cancel. Stretching strikes doesn't hit. On, walks up, but it's just a tickle. Another stretching strike canceled. They're just trying to move the cannon minions in. Chovy now looking to find him, but doesn't hit. Crucially, though, Elk fires the ultimate, and now the fight's already kicked off. BLG trying to find their turn. BLG with Bin trying to find the angle. The Fate's call for FaZe is there, and that's the kill record. 19 coming through for FaZe. Will he make it 20? CHENGDU obliterating BLG in the base, but there's still 4 members standing. FaZe continuing to walk forward. It's a shutdown onto Lehen's. BLG will hold the line. Knock up for Shun. He wants to keep the fight going. Chovy now trying to back out, trying to buy a bit more space for the team. Q3 going through. He can snap back if he wants to.
Double GA.
Unstoppable, but On pops the GA. And they finish him in the meantime. FaZe, the Q angle is big. Chovy still living for an extra second. Candy with the interrupt. I will finally grab one. FaZe wants to finish it right here. One more. The triple! The finish! The rend for FaZe! CHENGDU are going to go up 2-0.
That's 22 kills blown up by FaZe. He dropped an absolute nuke here in game number 2.
Bin's
not
alive.
Even ending.
Bin's alive. They can't finish.
He wants more. We can pump those numbers up. What's he gonna end at? We gotta take bets now. I mean, 25? Over 25? What are we looking at here?
Okay, FaZe was, and I think justifiably so, together with Lance, the most criticized member of CHENGDU. They were one of the big weaknesses that this team had, perceived to be one of the struggling points. The top side always dependable within the LCK. And the fact that, particularly against Elk and On, they're able to have a performance like this,
It's kind of mind-boggling.
Sorry, let me take that back. It's not just most in MSI. It's most in Worlds history as well. Most
any international.
At any international. FaZe breaking records in a final, nonetheless. In a game 2 where you're already up 1-0. CHENGDU.
This is ridiculous.
Staying the path, and again, you brought up FaZe struggling. He struggled in this tournament. Hell, Canyon has struggled in this tournament. He brought up the Nidalee. He's looked like a player revitalized. CHENGDU starting to feel like an impossible task, an impossible challenge. BLG doing what they can to hold on to the base here. Inhibitors are up. TP coming in. Canyon fishing for the angle. The ulti not going to connect. Chovy trying to time the Q3, but it doesn't hit. BLG want to go forward. 3 talent strike to hit Keen, not to a lot of effect, however. They'll pop in, delivered, 9, clutch! But Chovy wants to turn it back, midfield is only gonna hit down, he completely whiffs, BLG, eyes on the prize, focus, determination, CHENGDU torn to pieces! The Camille plus Shockwave combination we've been dreaming of!
Elder's coming up!
On flashes.
Wait, look at mid lane. Canyon is going mid lane. They want to keep the pressure on. They got enough people out. Still 3 people escaped for CHENGDU.
Can they kill Keen? Without Bin, that's the question. Canyon also can look for a steal, but oh my god, BLG!
They don't have damage, but they might not need it. Knight taken out of the pit. Keen now following up, trying to zone away the mid laner. Canyon off to the other side. The objective not focused. CHENGDU trying to bet it all just to disrupt the Elder, and Canyon continues to step up. It's another kill traded back with BLG are going to take the fight. They're burning through Canyon quickly, but now On's out of the equation. Should with the shutdown. Elk still up for an extra second. Keen just wants to finish. Should trying to body box this to give it Elk. Look at him! Look at the movement! It's unstoppable!
The Nexus! The minions are on the Nexus! The super minions! Let me see the health! Okay, it must not be that much.
Oh, but the inhib is going to go down, so they can't go for this Elder. We talked about this combo so many times, I didn't think we were going to see it, but right there, Bin and Knight breathe some life into this game.
This explosive potential on BLG just got a bunch of money, an injection of hope here for BLG, and it came with Bin flash delivering Knight's Shockwave. The dream combination there.
And CHENGDU, we're talking about mental warfare. They're still 10k gold up. If they manage to give away the lead in this game, if BLG have really fought their way back, can you imagine what that will do?
BLG starting the objective on, not quite there yet, Lahens.
Canyon is really far for a smite steal. They should just burn this. Just burn it.
They're gonna get it. Burn it. Chovy on the way. All the combat power they could ask for, and Bin won't find the hook shot, won't find the wall dive. BLG taking the Elder.
The problem here is the base. Stay to the base. There's no TPs. Keen and Chovy don't have theirs available. And with 2 inhibs down, the top one is about to respawn. CHENGDU, though, should be able to trade, but the fact that BLG still holding on. Now with Elder, that's going to buy them at least a couple of minutes extra. And we'll see if that's going to be enough.
And we saw if you leave Elk, he can do so much work even more with the Elder. But the Baron will be up for an entire extra minute. CHENGDU have to play patient. They might not be stronger anymore in the 5v5s. Yes, they've got the gold lead, but the carries are online for the side of BLG.
Yeah, and FaZe already had a full inventory, so, you know, he doesn't get any stronger here. Meanwhile, the BLG members do, and here it is. Bin says, give me the ball. I will deliver it. And the shockwave that opened up hope for BLG.
Chovy.
Right there. They take down FaZe and they take down Chovy. That is all your damage. That is all of your damage for this team.
If Chovy hits an ultimate there, CHENGDU might be able to make the fight work, but because FaZe dies immediately with sums up, but no GA, it's going to be at 1 minute on this Elder Sword. You got to imagine CHENGDU is calling to stall as long as they don't fight. They still have a ton of map pressure, but you see the burn. And you see the respect here from CHENGDU.
And Bin is scary. Elk is scary. If you split your cooldowns, if you don't focus down a single target, Boris is so damn tanky at this stage of the game with the Jackshow, with the Terminus. CHENGDU, the execution was clean all across the early and mid game. They were set to win. They were set to close it out. But a single fight for BLG has brought them back, has brought them an Elder for another 40 seconds. Now it's on CHENGDU to stay composed, to rally against the push of BLG.
Oh, the timer slowly running out.
And BLG, like at this point, that goal deficit isn't going to mean nearly as much. CHENGDU are still going to have to find a way to win a team fight if they actually want to end BLG here.
Perfect engage is no longer enough for CHENGDU. They need perfect follow-up. Chovy has to be there. They don't have the damage on their tanks to burst through the squishy targets anymore. Mountain Soul, I felt like it should have been it. So many moments felt like they should have been it for CHENGDU, but BLG just keep holding on.
They will never stop fighting. BLG will not go down in this game without a fight. Let's see if they've got another one in them. Bin's flash is coming back off of cooldown. They have waited enough time here. All of the summoner spells will be available again for BLG. I say give Bin the rock again and let him get to work.
This time around, the only advantage that CHENGDU still have is the fact that they are mostly in control of the map. Mid lane Inib, though, is about to respawn. That bot lane tower never fell, so that's still standing strong for CHENGDU. We're getting to the point in the game where if they lose the fight, that's just going to be it. We're 38 minutes in. They have double GA, and they're going to have to use that. They're going to have to actually take down this Nexus. BLG stands tenacious.
Set up there. The slow march forward from CHENGDU.
Baron time's out.
Ulti goes in, on, caught out, but now the follow-up has to come through from the side of BLG. Ulti from Boris is there, but already keen into the back line, trying to keep things going. Flash back out, the shockwave whiffs. Chovy Q3 not going to connect either. Pays still standing. Still doing a lot of work, but BLG holding for now. They've lost on. The repush going to come through. Keen has TP.
He wants the TP back in. He is regenning. CHENGDU now looking for the end. Can BLG find it again? No shockwave.
Ends the flash. He hits Elk! And the clutch, he shows up, and now the turn. Now the fire back. BLG doing everything they can. Bin is still up, but he just can't find the right target. Trying to cut through Canyon. Trying to keep it going. Knight going to get taken out by Keen. And in game 2, BLG may have found a fight. But Pays is breaking records, and CHENGDU are moving on to match point.
And credit to Canyon for the end. By Jungle Goat, he punishes On's positioning. On thought he was safe with the spell shield. Canyon went up, he smited it off, hit the ultimate.
It's a penta!
25!
Not only is it the most kills.
28, the new record. 28 kills for Pays.
No one's beaten that anytime soon.
This is a game that no one is going to forget for many reasons.
And he got 28 kills in an international final at the age of 18.
To move to match point against the best team in the LPL. Stunning performance from the side of CHENGDU. They can scale, they can play fast.
I was never worried, guys. Come on, they just had some fun.
Ultimately,
look at the smiles there.
And why wouldn't they be? They dove to give their AD a pentakill. You talked about mental warfare. BLG, you have to hope they can come back from that one. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game 2.
Thank you so much, Pays. Breaking ankles and breaking records. Most kills in a single game at an international tournament, at an MSI, or at a Worlds-held tournament, when we were even doubting him at points this MSI even.
I feel like people owe me an apology for being like, oh, CHENGDU is so boring. They're such a boring team. They don't do anything. Pays setting kill records here, 28 kills in a single. That's
Where's the board?
insane.
Like, oh wait, we'll bring it up later. We'll bring it up later. I mean, they almost threw it though.
Yeah, I mean that was a really good play.
Yes.
But let's be real, CHENGDU had firm control of that from the get-go. The fact that this bot lane for CHENGDU looks bad. And look, Pays has set the record. Pays has broken everything, including the hearts of many LPL fans. But a lot of that did come from the setup of Lehens as well. And the blitzcrank for him, I mean...
Look at this. We heard Kobe say it, and in their defense, Dagda also said it. Lehens, you know what's even funnier? Ma means, that is hand in French, spelled M-A-I-N, main character syndrome. Absolutely for Lehens. Every second counts in League of Legends, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, BLG had a blitzcrank hook flying towards their faces every second of this game.
Yeah, and I think Lehens always thinks he's the main character. Let's be real. This guy plays Singed support. He reached Challenger Korea playing elite support, and his hooks were so on point throughout this entire early to mid game.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute beast. He was so good at finding these opportunities, and when you look at the Ashe and the Varus lane, it's been horribly oppressive to try and play against, but consistently found these angles to attack them. In this sort of play, he's just able to yoink them over the wall, and look, On did step back in the way to help out Knight, but it didn't matter. That was still an insane play, and this Blitzcrank is going to give the LPL nightmares for years to come.
Yeah, it's a statement performance from Lehens too, who I think we all kind of joke around. We watch the LCK and we're like, sometimes he can reward you, sometimes he might but
I'm just grunting.
Yeah, no, his hooks were absolutely disgusting this game. He put on a Blitzcrank clinic, and I think it follows up on something we've already talked about Gen.G being really good at, which is playing at Fog of War, right? Like, obviously some of these, he's just landing blind in bushes, just fishing at every opportunity, but controlling team fights like this, I think, was the real strength of the pick.
Can I try something? If I'm the Blitzcrank hook, and we have these three, does this work?
Does it go the whole way across? Nearly.
I'm not tall enough, sorry. I need to grow a few inches.
Oh my god, unbelievable, so sovereign from Gen.G, and I think after this we can get the board back up, but really, really good. I think obviously we have to talk about the fact that, yes, they backed when they, I think in everyone's opinion, could have just finished the Nexus, but they went back, and all credit to BLG. This is BLG, you know, Emily has told me this many times. Doesn't matter how far they are behind, they can still pull off that wombo combo that gets them back in the game, Rob. But, you know, look at what they had to surmount.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like at this stage, it's Gen.G massacring BLG across the board. It's in Chovy not blind picking this game, but consistently picking the Oni and going, hey, look, I'm going to be totally fine in this. I'm going to be able to pop off. It doesn't really matter. We can take whatever the hell we want across the board, and we're still going to be so much better. So I don't know.
Bring it back up.
Yeah, I did a little bit of prep work while we were in the middle of the game.
Well, you broke the last one, so.
Yeah, I didn't want the evidence to be there anymore. But yeah, I think this is kind of the way that it's been going. And yeah, I think Shun has been having a very, very rough game.
Yeah.
When you walk in to side lane, brush in mid lane, and get hooked once, I'm like, oh, you learn your lesson. That was a silly move. When you walk in and get hooked twice, that is a disaster. Like, you cannot be doing that in a finals at MSI.
No, absolutely not. And despite kind of the issues from BLG for the side of Gen.G, you know, the finals that was promised, the opportunity for Chovy to finally do it, and all of Gen.G really absolutely stepping up at this point, and they find themselves at match point. Maybe only one more game to be played here at MSI, so we'll take a breather. But if you're nostalgic for Heartsteel and New Jeans from Worlds 2023, check out Grind to Glory, a short behind-the-scenes documentary on how the 2023 Worlds opening ceremony presented by MasterCard was brought to life. Scan the QR code on screen or head over to the LOL Esports YouTube page and have a little dance.
Get down tonight.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Legends Never Die, Rise, Gods, 3 of the 4 tracks in this year's opening ceremony were created and written by them.
This is a bit of a celebration of the history of these anthems. We put so much into the songs, and to like have them pop up in one ceremony like this is just great because it brings us back to where we were when we started.
This is probably one of the sickest things I've ever seen.
Me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings, I change, don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G'd up, I'm dark, don't speak up, dropped up, down, they need us. 台北台北 on me, can't nobody set me free, 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit that new topic overnight, 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple， 除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush. Liquid.
Yeah.
They cool.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid. Liquid. Basta, pack it up.
Cookie 搁着架子的绿泡，在你嘴唇那吐一个泡泡。你们相信力，如果我吃掉，在悄悄的转一点半票。你们相信边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，可以产品会被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 没有的跳的刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。喂，没什么可骂些了，艺术文化都不想要啊，可能有像那个创业家，也有繁忙的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表站在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush. Liquid.
Yeah.
They cool.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid. Basta, pack it up.
Here we are. Match point for Gen.G could very well be the final game of this series. BLG sent back to the drawing board once again to try to figure out how to navigate the titanic task of taking down this Gen.G lineup.
In game number 2, all of BLG's eggs were put in the put Chovy behind basket. They targeted him, were able to kill him. He was down like 30, 40 CS very early on.
Yeah.
The problem was they had to sacrifice so much on the rest of the map, and particularly that bot lane got punished so insanely hard.
Yeah, and that problem was named Lehens. He was a big problem instantly with the Swifty boots roaming around the map, making pick after pick. He really enables that whole comp.
And I think it is because of those hooks, right? The difference wasn't just an advantage bot lane. The difference was Lehens individually. Without him overperforming, magnificent performance on the Blitzcrank, followed up by Pays. That game is so much harder for the side of Gen.G, but now it's the Senna, the neutralizing lane. BLG, will they pair it with the Ornn? Because they're going toe-to-toe with the Ashe Kalista combo.
Yes. Lehens, yeah, this time around will be on the Ashe here. There could, of course, be a swap, but most likely this is just going to be him on the Ashe support. We'll see. The Ornn, I think, should be the main thing you think about here. You're already looking at two pretty easy to pick off AD carries. The Kench really has dropped in priority, and they're going to go for that instead of picking up that Ornn.
Yeah, a little safety here with the Devour. If someone gets hit by the Ashe arrow, try and save them that way.
There it is.
But there we go. That's a real pick. It's time to throw it down. Shun and Canyon are two Nidalee players at the tournament. And will Shun use Canyon's own skin against him? I would say yes.
Oh, give it, yes!
Most people have.
A lot of jungle matchups are just about what you can do for the team, but now this is a 1v1 I can get behind. The Lee Sin versus the Nidalee. Shun finally going to try his hand again. Is he going to be the one to make the difference? A lot of Xin games so far this series.
Now, too, it's interesting because we're both looking at the mid laners that are going to best facilitate these junglers or work with these junglers. On the side of Chovy, he has so many options to pair with a Lee Sin. Meanwhile, it's a lot harder to pair with a Nidalee because it is AP, but also because you usually want some point-and-click stun setup to be able to land those spears. But Knight has been like the enabler for this team, so trying to take down a couple of those setup champions. The Camille, obviously, the hook shot, long range, grab that stun, really good at initiating there for the Nidalee.
I was about to say, I imagine BLG are going to ban away to K'Sante. Don't want to give that because that is a really safe counter pick for Gen G. We've seen Keen be insanely dominant on this pick, and it saves Chovy's counter pick, meaning that he can not only tailor his pick to what the Lee would want to do, but also to what Knight is going to play. Taking K'Sante away takes away one of the best blind picks. You could go for TF, so I'm wondering if that's going to be banned away here by BLG as well, and especially if we see a Jax ban, I think we could see it.
Tristana going to be what's banned away, of course, the AD pairing with the Nidalee. Chovy, a player who's brought out the Yone, obviously offers split damage, but it is primarily AD, and the question is Knight going to be forced into a situation where it's a double AP jungle mid combo? Never really ideal in pro play. How is the final ban going to be for BLG? Presumably a safe blind pick to be taken off the board.
Maybe to Zek. Could be an angle as well.
If they want to go the Twisted Fate's still available too. Could yoink that away. Right. Oh, is that a no ban?
That's a missed ban.
We'll wait.
Let's double check here.
We'll wait for production to confirm in the meantime.
I still have the Twisted Fate in my head though. It applies so much map pressure. And against these targets.
Hey, locked in.
All right.
Blind Wayer for Chovy. We've only seen it play him into the Tristana, where you're able to get a lot of early arrest down, and thanks to the zone control that you have, particularly with the linear jump in, is quite strong. Now this is going to be a big moment for BLG. What are they going to get to round out the comp here?
I feel like they need engage. We saw in the first series, if you play a game about spacing, about slow, ranged team fights, Gen G come out on top every time. It's engage options, and that's confidence. Jace now locked in.
The long-forgotten AD that has not appeared yet. The first pick for Jace at MSI. When Tristana is banned, the Jace comes back.
And now the debate. It could be the final game. What better time to bring out a signature pick? The Jax locked in as BLG are betting everything here.
Series on the line, finals on the line. Bin says, give me the Jax. Touted as the best Jax player in the world.
Is it Poppy? Could be an angle here.
Rumble.
Oh,
Rumble.
More power. Keen meets him head first. One of the matchups that's so hard to play out for the Jax. We saw this in the matchup. Broken Blade against Zeus, I think it was, even with an early kill. So hard to play it out once you get to the mid to later stage of the game. Crucially though, this is a very different comp from Gen G. They were really relying on their beefcakes in the previous game. Won't have that available this time around.
Yeah, both of the comps that we saw already for Gen G, very different styles, and they were able to adapt themselves and play to the different needs of each composition thus far. Now they are going to be facing, though, double poke in the Nidalee plus Jace, and possibly later the super long range scaling from Senna. So they really have to keep it in check here.
Of course, a reminder to cast your vote for the Oppo MSI Finals MVP by scanning the QR code on the screen. And Gen G do manage to end it here. These comps are volatile. These comps are fragile, but they are also incredibly explosive.
If BLG can get some early leads there on the Nidalee, on the Jace, it could be very, very scary. Bin, of course, on the Jax in the side lane, always something that you're going to have comfort with. But I'm looking at Canyon on Gen.G, looking at Canyon to have some big influence here.
It feels like all of Chengdu are looking to BLG to mount this comeback, cheering their hearts out as we come into this final game. A 3-0, a victory march for Gen.G would be crushing. The reverse sweep, not impossible, but an incredible challenge for BLG as the Gyos come out.
BLG, they acquired Knight, the MVP of last year's finals at MSI, to create this super team for this purpose, to win championships. Bin looking for his second as well. Knight trying to be back-to-back, but they are up against the wall here. Gen.G have just pummeled them in the first 2 games of this series.
And it's important to remember that they did win. They pick up Knight, they immediately win Demacia Cup over JDG. They win the entire season. They were the best team in the league. There was no doubt, there was no dispute. Here on stage, making it back to finals, there was that glimmer of hope that they would show us more here, that they would adapt. And while we saw some of it, Gen.G have just always been a step ahead.
Yep, problem for BLG. Gen.G wasn't in that league, and Gen.G beat them in the previous series here at MSI. So far in all of our rematches, we have had the same original victor emerge. Let's see if BLG can change the story right here.
Shun and Bin gonna start here towards the bottom half of the map. It's them that initiate the swap. Keen will see if he has a suspicion, sees them now, and should be able to back off. See if he joins Canyon towards that top side clear. Usually what happens, not to be at the risk. I want to talk a little bit about this Nidalee. As we were saying, ideally with Nidalee, you want to have some great setup. In this case, the Jace, when it comes to the TCC, not necessarily the best setup, but obviously an AD pairing, plus the fact that you have a really, really high level of poke is huge. The Jax, though, that is a lethal 1-2. And those 2v2s, I think, are going to matter a lot. When we get to the mid to late stage of the game, it's also going to be about who can find the poke that sticks. Because on one hand, I think BLG, that Jace-Nidalee combination basically plays itself. Do have some struggles with actually initiating fights. For Gen.G, it's really just Chovy, but Lahenz's initiation can be quite powerful.
And the Gen.G members, they're probably going to have an easy time dodging stuff. I mean, there's not the point and click on the side of BLG, and it's really going to come down to, do they have flashes? Can Bin, like, Giga Flash a giant Jack stun in there and set them up? It's really going to have to be, I feel like, build up a snowball and try and get some siege potential there. Throw out the poke, see if you can get some stuff to land.
Particularly with poke comms, the moment you start falling behind, like, not only is your poke going to be less damage in of itself, obviously, is a big problem, but it's mostly the fact that if you don't have vision control, poke comms just feel so much worse, right? It's the Nidalee Spear that you can't see. It's the Jace EQ combo that you are unable to spot in ahead. Then you walk into it, then you take an objective, and then that's the end of it. I don't know if that's going to be the case here for either team. We're going to have to take a close look at this early game. Right now, obviously, Gen.G going to feel great because they have double AD carry, and they're hammering at the bot lane turret as opposed to top.
TP now down to the bottom lane on level 3. Very difficult to dive. Abyssal Dive coming out, just trying to stop this back. Good tempo advantage from BLG. Pays interrupted there. Massive for the reset.
I do like it. Yeah, he expends the cooldown there to go for the interrupt so you can't reset and get back up to top side. Been pushing that wave at the tower right now as Shun finds visual confirmation here on Canyon.
This jungle matchup, another example of that volatility.
Did Bin pull the wave? I think Bin pulled the wave up there. I mean, Keen is going to get up there pretty soon, but Bin actually denying a few of those minions by pulling it up, and then you saw on the minimap he kind of went up into the brush.
Also has a level lead. Not a lot, but experience still in favor of the Jax here. Also, due to the lane swap meta, I think so much of the power of Rumble in lane in particular early comes from the fact that you have, with your Ignite, such an insane kill threat. But with lane swap, you can't really afford to play that summoner as Shun looks towards the bottom side of the map.
Pays and Lehen step very far up. The Abyssal dive is going to connect. Spear, though, doesn't. The quick flash out from Pays, but he's still getting run down. Shun is on the hunt. One more spear to try to close it out. Pays is going to drop, and he knows it. Running to clear the wave. Lehen slowed up, but the play will stop there.
This is that 1-2-3. Elk on and Shun. Shun, crucially, arriving just as the wave is pushed in. Pays on Lehen's don't have vision, overstep, and a really nice punish here for BLG.
All right, BLG, they get the successful play on the bottom side, and Bin is going to end up with a nice experience advantage here on top side, off of denying a bit with that pull, with that delay that On was able to get out as well for their lane. BLG actually setting up with a good opening here.
Shun spotted on a bit of vision here. The Canyon going to try to sneak in a Drake. Resets coming through, bot lane will be even. Lehens is here first, should be able to grab this first objective. You mentioned it earlier, when you talk about poke, early advantages can be massive. Breaking open mid lane tower, if either side can find an edge there, the map just starts to shrink for the opposite side.
Meanwhile, we get our reset. Guess what? Void Grubs are on the way, so here comes the Senna. Up to the top side of the map. BLG sends Senna. They've got Nidalee all the way up there. They get the alert that Genji just clean up the dragon, so it should be their Void Grubs.
Pays alone here, no summoners available, so he's going to have to be a lot more careful. Should have confirmation soon, or at least a suspicion. There's the Hawk shot to confirm that both Elk and Shun currently towards the top side of the map. Chovy doing great, as he often does in this isolated 1v1. Knight not going to feel too bad. Imagine he might look towards a Hex Drink early on to try and shrug off some of this poke, or you can also just go for the Mercs, so you don't get too much value against Genji.
Once Knight has that Hex Drinker, perhaps an opportunity to just get incredibly aggressive in lane, has the phase rush as well, can really just run down the way, who lacks a lot of those reliable defensive tools.
Yeah, you can kind of soft set up your Nidalee by jumping in and getting the slow onto Hwei. Then you're not going to like guarantee that the spear hits, but you could get a flash with the extra slow, allowing Shun to really get some more pressure. I think bottom side though, you see Canyon moving in, he's level 6, and he's going to look for the red buff steal here as you get the reset. Coming through lane for Shun.
So they do pay pretty heavily for those grubs, as Canyon, he sniped this away.
Trying to secure it, does get it, now needs to make it the hell out. Has the ward, can just get over for safety.
Canyon getting a little steal in there, particularly with the Nidalee, always want to try and stay ahead of the opposition. Incredibly strong power farmer. Canyon actually sitting on an experienced lead here, of course, was farming while Shun went for the bot side play. Biggest reason why we see that is Knight doesn't have his teleport available, so doesn't really want to leave this lane, give Chovy more leads, but he's been pushed up continuously. And with Lehens now roaming around, keeping his mid laner safe, it's hard for BLG to find anything to do against this wave.
Chovy using the pressure here so well. Now getting the fear, the immediate follow-up, spiraling to spare. Severing Bolt, where's it gonna go? Holds the cooldown, and Knight's just forced out a lane. Back steps to recall, crucially.
These little timing windows, I love that play. They combo it, they know they should
cancel!
Oh, and they cancel it, they delay it for another wave. But Lehens, they use his timing there so nicely, and Chovy lays in the ultimate. They do get the flash out of Knight. Now the Jace is a kill target. He sticks around, and he should be able to clean up that wave.
That's the good news. All in on the top side. Equalizer goes wide. Quick flash out from Keen. Matched by Bin. Counter-strike still there. Canyon, they're going to try to follow up. Kicks him into the wall. Hit confirms. Canyon grabbing the kill.
Bin just gets in that wave, but unfortunately for him, even with the Equalizer basically whiffing, there is enough damage without Ignite. Keen flashes in, and Canyon secures the kill.
Teleports right back out to it too, and Shin is on top side. Let's see if he goes for a bit of a lane gank himself.
Was double flash invested by Genji as well, so punish opportunity could be here.
No ulti for the Rumble to clear the wave from a distance.
Oh, Shun, I like this angle.
Bin walking back, he's on vision. Keen walking up, thinks he has the angle for a positive trade as he's about to overheat. Shun, can he find the spear? The minion wave there, Keen standing inside of it. Counter-strike for Bin available. They're playing this so patient, but Keen isn't really giving them an opportunity.
And that's the second time that this has happened. Earlier, we saw Shun sitting in a brush as well, looking, waiting for an opportunity. Because, yeah, the clear speed's great, you get a lot more timing windows, but Keen isn't playing into it at all. Knows, I don't have flash, I invested my Equalizer, and as a result doesn't woke up, just farms with the harpoon.
It is a really good play to not die, but how do you deal with the minion wave now for Keen? This Rumble has no flash up there, and Bin has the wave pushing towards him. I think Bin is doing a really good job.
Yeah, return gang there. Shot on his way again. Keen just being kind of left out to dry. Canyon in no position to help.
But crucial is that they get some value here. Keen really cannot approach. Well highlighted equalizer on the way. But if the spear doesn't hit, this gank gets so much more difficult. No flash on Keen either. They don't want to take any risks. Rumble's damage is incredible early on, but BLG just happy to have the wave frozen as much as they can.
Wow, yeah, and they're still not even calling Canyon over to help him fix. Canyon's gonna go do Raptors. Keen is fine.
Hands rooted, flashback in anticipation of the Abyssal Dive. It's a good play, but now Pays looking to follow up on Elk. Elk only level 5, backstep coming through for Lahens. He gets the arrow down on. Very tanky.
Oh.
Do they have the damage? Thick skin there. Should on the way. Devours Pays, but Pays is fine. Backstepping. Lahens ready to body block. Spear not going to hit on either side. Shun desperate for kills. Lashes in. The heal is there. They're trying to knock down Pays. Pays living for a little bit too long. Lahens there. But now Chovy's on the way in. The pullback. The spiraling despair. But the dawning shadow keeps on alive.
The timing from Shun absolutely crucial there. And CHENGDU, they don't get the kill on Elk. And in the longer trade, Kench has so much sustain.
The bot lane plays keeping BLG alive. That's going to turn into their Dragon plus an instant teleport from Knight back to mid lane to try and get some turret plates. Canyon wants to punish him though.
Jumps in. No one else there to collapse, but the TP, they want to commit more resources. They're ready to fight for this. Chovy on the way, but the Dragon already gone. Abyssal Dive out, anticipates it. Severing Bolt onto On. Lays down the eye, roots up Elk, decent ball of damage. Canyon ready to follow. Canyon with the kickback. Lahens is here, Pays on the way. Canyon gives his life, but Knight stands for an extra second. It's just the 1-for-1. Elk now needs to get the hell out. Jovi chasing, severing Bolt. Nice backstep from Elk.
Oh, he's stuck. Bin's on his way, but he doesn't have TP.
Q through for the extra healing. Chovy wants to finish, zoned away from the eye. Pays now following up, severing Bolt. Side steps from Elk are so damn good, and he just can't go down. He just doesn't. He keeps getting away. Elk is too damn clean with it.
The dodges, evasive maneuvers there from Elk. He escapes all 3 hunters.
The swifties, the movement speed, the moves from Elk. The turret will go down, but BLG will deny CHENGDU that kill.
Meanwhile, on top side, Keen gonna lay down his ultimate to push in and set up for the objective here. Void Grubs started up.
You look back at the start of this play, Lahens' proactive flash really pays off.
Really want to highlight again, Kench in a 1v1 is so insanely strong. His base damages and his health is so tough to deal with, and with the continued sustain on Q, you just can't burst this guy down.
And Jungle, again, is such a difference maker because he's so tanky, like you're saying. They buy enough time for Shun, the Nidalee, to hop his way down there, pick up the kill. The healing and the shields here from Elk keeping On alive, allowing them to push out and quickly take down the objective.
Then here, you see, yes, Summoner has to be invested, the cleanse, sure, but BLG trade up 1-for-1, right? Because Canyon goes down immediately, Knight ends up going down, but he buys the space for Elk that he needs. And even without TPs available, that's one dodge. And honestly, we should keep track of, we can't run the whole clip, but he dodged everything and got out alive.
Incredible play from Elk, not to give away the shutdown. 2-0-2 his scoreline now, 43 souls. He's getting more and more powerful. Shun amping up besides him. 2-0-2 with the Lich Bane completed. It could be Knight in trouble. Pays ready to go over the wall. Pierce over for a bit of extra damage. Fake call. Shun is here. Want to get the combo down. Flash out from Knights. Lahens now there to follow up. Keen trying to chase him down as quickly as he can. Shun, though, ready with the Primal Surge. And the
collapse is coming. CHENGDU used 2 ultimates there.
On coming in. Lahens nowhere to go. Keen cut down by Shun on the Nidalee. The Rumble obliterated, and CHENGDU comes alive for BLG.
And BLG's pathway back into this series is straight through bottom lane.
And it's Shun blind picking the Nidalee, being everywhere he needs to be. 100% kill participation as CHENGDU overinvest, trying to get a kill on Knight. All they get is the flash, and they have to pay dearly with 3 lives.
Pressure continues, 2K advantage for BLG. The Senna's not supposed to be this far ahead in the clock, only a 400 deficit. And Pays has an extra 100 farm. Knight as well, starting to get scarier. And again, the overstep here from CHENGDU.
Yeah, they expend so much. The Callisto and the Ash arrow there. not getting more than the flash out of Knight.
They also don't have a rumble ult. Otherwise, you might have been able to zone them away. Shun goes in here, not afraid of Keen. And then the knock-up from On, and the fact that he lands the slow continuously on pace. The moment Kalista gets slowed down, no way you're ever getting out of that. And then the bot lane turn to boot.
And these fights are giving Elk so many additional souls. The more they scrap around bot lane, the more they accelerate him on this Senna. Chovy continuing in the side lane, farming up. He's had a decent performance thus far, but Knight TPing in, trying to mitigate the push. And meanwhile in the mid lane, Pays is getting a bit of control. BLG with a sizable lead, yes, but Gen G certainly not out of it yet.
We saw this in the series against TES as well, where Gen G, once they thought they were in a good position in the game, really went and overforced a couple times inside. BLG are punishing them expertly, and we talked about the composition with the lead is going to have a great time, particularly for BLG. If you look, the fact that Elk, as you're saying, is already sitting on 50 souls, and the fact that Shun is this fed is absolutely huge.
Yeah, Shun is fully stacked on his Dark Seal on this Nidalee. Does not want to cut those stacks down, does not want to give away that bounty. A lot hinges on him. And if we go back to the composition, though, they don't have guaranteed setup for his spears landing, so he really has to play off of a lot of these slows and a lot of this zone control from the rest of the team. So far, he's done well playing off bottom lane, off of On.
He mid. Mid going in on the side lane against Keen, just trying to get the equalizer out, expecting to back off. Or does he want to try to keep the play going? All these proc Keen forced to flash in the 1v1. The rest of the team descending. Pays ready to keep this going. Ben going back, wants to finish off the kill that he started. Ben! Clutch in the 1v1.
Way too close there for Keen. The whole team of Gen G was headed down to the bottom side, and Bin is good for a kill.
And that means that, yes, Gen G will get a second dragon, but the top lane turret falls as the ultimate.
Arrow hits, but it hits Lahen's body blocking. Excuse me, not Lahen's On, still trying to walk away. Shun coming over the wall, though, an extra 300 health from the Nidalee heal, and Lahen's and Chovy just can't finish the job. Movement speed forward from the way. On getting poked out. The tower going to take some damage, but the wave will soon be deleted.
That's one of the things that BLG is going to have to keep their eyes on. Chovy hasn't hit the point where he's really going to become a big threat, right? Only his first item just done. Knight also, thanks to that play towards bot side and the top lane turret, actually sitting on a sizable gold lead. But I do think for BLG, you want to try and keep this way down. Eventually, the team fighting against this champion becomes so obnoxious with the amount of AoE damage in CC.
When we talked about the compositions earlier, it was about poke, it was about early leads. Shun takes away the edge of Knight, and BLG have that lead. They have that advantage. 1K for Knight, 1.2 for Shun. The second they start to knock down these towers, Gen G are going to run out of lanes to play in.
All right, Gen G. They got to get their reset off. BLG fighting for their lives here and doing quite a good job of it. Now they turn their eyes towards this mid lane, On soaking up, and just trying to hold.
One of the big tools that Gen G have used with Kane in particular is his ability to isolate targets in team fights and set up some insane kicks. One of the, probably the most insane kick I've ever seen was Canyon redirects mid-flight smite just to set up a kick on a crucial target. But the big thing here is that On, with that Tahm Kench, makes that so much harder.
Meanwhile, Bin in the side lanes, it's kind of risky. Wave pushing away from him, so he's just playing it safe here, staying out of vision, soaking experience, knows that he is on the weak side of the map as the rest of the Gen G members there are in River. But he also knows there's no flash on that Rumble.
A bit of a bold call, but we'll give him a small edge, a small bit of additional XP, that much closer to level 12 as BLG begin their onslaught in the mid lane. Spears flying, not going to connect. The Severing Bolt response. Gen G, do they want to try and punish here?
And Gen G, they just have to be aware of the Tahm Kench's positioning here when they look for their Ash arrows.
Ooh! Shun.
Yep. Gotta be aware of their own positioning too, and those spears.
Can't afford to let any more land. Shun hiding the spear as much as he can in the terrain.
Lance wants to try, but he knows as well this Nidalee is hunting.
Herald going to be used. Arrow going to connect. Tahm Kench, where's the Devourer going to go? He doesn't even have to use it. Herald charges into the tower, but doesn't quite finish the job. Canyon backing away.
While this is happening though, look at top lane. Bane is just pushing, so Gen G is going to be forced. With the Air's ult gone, they don't really have a great way to start a fight. Someone needs to answer Bane.
Yeah, BLG, they just want to keep up pressure with their poke comp here in mid lane while they allow the split push to take effect. Bin up to the tower, rest of the poke comp here, squeeze in and whittle down the mid lane. But look at Ash, Lehens is flanking around here.
Has to be careful, of course. Volley across the team. Keen just doing what he can to clear the wave. The mid lane tower still standing as Canyon clears out the wolves.
Going down.
The pressure does its work. Slowly but surely, the 4-1 split push with all of the poke damage coming down.
There's also, again, we keep talking about it because it's so big. There is no Ornn. There is no Sejuani. There is nothing that can hard force fight. There's no Nautilus either. That was banned by, I think, Genji themselves to deny the Senna Nautilus. But that means that once you're behind against the poke composition, it's Canyon or bust. I guess Lehens can hit an arrow, but we saw that that is really hard. Elk has his cleanse, and Kench exists.
Such a difficult game now for Genji to play out. The range at which BLG can play, the lead that they have, makes it simple for them. TP now into the mid lane.
They want to get this turret.
Chovy here, the tower low. Knight, acceleration gate into the shock blast, straight onto Lehens. Lots of damage. Now a Nidalee Spear soon to follow. Both players favoring this wall again to hide the projectile.
Yeah, Genji have nobody to soak up skill shots on their team. And Lehens keeps on catching.
BLG in such a comfortable position. They can really just take their time as long as they don't overcommit, as long as they just continue to throw out this poke.
And the last game was Lehens throwing hands. This time he's catching them, unfortunately for him. BLG move over towards the river. It's hard to imagine. And we haven't talked about the soul yet, but into double poke on either side. I imagine that Ocean Soul is going to feel a lot better. Genji, though, they're already sitting on a Drake advantage, so instead they're going to try and play. And I think they're looking to use their one-win condition, which really is Chovy. As it also looks, haven't talked about this yet, Keen might be going for the Battle Rumble, something we saw him pull out. So he's going to go Riftmaker and then go for a very tanky build, which will allow him to play a lot more aggressive. As the arrow
connects.
Wow, with tower aggro.
Patience waits till he sees the equalizer. Canyon, does he want to follow? Isn't in range yet, would have to flash for the commit. Severing Bolt, Genji really trying to hard force here. Pull back onto On. Maw there, Canyon stepping out.
Pace is low.
Abyssal dive, Chovy forced to flash. On getting lower and lower, not gonna have enough time to pop the thick skin. And suddenly Knight's caught out. Knight isolated, Severing Bolt gonna hit, just a bit of extra damage. Lehens now on the run. W hits, slowed down, now he's forced to flash, shown off to the side of the Nidalee.
It's not enough.
Knight escaping,
Possible
Genji.
soul point.
That's the big thing. The Drakes can mitigate so much of what BLG composition can do.
Bin, the TP, the flank, the ward.
9K getting lower.
They don't know.
Jax on the side. Genji cannot see it coming.
He's got flash.
In
Bin
the
has
clutch.
flash.
And when it counts, Bin is here. Chovy flashless. They spot him in time, but now it is Elk who's been caught. It's a beautiful collapse from Genji. BLG thought they had the angle. Shun now firing back. Bin continuing to chase down pace. Shun forced to flash away. TP coming in. Keen should just drop here, but an excellent route. Keen flashing out the follow from Bin. Bin wants to finish at the extra shield, an extra bit of time. Third Drake for Genji. BLG in the middle of the river, trying to run down Canyon. Chovy running as well. Good bit of fear. Canyon in the midst, the follow-up is instantaneous, but Knight turns it back, and On stands tall. The cue, the follow-up, the slow. Knight should just be able to finish this fire like Despair, but Despair for who? And Keen's the only one who lives. Is he gonna die too? He's going down! Chasing Keen, overheated, out of options.
The big thing here.
Elk starts to be careful though.
Baron is up.
Keen does a ton of damage. Will finally get the kill, the equalizer.
Baron is up. Baron is up. BLG. They can try and take his objective. No one can stop them. Only Basin's hands are alive.
They're not enough. BLG. A beautiful fight to further extend their lead. Now the Baron empowering this poke composition.
Genji all in to get their Dragon Soul point. They had Canyon stay on the Dragon to DPS it, and they did get their Dragon, but look what it cost them. So many extra kills, and the Baron buff for the Siege comp to push with. The split push will now take effect. BLG are coming for those towers.
Follow for the damage, not enough. Elk just too accelerated. Shun there with the heal too. Chovy gonna clear the wave as quick as he can.
It was the re-engage, I think, from Canyon when he wasn't able to kill Shun. That felt like the turning point because Chovy was playing it back, and we saw this the last time Genji played this Wei composition as well. You need to play it slow. Wei is so strong as the cannon gets the final order on the turret.
They tried. The eye not gonna proc there.
And Knight got back there for some local gold too. Now the split push though that we're looking for. The siege continues. The siege continues. BLG looking to get inside the base.
And again, if BLG can take all these tier 2s and push Gen G back to their base, it's just again so simple to play this poke composition. Shock blast hits. Chovy has to be careful. The root hits as well. Severing Bolt does not connect. BLG, no wave to play on top side. Been bringing in a wave mid. Good news for the side of Gen G is Keen's already pushed out bottom lane, so the amount of avenues for BLG to play through to further extend this lead are limited.
Trying to play into a poke comp as double AD carry. So rough, no engage for Gen G. Chovy still only sitting on 2.5 items, and they can keep dodging, but these minions are still going to do a whole lot of work. And Bin, meanwhile, in the side lane, I don't think there's anyone that can really match him.
Keen keeping the pressure up though, hoping he can maybe get a tier 2 back. Bin now recalling, does not have the TP.
Look at the faith here Gen G have in their wave clear. They actually sent Canyon to counter jungle. Canyon's counter jungling right now while the rest of the team defends against the BLG siege. Keen's gonna get the tower, Canyon's gonna get the raptors, and he's working on Krugs here too. Gen G, they're so good at just getting little bits back, even in the face of all of this BLG pressure.
And here, Elk dies immediately. So much of the gold and the sustained damage is gone, but because the health bars are so low, it's really hard for Gen G. The mobility from Shun ends up being huge. And then here you see Bin is gonna overchase for Keen, who's gonna take him on a merry journey. They get the dragon, and then here I think Gen G gets just a little bit overexcited. With Wei, I don't think that BLG can actually chase, but Canyon going in and then not getting the kill on Shun is absolutely pivotal.
But you can see that slight moment where there's miscommunication, where Chovy burns all of his skills and then Canyon follows up. It's the little things in a final, in a tense game, in a game where you're at a disadvantage that can cost you. Lance waiting off to the side. And the Rumble is still hitting. The composition is still powerful.
Okay? He was applying pressure.
Zoning.
Well, he's collecting a lot of gold as well in this game. Big gold leads for the whole top side of the map for BLG, and Bin now in his customary 4-1 split push, getting the bottom wave up to this outer tower.
Both of these two teams never give up though. That's a big thing. We saw it in the last game. The problem for Gen G is, yeah, they can have great team fighting, but one spear, one shock blast, and your health bar looks like this.
I'm getting anxious just watching Chovy walk up at 70% HP.
And one dragon that could be the difference. This dragon arriving. Gen G invested a lot trying to get that, but it's going to be really hard for them to steal away or sneak it away somehow.
Oh, okay. Extra movement speed coming in. Lahens does make it out. Dawning Shadow, not going to connect. Would have finished the kill. BLG break another tier 2 tower. Drake at 16 seconds.
Yeah, it should be there, Drake. I don't see a way for Gen G to move up and steal it. They've got plenty of control over the jungle here. Throw down a bunch of traps, and they're fishing around for a pick first.
And Gen G, they use Canyon, the most mobile member, really hard to lock him down. There isn't that much you see on BLG, and oh my god, Gen G, they're going to try nonetheless.
They want that Ocean Soul!
Canyon off to the side, spotted. No TP flanks, no creative angles, endless poke coming in. Chovy getting lower and lower, the arrow hitting onto On, Spiraling Despair as he retreats. Bin ready to follow up, he jumps back to the minions. Still 5 members, Spears coming in. Senecus over the top. And BLG bully Gen G back and turn their sights to the Drake.
That's a TP invested as well. Chovy using his TP to try and contest mid wave. But Gen G right now just too far behind when it comes to gold. The item completions just aren't there. And instead, we'll try and look for counter jungle. Maybe a play here towards the mid lane with this TP, but they don't really know, and it is On, so collapsing them in always going to feel very tough. Gen G didn't lose any inhibs, but the real test comes in about 50 seconds. The second Baron.
Retake play.
Take play, knock up, interrupt onto Bin. Lee Sin goes in, kick back at the wall and finishes him. Pays, killing spree. Gen G, 1 kill already there. Now the knockout coming through though. BLG want to extend the fight, but a beautiful equalizer across the team. And now it's BLG being run down. Keen comes up. Clutch, the follow-up is incredible from Pays. Elk now forced to flash out, and it might be Gen G who turned back to the Baron.
It's in 30 seconds here, and the death timer on Knight is over 40 seconds.
He TP'd as well, so even if he gets up, he can't join.
Is this the moment that Genji were waiting for?
Genji always looking for the cross map. Now they continue to apply pressure though, trying to siege up and get the extra goal to the tower.
Chovy deleting the wave, does get rooted. Shun doesn't have the angle to launch a spear.
Baron.
Canyon quick to body block, spear will not hit.
They're
7 seconds on Bin.
Pays is recalling, Pays is resetting.
I think they're not going for it.
Yeah,
Chovy grasping Maw, good damage onto Elk, spiraling despair, dawning shadow, severing ball!
And he's fine, of course. I don't know why I was
scared. Teleport.
That's a flank from Bin, but he's isolated.
All right, just to check the Baron, just to make sure they're not going to go for the rush there.
Chovy doesn't have TP again. Remember, used it for the earlier mid contest. So there is no way for either team here. We'll see if BLG can find an opportunity.
This game is so intense, and Genji showing the value of investing in cross-map vision. You have to be so careful when you're retaking the other side of the map. Arrow goes right down the middle.
Shock blast, bit of poke onto Keen. Relatively tanky compared to the rest of the lineup.
That's important. Look at that. He's already building towards that Jack shows. Keen is going to be one of the main tools with his shield when we get to the late stage of the game to try and deal with that poke. And don't forget, Genji got the soul. Or sorry, soul point. They got the dragon. Oh, that poke though, still
hurts. But Keen has to be respected. You saw in the previous fight, if he overheats with this build on that squishy backline, all of BLG will get burned down. BLG, though, continuing to move up towards the Baron. The fight for mid-wave prio, absolutely lethal. A single spear connects. It could be the end of this game 3 for Genji.
Crucially, you see BLG, they respect the damage that Chovy has as well. Because if they start up Nash, they're sitting in that pit, and Chovy just throws skill shot. It might not be enough.
Onto Chovy.
Huge damage.
BLG hesitate for a second. Again, the CC options aren't great.
They don't know yet.
Especially when Bin doesn't have a flank. Canyon doesn't hit. Follow-up is good. Equalizer to kick things off. Bin immediately into the backside to buy space for the rest of the team. Forced to flash away, but he's bringing the spiraling back to despair backwards. Interrupt there. Bin safe for a brief moment, but now it's Genji winning the fight. Slow and extended. Lehens keeps the pressure up. BLG forced back into their own side.
Chovy has TP.
Mid-wave.
So he might want to look for a back.
They're in enemy territory. How do they get back? BLG ready to fight. A single cooldown, a single misstep could turn it. BLG still have the poke composition.
The sustain there from the Senna, from the Nidalee, doing wonders for BLG.
Oh, nice! The spear fall doesn't connect, but it does not matter. The instant flash out from Lehens and Lon knows this is his time, but Genji immediately fire back. 2 members down, 1 on both sides. The route onto Canyon. BLG not in position.
Misses.
Looking for the angle. The shock blast, the flash out from Canyon. Everything balanced in this moment in game 3. Genji retreating, calmed, cold, disciplined, knowing this could cost them, but Keen ready for the turn, ready for the setup, ready to try and burn down Knight. Canyon tries to follow, but he cannot do it.
The Nidalee heals him right back up. BLG, they've got an angle on Baron. They're going to start it up.
Oh, and Genji no, but I don't think they can do anything about this. Chovy's going to try and TP in. They don't have a jungler. Pace wants to get the back. The spell shield will save him.
They're looking for
the soul,
for the setup,
for the
soul.
Trade.
BLG, though, they've done it. They've gotten the Baron. Baron-empowered recalls. They can reset and get out to the Dragon. Every spear, every shock blast here, the difference between life and death. Knight hits the God shock blast onto the 2 backline members, and they just go for it.
Even though On ends up dying, as long as you keep Genji within your distance, that's 100% going to be worth it. Lehens dies towards the side as well, and then now it's just a shooting gallery as Genji just don't really have a way out, so he can keep landing. And again, Keen forced into trying to all in here, doesn't get it, and Canyon this time around doesn't get anything, immediately gets knocked back, and Knight survives.
So much poke landing there, and now the arrival of the Dragon Soul.
And Genji can give this up, but I got a feeling that they won't.
Benji so determined to fight for this. On, kicked back, the follow-up isn't there. Canyon, too keen to start the play. The missile dive gonna connect on the Keen. It's a beautiful equalizer. The follow-up isn't there, and Knight is ready to punish, but they've turned back onto the Jace. They've taken him down. It's a double for Pays, and Genji can smell the soul. They can see it, they can taste it, and BLG will have to respect it as they back away.
That equalizer denied full access to BLG. They couldn't walk up. Genshin steal it.
No way.
That's all.
The Ocean Soul versus the Poke team. They've done it. Genji have collected the soul. BLG, though, what can they do? Still 1 minute and 20 seconds on this Baron buff.
it's insult to injury, though, because they've spent so much of their Baron buff time trying to contest an objective that they ultimately lost, and the fight seems over-eager at first, but it's a beautiful turn.
And Genji know they have to work their way through this Tahm Kench health bar to start out these fights. So Lehens just keeps arrowing on the Tahm Kench. They get the first kill onto TK, and then on the arrival there, Chovy lets him have it.
And Knight, I think he tried to time a lot of his burst there onto the moment the teleport arrived, but it wasn't well timed, so Chovy is just fine.
And in the previous fight, Knight, it was the shock blast, the knockback onto Keen to make sure he didn't drop, but in that fight, he was the problem. Cannot afford to TP. Genji too quick to turn, now empowered by the Ocean Soul. BLG still with the lead. Certainly the poke still terrifying, but Genji are getting stronger and stronger.
This is the most important game of dodgeball these players will ever play. Now with the Ocean Soul as an answer though, if you just get an attack off on a minion, just get an attack off here and there, the regeneration is gonna do wonders for Genji.
Chovy now also sitting at 4 items. He's actually gonna be able to just clear these waves as Canyon.
Canyon threatening, severing bolt, kicks it back! Caught out, but Tahm Kench there to deny the arrow follow of Canyon's the one who's gonna take the chunk, but they get a crucial cooldown. Elk, 120 souls, he's only getting scarier on out with the Abyssal Dive. Will stay standing, but you can see how much stronger Genji have become.
There was no equalizer there, and now the Baron buff is timed out. Canyon got the flash, they got the Devour. We'll see if that's enough to look for an angle.
Big peel on the arrow there as well. Lehens buying some space for Canyon to escape afterwards. That critical flash, we'll see if that is the way to victory, because Genji now will march towards mid.
The only sound in this arena, that of the commentators, the tension palpable. All of Chengdu ready to rally behind BLG, but knowing that the job is not done despite the leads, the early advantages. Genji have found a way back. 3.5 minutes till Elder, 2 till the Baron. BLG still going to continue to fish for poke, but again, it's about control. You need the vision advantage if you want to make it easy for yourself, and Genji are overloading the top side of the map.
We're getting to the point where it might become about how much can Elk do versus how much can Chovy do, right? Chovy sitting at 4 items, Elk sitting currently at 130 souls, 3 items on this Senna. So much of these fights have come down to the zone control, particularly for Genji. I think their poke is worse, but if you take a fight in a bad angle, you are going to get shredded in seconds. The equalizer plus way combo is so devastating.
And it's moments like this, on the most grand of stages, where you have to come up with those hero plays. Keep your eyes on Canyon. The Lee Sin can be the difference maker to look for those picks.
Your jungle goat.
The jungle goat.
Oh, Jay done for Knight, so he can play way more aggressive. Flash available as well for this chase.
Shun, 607. Knight, 2.1k gold ahead. The poke is there. Bin at 3 items. BLG have the tools, but they have to play flawlessly. If anyone on either side gets picked, this game will end.
All of the hopes of the LPL rest on BLG's shoulders right now. A critical turning point. Can they do it?
That's Arrow to start. Devour already gone. Keen, is he ready for the follow-up? Bin off to the side. Genji staying grouped as 5. They don't want to expose themselves, leave any weaknesses. Shun coming over the wall. Again, lack of CC means it's so easy for him to find these angles.
Dodgeball.
It's so hard to be punished. Brute follow-up. Knight zoned away for a moment, but now they're going to try to collapse. Canyon fishing for the kick angle, knowing that the Tahm Kench cannot save himself. Good start, but Canyon forced to flash out. Dawning Shadow, and Bin goes in, but the counter-strike does not connect. Keen trying to keep the fight going. Elk off to the side. They need to take him down. Chovy still living for a moment. Elk on the chase. Everyone still alive.
In these drawn-out fights, the Ocean Soul gets so much value. Chovy, he took a couple of pieces of fruit and he's already looking fine.
Yeah, Elk is getting pretty scary with his range on the Senna too. You can see him spacing so nicely there. 140 souls, and the sustain off the Nidalee heals and the Senna also doing work for BLG. Both sides continuing the siege.
It's a battle of attrition. It's the Ocean Soul versus the healing of this Nidalee and Senna. Genji pushing out mid first, moving into the Baron, threatening. BLG don't have the vision, and Genji know it.
No wave.
On has to be the one to check.
5 seconds.
Bit of a slow. Lehens poking. A little bit of poke from the shockwave onto Lehens. Vulnerable, but again, the Ocean Soul just makes it so easy to sustain on, getting chunked out. Chovy well and truly online. The arrow into the equalizer. It's a beautiful combo. On, taken out. Bin waiting for the perfect angle, but one is down. And in goes Bin. The flash forward. The counter strike. 5 to 2. desperate to turn it back. It's the fight for BLG. Bin comes up clutch.
Can they chase the rest of them down? Pays is cornered here.
He slowed down. I think he's gonna go.
Knight wants to finish the job.
Bin
Bottom of the
TP on
division.
Ash.
Bin takes down Lehens.
They're gonna get
down they go.
BLG, they got them all. They're gonna go for it, keeping the hopes of the LPL alive.
And it's Ben flashing on top of Chovy. Chovy, even with his flash, ends up going down. They're gonna look for the Antkeen's up in 15 seconds. But I don't know if he alone can do enough. He can't try the other wave.
The final push from BLG. CHENGDU alive once again with the sounds of BLG. It will not be a 3-0. They will not go easy. BLG, bring it back.
The LPL has won the last 3 MSIs, and they are not going to give away that trophy easily. You are going to have to pry their fingers off of that trophy. BLG, hold on.
CHENGDU was up 2-0 against TES. Were able to regain control in the last game possible. And BLG again have shown how tenacious they are. CHENGDU, they fought valiantly, but it wasn't enough. Bin finding Chovy in that crucial fight.
Absolutely did. A nail-biting game 3 brings us to 2-1. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break that down.
Thank you so much. What a cast, by the way. You guys are nailing it as much as Ben nailed them all. In the end, we talked about coming into this day, our Mercedes-featured matchup, Chovy versus Ben. It's been a lot of Chovy. It's been a lot of CHENGDU. But Ben, in that game, said, not today. You will not sweep me on my home turf.
On his jacks as well. This is when he pops off. And I'm not going to lie, myself and Emily were watching a lot of this going, this is the most aggressive poke comp I have ever seen in my life, but somehow BLG make it work.
Well, we were also kind of like, okay, do we trust them to be able to set up the poke? And the answer was kind of no. And then also, playing Jax into this comp is very difficult. Let's just say, like, the difficulty level is high. And I feel like, obviously, it worked. The Shun Nidalee special, do you hate that it worked? A little bit.
No, we like the feels you gotta get.
I don't hate that the Bin Jax worked. Obviously, like, him still being able to find the angles in these fights, even with the Rumble equalizers that were coming out from Keen that were stellar. I think the Shun Nidalee could still use some work. I know it's a signature champion, guys. I've been watching him too.
Cut him some slack.
I know. I've been watching him for a very long time. It is his 5th most played champion. I believe he has a 57% win rate. 57.6% win rate on it. But I think the big thing here, when you're looking at this comp, you're like, okay, this is something they're comfortable with, even if we don't like it, right?
Yeah.
These are champions that they are very comfortable playing.
And I think that's it. It's like falling back to what was Upper for Night and oh my god.
Oh my god. That's terrifying.
First.
On Top Esports in 2020 was this, hey, I want to take the Jace, we want to play from range, you want to try and have this like poke kind of style. And I think that's kind of what they're falling back into, was a lot of comfort. And we've lost Emily.
I can't stop looking at the Bin Nidalee Photoshop, or the Shun Nidalee Photoshop.
But I think this is where it is going back towards comfort. I didn't particularly like the composition, because I think
you hated it.
Yeah, because I think you end up with really tough lanes to try and play out. You've got a way better and easier to execute composition on the side of CHENGDU. But what we've seen over the course of this series is that isn't always what works out, right? What has on paper the better composition hasn't necessarily always won. And that was the same the first time we saw these two face up. So going towards that comfort maybe is the call for BLG here.
Yeah, and even though he did have a few misplays in this, I think Knight being on the Jace was also something he brought out again in MSI Finals last time. As we go through the first game, BLG were in such a good position in this game.
Yeah.
I was so mad.
We're just taking stock of kind of the 3 games we've seen in order to form an appropriate picture of what's going to happen, but I don't know.
No, I don't think we know.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really knows, because even looking at game 1, we ended up with BLG having a strong early game. They brought out the Twist of Fate, and Shun just overextends once, and CHENGDU is like, great, it's ours now, this is it. Game 2, CHENGDU come in, and it's a bloodbath. CHENGDU completely have control over every fight that they want to. It's looking absolutely fantastic. And it feels like we're finally getting to the point where Gen G, coming into Game 3, should be able to just sweep the series. But by going back to what is just comfort for this squad, not something that on paper works incredibly well together, is what will get BLG across the line.
It is, but it did. They needed to be dragged across the finish line because it was really only maybe one auto away for Gen G in order for them to just make this a clean sweep. But that's what I love so much about best of fives, especially at the highest level, and it doesn't get any higher than this in the grand finals of MSI, where you have to make it count every single time, every auto attack. You have to finish every kill, because now, guess what? BLG is back in this, and perhaps in the back of Gen G's mind, it is starting to dawn on them that they had it in the palm of their hands when they were at the Nexus.
And I feel like the person that they need to get this game out of the palm of the hand is Bin. Bin has been an absolutely stellar performer across the board for BLG every single game. The TF looked great, the Camille looked great, even though he lost on it, and now we're seeing the Jax pop up again. And as you look at the drafts on your screen, I think this is where they're going to see that focus once more.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is that for Gen G across these games, the compositions they brought out, obviously the Karthus Yone comp that was interesting but ended up winning because of that mistake and that pick onto Shun in the top side, right? The Yone, Zach, and Lahen's Blitzcrank in game 2, putting on an absolute clinic. I think it's, and then obviously the Nidalee and the Jax that we just talked about, and the Jace. It's been a really interesting trade of power picks for these specific players, not necessarily for the meta.
But this is what I love about these international tournaments. You look back to Worlds 2023, it was T1 coming in and going, screw your meta. We're going to go back to double AD carry bot, and we are the best at this style, and we're going to beat you at it. Now you come into this series, and it's not Gen G going, we're going to go for meta picks. We're going for Yones, we're going for Karthuses, we're going for Nidalees now for BLG. It's you defining the meta in this series is what is going to get you the win.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm eating what I'm cooking myself, which is the hype for BLG back in the series. But I have to say, in my heart of hearts, I don't really believe it at this point, just because of how competitive Gen G stayed in that game and how they almost took it, and that they are going back to the blue side.
True. And I also think the big thing is that we built up like Bin versus Chovy, right? This is the big matchup. And while I feel like Chovy has played really well, the story to me for Gen G is there are other players stepping up, especially this bot lane of Pays and Lahen.
Oh, what a redemption story.
Yeah, I think it's been absolutely incredible. I mean, Lahen's on that Blitzcrank was incredible. Pays setting new records. Like, it feels like they've had a new lease of life when they've been doubted for so long in the tournament. But now you've got to look back at it again and go, okay, can we try and go to something that isn't going to enable BLG to run away? Because we started to see mistakes creep into Gen G's gameplay, like over-chasing, overextending, and this was something that we've seen time and again from top teams that has been punished. Now do they just pull back and go, guys, it's back to basics, it's back to square one. We're going to take a composition we know how to work on. We're not going to go and chase after. We're going to set up our side waves, because that's where that focus for Gen G has been, in beating BLG consistently across not just this series, but both of them.
Yeah, it was 3-1 also, right, last time. This was what we jumped into the matchup with, and we're not quite sure to call a winner yet, as we are not quite sure who will win this series yet. And we're going to take a quick break before we get into that Game 4. It could still very well just be the match and the championship for Gen G, but for BLG, they have to rally behind what they've started to build up to make all of CHENGDU happy. We'll be right back.
Here we go. Game 4. A lot of despair, I think, in the air here in Chengdu at the end of that game 2, but BLG managed to bring it back. And what's coming next? We've had Poke, we've had Genji playing really early game, we've had literally every possible permutation of both teams at this point.
I love it. I love it. We have had absolute cinema is what we have had. Banger after banger after banger, everyone in a different way as well. What are the adjustments going to come further? Because the most important adjustment in the previous one, Knight pulled out the Jace. Everyone's talking about pressure on Knight, put pressure on him. Chovy gapped him last time. And they came out with the Poke comp, they made it work. Bin, they had the confidence, he slammed his Jax, and they won the game. But this time around, Genji on blue side.
Senna seems to be the obvious pick up here. We'll see if BLG going to choose to ban it or just trade a Kalista, as we have been seeing. Genji, just like BLG did in the game number 2, held on for a very long time, but just like BLG, didn't end up being enough, as the K'Sante ban going to continue here against Keen.
Okay, so Senna and Kalista both up. Usually you go with the Senna prio and then trade the Kalista on the other side, but will BLG throw something differently?
Taking the Nautilus away.
The Nidalee prio is there! They steal away the Nautilus to break it up for the Senna, and then they slam the Nidalee again. Shun, deathless in the last one. They have faith.
We are trending towards the darkest timeline, which is B1 Nidalee. I'm just warning everyone. Coming into the tournament, I would not have believed you. I'm still in disbelief, but given the performance that Shun had on that Nidalee last game, plus the performances that Kenny himself has had, it does feel like it makes sense. And let me tell you, if this is a jungle Maokai, can obviously also go with the Senna, but if it is, that is going to be a really, really tough early game matchup to navigate.
Does offer a bit of utility, certainly the CC, the disengage, the Saprolings, and the brushes, but definitely not a champion who can go toe-to-toe with the Nidalee, really at many stages, and if they lock that in, then it's a support Maokai. Yep. Here we go.
Maokai into the Nautilus. Nice stuff here from Lehens, and they're gonna double down. Worked last game. They like the poke. The AD plus AP poke. Choose your poison here. I thought Knight had a really good game on the last one, but the Tristana unbanned, so they go this one instead. It does have a really good pushing power as well. I've got my eyes on the Twisted Fate again. When you have Twisted Fate and Tristana, you have so much power to quickly push waves and then play the map in a really wide area. Plus, your Twisted Fate with Gold Card comes in and sets up Nidalee really, really well too.
Kenyon in that last game, not the lead performance we're used to see from him. Really wasn't able to deliver the performance that I think the team needed. He's back on it now. Until we're going to see, unless we're going to see Lehens lead. But I know Keria would. I don't think Lehens would. The Hui ban is huge though, because that was last time what Genji played. This trend of just keep throwing bans at Chovy, I think, is going to continue.
And Chovy's a monster in the lane. I think getting small leads, keeping that pushing advantage up on this way, and then still able to rain down the long-range skills in the fights. But the downside of leaving your bottom lane so late is the Kalista can now get taken off the board. Of course, Elk and On play every single viable, aggressive champion in this meta. There's still a Varus. There's still a Draven if they want to dig deep and pull it out.
Still a Samira too.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, once this tournament.
It blocks Maokai. No, that feels pretty good. Doesn't block Senna autos though. That's sad.
Imagine it's got to be an AD pick up here. Can save the counter pick for Bin. I know a lot of the game was about Shun and Knight, but to me, Bin with that final pick onto Chovy felt like he was a pivotal factor in them denying the fight. We are going hyper carry.
I mean, when in doubt, bet on the late game. BLG think they can weather the storm of whatever Genji have put together, trusting in Shun and his early game power to take them to 3 items.
Those are 2 mega AD carries for later on in the game too. Both the Trist and the Zeri here. Genji, they're gonna double down, grab the Rumble for themselves. They've got plenty of magic damage. What is it going to be the final piece here for Chovy?
Taking his time. A lot of options left available. Only the Corki, the A-Soul, the Hui taken off.
Could see the Yone. Even though in Tristani will struggle early, Yone Rumble is a really strong combination. Instead, it's going to be the Azir. Haven't seen it really prioritized thus far. Not necessarily what you want to play into the Tristana. Tristana can obviously buffer the ultimate and has a lot of early game pushing power that Azir doesn't deal with as well anymore, as Keen last game, not the best performance on the Rumble has been. He's gonna go for comfort again.
When in doubt, lock in the Camille. Been so confident yesterday. Scaling for BLG, looking powerful. Chovy doing his best to match with the Azir, but very magic damage, heavy composition. Easy itemization choices for Ben. For on the bottom side of the map, this is gonna be a tough one to navigate.
And this time around, I actually feel like Shun has better options to go to. You know, going to a Camille who can always set you up, going to a Nautilus lane that can always set you up as well. I think the Nidalee angle even better this time around. Let's see if BLG can rally here and push us all the way to another game 5.
Last year, when they met in quarters, the same thing happened, but on the reverse, right? BLG went up 2-0. CHENGDU fought back and then still got slammed down. Most people coming into the day were expecting a 3-0 or 3-2 rather, one way or another. Chovy does have his Azir, one of the champions he has been excellent on, but I do agree, particularly with how the early game in that last game played out, CHENGDU are gonna have to play a lot cleaner. We've seen BLG, even from deficits, can find amazing team fights. This time around, CHENGDU, I think Canyon in particular has got to get them to that mid game.
Canyon leads in some highlight moments, but not able to bring home the win. We talked about last game, either side really having fantastic engage tools. It's a bit of a different story here. Bin on the Camille, much more reliable on the Nautilus, the point and click. CHENGDU's still gonna have to get creative. They have Lehens. They've got Canyon with a bit of CC as well, but they also have all of CHENGDU cheering against them. 2-1 now. Can BLG bring it to a game 5?
I'm just saying, I've been having a lot of game 5s, guys. I was there yesterday. I was there for G2 T1 as crowd going insane here. Understandably, BLG extending their life in this series, and it's Shun on Nidalee again.
Trying to poke. Any damage that they can get to stick would be nice to have. It is the Halo Blades for Chovy versus a bit of extra healing on the side of Knight, Fleet Footwork. Both sides relatively reserved level 1s.
Lane swap in action here. Zeri up to the top side for BLG, and no deep wards have been had, so they should be able to pull that off without the answer.
Are going to see Pays and Lehens. Let's go for standard pathing Keen. This time going for the Ghost. As opposed to the Flash he went for last time around. Imagine he's going to go for the same build that he did last game. His Equalizer in particular really needed to be more on the mark, and that's something that CHENGDU is going to rely on in this game as well.
Definitely are. Knight stepping up. Satchel Charge expected to win the early trades, but respecting the potential of the Halo Blades to turn it back, so gets the cooldown, backs off as Bin. The bottom lane, tough to survive, dives against the Maokai who can so easily reset tower aggro.
Going for experience!
But he wants that XP. Walks up and gets a creep? 2 creeps?
It's not bad, right? With the shields plus the healing, actually takes not that much damage. Maokai level 1, not offering too much.
Good bit of poke.
Second trade though.
This is tough. Bin trading almost his entire health bar just for an extra creep of XP, as Knight really trying to capitalize on the level 2 for the Tristana. Big chunk.
Turret!
Knight though has the reset, of course, because he does fully proc the Satchel Charge, so Keen's gank just really not effective.
Meanwhile, Bin goes for the reset after trading most of his health bar for a couple of melee creeps worth of experience. See if he can get back out to the other side now.
Whoa, the invade.
Walking back.
You have a ward.
Trying to get spotted, but On is here. Flash out, Canyon still rooted by the auto. Now might try to follow, but the Wolves will reset. On using the priority they have topside to secure extra camps for Shun. Now it's Chovy who has to be careful, as CHENGDU have 3 members on the bottom side.
It's pretty big for Nidalee there. Able to go blue quadrant to blue quadrant, chasing Canyon out. Now Canyon has nothing to feed on. No more camps on their lane swap side of the map. And if Nidalee gets accelerated in this farming game, then we have seen what Shun can do.
There was also already a ward towards the one play that Canyon could make, which is that gank towards mid. So ward spots him, no real play available as Chovy, no flash.
Go in, the hook, the flash back. Connected on the wall, Chovy couldn't take the risk. And the struggle here is that for that camp for Shun, for the extra camps for Shun, it's excellent to have, but in the meantime, Gen G have been taking so many plates in the bottom lane.
Yeah, got thrown up by Canyon having no flash, but now Chovy also has no flash, so ends up working out the same way as Lehens. Might be a dive target here.
Bought it. Can twisted advance to dodge the initial CC, but he doesn't dodge the hook, and that's crucial. He does, however, get the spear. Aftershock is there, and the dive fumble.
No.
The first blood, Lehens! Gift wrap for him.
Lehens does it again! His twisted advance, the W, he dodged the spear. Nautilus was trying to set up Shun for the guaranteed spear, but Lehens got his twisted advance off. He dodged it, and he got the counter kill.
Absolutely massive moment for Gen G. Their front line gonna feel way better about that. It was a heavy investment from BLG, and meanwhile on the bottom half of the map, FaZe just pushing to his heart's content.
They're doing it correctly, like they're trying to get the combo onto him, but he twisted advance, the spear goes right through in his aftershock, and tower shot is enough.
I mean, a millisecond late on the spear. The hitbox almost gets him right. It becomes untargetable. Shun, that has to hurt, of course, he still has the lead, but unfortunate, they lost so much pressure on the top side. In the meantime, FaZe was still pressuring on bot.
Lehens just got a full Bomby Cinder there on the Maokai. Let's see how giga he can get this game. Meanwhile, Shun, though, the Nidalee, the farm lead.
Oh, this is a very dangerous moment for Keen. He just TP'd back, but Bin isn't here just yet. We'll see if Shun is willing to cancel. Doesn't look like it's the case. So Keen should get this crash in here. It's gonna be fine.
Now we resume normal lanes as Keen forces out the top. Knight jumping in. Wants to practice satchel charge for the reset. Quick control ward dropped. Knight keeping the pressure up mid lane, obviously favored in these early trades.
One of the big things with the Zeri in particular, which is why we saw Vi come back into the meta in the first place, is you need guaranteed point and click CCs. Knight.
Turbo Shock Rocket. The Turbo Shock Rocket will not connect, no matter how loud it is.
Yep, good movement there from Knight, just moves down to his jungler. Shun obviously on the bottom half of the map and should be able to control the dragon, no problem.
Shun starting the objective, BLG with a push out bottom lane, slowly building pretty meaningful advantages. Yes, the Maokai has 1,000 gold ahead, but not too big of a problem at this stage of the game. The Drake, however, we've seen Drake stacking in every single game in the finals thus far. BLG gonna look to get an edge there, is on. Hex flashes into mid, and Keen tries to overheat at the right time to punish Bin.
We'll be able to, we now have the rotation, so already the Drake, taken by BLG, and they're now looking to solidify their lead even more. And a lot of this comes from the fact that Knight in that mid lane is doing a great job. We already knew that the Azir is definitely going to struggle in the 1v1. As a result, BLG gets everything they want.
Yep, the recipe for neutral objectives is mid-prio and jungle advantage, and that experience advantage still true. Meanwhile, Elkir trying to fend them off on the bottom side tower, but FaZe and Lehens have their eyes on these turret plates and continue to mine gold out of them.
FaZe walking away, 20 souls already. Shun taking every objective he possibly can. Gen G have a bit of a gold lead, but BLG just continuing to rack up these objectives.
Last game, Canyon wasn't able to have the early game impact. In the mid to late game, some of his decision making around the skirmish didn't end up working out. It's another play on Chovy, but Spear won't hit. That should be the end of that. And this time around, I think particularly either to one of his side lanes or towards the ball, he's got to get some lane ahead. They need something to play through. And even though Gen G is doing fine in terms of gold thanks to all the plates they got, I do think that they want to try and push the advantage even more.
And it's really hard to do specifically against Nidalee because they're able to rush their Sork shoes. So you have all this mobility with your Cougar form, with your Sork shoes rushed here so early on for Shun because of the lane swap and getting the extra jungle quadrant there. Now it's very easy for them to move in, continue to control the Scuttle Crabs and the vision to allow them to roam between bot and mid.
Elk and On, Shun and On just moving around the map as a duo. Elk comfortable on the bottom side. He has the cleanse. He's Zeri. He's tough to lock down. The only point and click, relatively low range on Lehens, freeing up this duo to just terrorize Canyon's jungle.
One of the big differences in the last game, though, is that this time Keen hasn't been put meaningfully behind, which does mean we do see him being able to generate a meaningful lead as possible collapse. But CHENGDU, they do suspect this and have a couple of members ready.
CHENGDU. Lehens just ults to clear the wave. Sorry, excuse me, Elk. Lehens is forced to back away. Now CHENGDU cancel the back of Bin. Seeing if he can make the all in there, but Pace is already here, gonna try to pick up some souls and pick up some plates.
Another cancel there. Bin does FTP. You see immediately on, making a beeline towards the top half of the map. Same for Shun. In case of a dive, not gonna be the case.
Yeah, it's really dangerous to dive the Camille because even though the ultimate is often used as this trap tool, being able to dodge a key ability with your Hextech ultimatum, you know that you have to have the respect that Bin will be able to pull it off. He is safe up there, and he cleans up that cannon wave.
Now cresting the 9-minute mark. Not too long until the next set of grubs, a minute 50. 2 minutes on the Drake as well. See where CHENGDU want to put their priority. Thus far, BLG building a pretty big lead. 300 gold for the Nidalee, Hextech Alternator, Knight and On moving together. BLG really feel much more in control in this game than they did in the first two in our series.
When it comes to gold, though, CHENGDU is still doing fight again, courtesy of all the plates they were able to pick up, both in the top side as well as in the bottom half of the map. The main thing, though, is going to be the fights that are going to come up for the next two objectives, the Ocean Drake and the free grubs. We'll see where CHENGDU is going to put their main priority. I think denying 6 grubs against particularly Camille and Tristana is definitely a worthwhile endeavor, but because BLG also has an early Drake, might want to go for that as well.
And specifically, CHENGDU could make a play onto the Nautilus here.
Keen caught out, hookshot, the wall dive connecting, running for his life now. Just gets deleted in an instant. Excellent movement from the side of BLG.
Meanwhile, the cross map here, trying to play off Lehens' ultimate on still level 4 on the Nautilus, but very close to 5.
Power low, not gonna get him close enough to proc to demolish. The counterplay denied. Elk just stepping up level 8 on the Zeri.
Really big there from Elk because he clears the wave. They can't get a demolish proc off, and the counter, the cross map, not gonna come through.
And then the safe play. After defending that tower, keeping it upright, they back off, make sure there's not gonna be a repeat dive. Slip right back in.
Good denial. Tower is slowly taking a little bit of damage with the Ultra Shock laser from Elk clearing out the wave beautifully. Control ward in the brush means that BLG can't step into the river whatsoever, but CHENGDU are gonna walk away without a tower.
BLG getting a huge boost in momentum in the last game. Bringing it together, clutching an elimination game, and building on a very stable base here in this one. Those Void Grubs that you mentioned, already up and started here by Canyon. Now BLG, Shun just needs to yoink 1, and Nidalee is one of the champions to do it. You can go from over the wall, he's got flash, but everybody from CHENGDU is here to make sure that he doesn't.
Absolute certainty is what CHENGDU would like to have around these grubs. No angle into the pit, a TP burned. Of course, not too far from mid lane, but willing to give up a couple of CS just to ensure that the 4 grub buff does not go to the side of BLG. It costs them a single plate to do so, but not a whole lot else.
That said, plate in mid is going to fall, and the bot wave is going to crash as well. Keen kind of has to go back, but instead of sticking around here, so there's going to be a lot of gold lost.
Equalizer dash. A little bit extra poke. Cleanse still there. Out cleansing a little bit late. He's still going to get hit. Lightning Crash coming in, flashing out. But there is Lehens. 2.3K gold lead. A double kill for the Maokai.
TP.
Coming in. Knight covering the dive. Bin is there. And what did Lehens eat this morning?
Yeah, I've heard of the Church of Chovy, but what about the Church for Lehens? This guy is absolutely popping off. 3-0 on the Maokai.
Is it time, Chronicler, for the League of Lehens? Is it time? Do we have to bring it back?
I think we're watching it right now.
He's
in front of our very eyes, Dracos.
How could he not be the people's champion? He's a support. He's not supposed to have money. He goes in, he plays exclusively cat skins, Blitzcrank and Maokai, and he gets a double, and the cleanse, it's just, oh.
Yeah, On wanted to block the Maokai ultimate, so he walked onto the Rumble ultimate and burned down and tried to block it there, but they take so much damage in the layer of ultimates, and then Lehens chases them both down on the Maokai. He was the hero of the story in the Blitzcrank game. And once again here is going to be a massive frontliner for this team. The Maokai ultimate is a critical part of them winning their team fights. This tower though, local gold, can they? It's kind of nice sometimes to actually let it drop and let no local gold go over. But this one will barely remain standing, so Gen.G members definitely have their eyes on that cash in.
Won't be able to. Shun.
Gonna get slowed, ghosted after. Kane just wants to run the Nidalee down. Burning, ticking Canyon wants to find the angle on the kick. He doesn't even need it. Dash forward. Gets a little bit extra damage, finishes him off. But Bin, now it's the 1v1. Well played to turn it back onto Keen. Canyon versus Bin, but Bin is gonna be a little bit stronger.
Should be able to get the turret though, so I don't think they're gonna be feeling too bad about that one. Bin still waiting around, maybe looking for a snipe of some sort.
Oh, Pays.
Pays very squishy.
Oh, are they going to look for
Taking
a flank?
Time. TP won't work. They want to stick around. On is here. Hook shot. Pays flashes out, but now it's Canyon who's going to be sacrificed. He gets him back into the center. So much damage coming in from Bin, but now Lehens is ready to follow up. Shield back. The flash back from Canyon. It's too damn clean, but now it's Pays who's in trouble. Pays who's running for his life. The root comes in, but it's a little bit too late. The hook shot, the wall dive. Bin wants to follow. Holding on.
He's going to get out as well.
Attack sweep. My God, what a play.
Oh, and Bin, because he's drawing so much attention, Elk just gets his way with the mid lane turret. Zeri skating out.
And Camille with the Trinity Force completed. Oh my goodness, Bin just chopping them down in the 2v1 there.
And what is it for BLG? They're just unfazed by going down 2-0. Pays with an absolute montage game, but the mental stays strong. A tense game 3, and now full confidence here in game 4. Lightning crash. Elk deletes the wave. Keeps stepping up. Again, Lehen's the only reliable way to lock this Zeri down. Wants to keep stacking, wants to keep the alt buff active, but we'll just have to let it fade. Gen.G backing off.
With that, flash invested by Canyon. Shun not able to pick it. Oh, I did get it actually. Nicely done there with the Nidalee. Gonna start at the Herald immediately, and this is what we're talking about. This is why Nidalee has been so high prio. The amount of speed and tempo you get from just power clearing for your camps always being out of the map. Gen.G, they're gonna have to give it the Herald.
And the side lanes are so difficult too for Gen.G to regain control of, because you've got Bin's Camille running rampant over there. Let's take another look at this attempt. They tried to time it there with On coming down, and then it was a good flash from Pays, but they go right into melee range of Bin, thinking that they've got the full advantage with Lehens here, but then Bin just 2v1s them while Lehens was going for the chase.
And really an underestimation of the damage from Bin there, because if Lehens just uses his ultimate and then joins the rest of his team and peels, I think they would have been able to take him down.
And you got to check the inventories. Like, that was on completion for Trinity Force. Yeah. Trinity Force for Camille is insane because it can convert on your Q2 damage there. Huge procs.
Incredible synergy. Checking in on the lane economy snapshot. Well, it is Lehens. And no one else has got a lead. Again, the Maokai is farming. He did get a double kill earlier, but that's not what you want to see.
Even if you subtract that Elk bar, he's still got 1,000 gold extra lead there for Giga Lehens.
Got to see this fight. I think is going to be pivotal for the fate of this series. If Gen.G starts stacking Infernal Drakes, if they actually get the 5v5 again, the combo, Equalizer, Maokai ult, and Senna ult, that's something they got to rely on. Also Chovy, we haven't seen him yet this game. He's going to have to come up huge. If BLG will let him, and they might look for a play towards him here.
The burden of execution, though, is so damn high. The Nidalee, the Tristana, the Zeri, the Camille, even the not hook. It's so difficult to lock these targets down. Lehens walking up. Canyon won't even go for the Sonic Wave. Happy to just play for mid-priority. Sapling going to give a bit of information here. But it's been off to the side.
The flank.
Hayes vulnerable on his lonesome. TP in. They're trying to cover the mid-wave. Now they're going to flash in. The disengage coming up for Lehens. Hextech ultimatum, and it's Knight in the back line. Trying to delete Canyon. Sidestep is good. On. Frontlining by himself, and Keen manages to get one back. It's a shutdown for Knight as Keen takes out On.
Another attempted trap on a tower kill there. BLG this time around, though, they only grabbed the one. They barely took down Lehens, and it's enough for Gen.G to still get the objective.
When it comes to gold, obviously a trade up for BLG. Lehens way more resources on than Ondu, but it's the stalling of that Maokai that again proves to be pivotal.
Yeah, they got the bounty off his head, but Gen.G, pretty critical for Gen.G to stop the dragon stacking, and they teleport in to ensure that they can guarantee this mid tower.
It is just Lehens TP, happy to have that additional advantage. Breaking open mid lane tower, Gen.G wresting control back in this game, denying the soul stacking on the side of BLG.
I think that was critical in their timeline here, but Shun right back out to it, as Italy will do, trying to make them pay in some way here, counter jungling both on the blue quadrant. And here's another look at the pinch.
Oh, it's that ward that gives them the second of opportunity so they can very quickly coordinate, and it allows the TP to come through here. That equalizer again keeps away the backline of BLG. They can't walk up, and Gen G get the fight they're looking for.
Yeah, and then this Nautilus, of course, the non-farming support, way easier to burn through,
yeah.
so Keen roasted him up. But Knight was critical in having his little flank positioning there on the Tristana to ensure that they actually killed Lehens after that flash. If he didn't have that opening on the side, they wouldn't get their extra gold, and right back out to the side lane turret. Demolitionist Tristana does her work.
This is such a nightmare to deal with in the side lane. Really hard to lock Knight down, and again, the amount of reliable cooldowns here to kick things off is tough. Keen hiding in the brush does get a bit of poke with the Electro Harpoon, and now Canyon forced to stay as the Herald will be used in the bottom lane. But this tower is going to drop quick. Gen G, do they want to try to do anything here other than buy space for Canyon to take the top lane tier 1? Tower will fall. Herald consumed. Tier 1 for tier 2.
For Gen G, they did get the Dragon, and they're going to be looking towards a team fighting power. Chovy, again, is building up a bounty here just off the back of his farm. Just now finished his Leandries. We need to start seeing his impact in these fights.
And now we need to see this continuation of gold graph where BLG want to utilize the side lanes to continue to squeeze more and more gold out of their advantage over Gen G. But Chovy's actually done quite a good job in the side lanes, pushing back out response for Gen G, and they really have a good front line with Maokai here. Lehens leading the way to try and force their plays.
Unlike last game, the pace is also a little bit better when it comes to the souls, almost at 70 here. Nothing crazy, but there were a few Senna games where he wasn't able to get going at all.
Other big pickup here for Gen G, like they want to force these team fights. They don't want to get, starved to death by side lane pressure. And so Lehens rushing into second item Frozen Heart here for the attack speed debuff on not only the Tristana and the Zeri, but also the Camille. He's doing his best to put that extra money to work.
Also, the sustain that you have with this Maokai from his auto passive, as well as Pays, gonna be big. Gen G, though, I don't think they have any meaningful pressure here on the Baron. BLG not gonna fall for that one.
We saw in the previous game, it wasn't Italy and Jace then, but of course how important it is to be able to block the poke, and finally they have that beefy frontliner who can do so with Lehens so far ahead of the clock. 2 items now. Lehens looks like he's found the pick. Nice root on, caught out, and again, he doesn't have any money. He's just a squishy support. Gen G, takedown on.
Might be the start sign here for Gen G. At the very least, you want to try and force a response. They don't have Maokai ult, though. That's a big cooldown gone. And Shun is alive.
Ready to go over the wall. 10K getting lower. Gen G wanting to claw their way back into this game. Keen in the fight. TP coming in from Bin. But is it too late? Forte getting lower. Shun, can he get a nice equalizer to dissuade the play? Gen G not certain if they want to burn it down. They don't have the info, and then Italy, the Spear is going to connect. He can try and get into the pit. Chovy still tanking the Baron. Chovy getting lower and lower, but Canyon, the kick back into the wall is clutch. Bin deleted. Knight has to run, but Chovy could be in trouble. Shun hunting off to the side, on the way back in. Knight still living for far too long, but finally Gen G will find the kill they're looking for. Shut down for Canyon, and now On has been caught out. A beautiful turn back from Gen G. The Spear will not connect, and the Nautilus is burning once again. Shun, dash back. It's the flash. Flame Spitter. Gen G take the fight and turn right back to the Baron.
TP is available. Jovi's gonna look. Gen G want this Baron so badly.
Oh, they can burn it now. Shun has no flash. The Nidalee would have to work up a miracle to save this one.
Gen G, calm, cool, composed, willing to let Chovy drop to such a low health point, taking damage from the Baron to ensure the fight they were looking for.
And it all starts with Lehens. He walked in, he got the pick that started it all, and take a look at this. Really good call from Gen G turning off of Baron. Even though it was at 3K, 2.5K here, they go straight for the pick. It is the root from Lehens that sets up Canyon to have the easy kill there onto Bin.
Canyon kicks him into the wall. No ability to outplay for Bin. Dies with his ultimate still up. Ideally, you want to try and use that. And we talked already about the composition of BLG. There is no front line. Elk isn't there. If you're not the one playing on the front foot, you're going to get taken out one by one.
Yeah, Lehens is uncontested on the front line. He just runs straight at you. Anyone who gets in range immediately picked up.
Look at Keen. The difference between this game and last game.
The power of a Rumble, not falling behind, not forced to build more bruisery options, has the luxury item. Okay, well, we'll see if he can.
Knowing Keen, he might.
Got the Seekers, helped down the previous fight. Gen.G wearing purple, looking confident, gonna get first access to mid. We should start to break down these tier 2s once they group up.
This is where BLG have shown an incredible level of tenacity, and it's got to be that 1-2 combo of Bin and On. I think they need to find a target, but Gen.G have just been grouping up continuously, and against Maokai in particular, once you start falling behind, the saplings are so annoying.
And Gen.G won't give you time. Look at this reset. They're immediately back out to the map. They shove through the top side, and they're going to pressure you immediately. Lehens will always force these tower dives. He's in the fog of war now, looking for a Maokai ultimate as everyone passes by.
Night shows, Lehens steps up. 4 members here, guiding in, a 5th behind them. Keen, ready to overload. If BLG stick around too long, the Maokai ult use. Excellent use of the equalizer, locking multiple members to get the cleanse out. Meanwhile, the W forward denies the Nautilus ultimate. And the siege continues from the side of Gen.G.
Bin is split pushing. The Camilla's trying to get something back here for BLG.
Recall. Keen's TP is about to come up, so even with him going in, I don't think there's a lot of counterplay. This Inhib is going to fall.
Watch completed. Gen.G marching into the base of BLG. This could be the last stand.
Teleport, teleport.
Oh, they don't want to risk it, and I don't think they should.
They have it in their control, though. You can tell it's so solid now for Gen.G. The massive difference in front line. This Maokai bringing it to them.
And Gen.G, the most disciplined team in the world. BLG have made it scrappy in so many moments, have made it close. But Gen.G with this kind of lead starts to get very scary.
We talked a lot about Chovy, but this series, it's felt more about Keen and Lehens. To what extent can they perform? These two players suffered historically an unprecedented thing in the LCK, where the fact that even despite finishing first the way that they did, unable to make it to finals, got upset twice, and now them on the Rumble.
Canyon. On goes in, down goes Canyon. Good pick to kick things off. No real objective to play for, but slows the push of Gen.G. And Lehens has to be careful. Spear doesn't hit on the Chovy.
He's going in.
Lehens stepping up. Elk doesn't have lightning crash.
I mean, Knight is on the way too, and there's the teleport from Bin. They want to close.
Gen.G caught, they lost one. BLG now ready to follow up. Pays, edge of Knight. Bin, where does he want to go? Looking for Chovy, hoping for that priority target.
They spotted him already, and I think the Maokai ult huge there. They can't just chase down towards Lehens as Keen. He is trying to repeat the play that Bin pulled off against him earlier. Chovy has TP.
Patience.
Keeping the heat
Lehens has teleport, they could double teleport. But Lehens is going to walk here.
Collapsing, equalizer across the entire way. Bin trying to get out, but Lehens already on the way in. Bin now knows that he has to turn. There's no way he can survive, but maybe he can take one with him. The answer is hell no. Chovy grabbing the kill.
They're going to go straight for the tower now. They've got a cannon minion with them. That cannon minion right there will turn off the extra defense.
Push forward, on waiting. Elk finally getting a bit of armor penetration again, but Gen.G just continue to chip away at BLG.
More gold into the pockets of Gen.G. On goes in.
Back on, caught out, Pays coming over the wall. Good damage, lightning crash used by the Zeri, but Elk's got no room to move. He's been hit by the Maokai ultimate. Canyon. Body telling him yes, but he won't follow up on Elk. Canyon happy to try and take the tier 2. Shun looking to interrupt, and Gen.G just continue marching forward.
Both objectives up in about a minute. Soul point available for Gen.G if they pick up this Drake, but Baron spawning at basically the same time. Gen.G, they have a little map control, and crucially, that top lane Inhib still down for another 2 minutes. And from this point on, the BLG composition, we saw the one way that you can make this work is find one target and blow them up in seconds. I don't think Gen.G is going to try and give them another opportunity like that.
Nope, Gen.G, they know. They are right in front of it. They are on the precipice of getting Chovy his first international trophy. Moments away. They're going step by step. They do not want to leave a single opening for BLG. They were just caught by surprise with the brush, though. Canyon burst down. Can BLG pull out another miracle here and push us to a game 5?
BLG have to respect the potential
of
the Baron take here. 20 seconds. The Rumble and the Azir can shred through the objective. Gen.G getting mid-prio first, not gonna skip the fundamentals, not gonna forget what they need to do to bring this home. It's been 7 years the LCK have waited for an MSI title. T1, the last to win it, the only LCK team to win it. 7 years for Gen.G since they beat T1 in a world final. LCK and Gen.G both hungry for a new trophy.
And Chovy, ever since he started winning LCK, he hasn't stopped. But it's the addition of Keen and Canyon that was the thing that was most talked about last game. Neither of them having a great time this time around, even though Chovy has been muted. It's them that are stepping up. Chovy is soloing the Dragon.
Split across the map. BLG over-focused, over-fixated on the Baron. Gen.G now backing up. Clean, again, disciplined. They don't overcommit.
They knew. The Scryer.
Two at once here for Gen.G because they know BLG are committing to the split push. Ben on the tower gets teleported on.
TP. Sean, spear doesn't quite connect. Edge of Night there. Slahan starts to retreat, has the ulti. Sean just desperate to find the angle, but Paze is not afraid. Takes about half his HP, and Gen.G bleeding them out.
Top lane Inip about to respawn, but Gen.G, they got the soul point. Trying to set up a trap here with that ward, giving a lot of information.
The sapling's giving more though. Lahen's here on this Malga, just keeps moving in. The unstoppable front line. A sapling in every brush, slowly pushing BLG out of their own jungle.
Unlike last game, Lahans can just take these spears if he wants to. Hollow Radiant's already done, building towards the Jack shows. When it comes to levels, he's not that high up, but just the items give him so much value. Keen building towards, I assume will be a Crypt Bloom. Chovy, 3 items done already, and he has the stopwatch. A lot of summoners available on BLG's side, but the amount of AoE CC that's available for Gen.G. BLG, again, they're gonna have to find and isolate a single target who isn't ready.
And 280 carries, both at 3 items. Yes, one of them is Maw for Knight, but surely the tools are there. Ben at 3 items as well to isolate these members, to pick off Gen.G. But they've really only been able to find 1 or 2 picks. Knight looking for one now. Pink's coming out.
Been on 3 items here on this Camille. Constantly split pushing, constantly looking for these side plays, but Gen.G not exposing themselves, not letting anyone put themselves in danger. And once again, they all rotate over, they push out the mid wave first, then they go into the river, retake control of the jungle leading up to the Baron. They're the ones with the big Maokai ultimate. They're the ones with all the threat
there you go.
Of the turn off this Baron, and they can just 2-person start it up.
Textbook League of Legends. Push out mid, gain vision control, and Shun is gonna have to find the steal of a lifetime here.
Lahen's caught out, but not the ideal target whatsoever. Shun! Gets it! Kicked out! Slaps in the face of Gen.G! The pessimism is big! Splitting! He gets the in-hit! BLG make the miracle happen and boosts off! But God CHENGDU!
CHENGDU erupts as Shun keeps the dreams of the Game 5 alive.
In the blink of an eye, on the edge of oblivion, BLG pull it out. They steal the Baron, they take the inhib. The split push is alive.
Hope breathed into BLG.
And no, there's no kick.
No
they see him, but it's too
away, man. As he's getting kicked,
That's the key thing. He literally doesn't even have to do anything to get out of the pit. Canyon says, here you go, take a Baron and a kick to go with it. And now Gen.G, the control that they were cultivating,
I mean, melted away in a single moment, a single smite from Shun. Gen.G doing what they can to hold, to clear these waves, but the 80 carries are strong, and they're here, they're ready to fight, to force Gen.G to come meet them in this mid lane.
In games between the best players in the world, all it takes is a split second to change your destiny. Let's see if BLG can make this Baron into a victory.
And still only level 13. They've dropped a lot of waves just to make sure that no one is gonna be caught out. But now BLG still a minute and a half left. Gonna retake the gold lead, especially once this inner is gonna fall. Gen.G just have to watch it happen.
Respecting the topside commit, conceding their jungle control. Is on, ready to go over the wall. Knight taking a decent chunk of damage, slowing the siege down. Genji holding onto their tier 2s as long as they can. Bot lane, of course, Super's pushing in, but Keen is there to cover. Spear on to pay is a good start. Takes away the Edge of Night.
And we're gonna see if BLG is able to also utilize this. The fact that they got themselves the Baron, about 45 seconds left on it, but they're gonna be able to get this turret, get an empowered recall in, and then set up for this crucial Drake fight. Because Genji, they thought that Infernal Drake was on its way to Soul Point, but now they might have to fight a lot harder for it.
This series has been insane. It has delivered on every single level. And now we've got one more, 5 seconds away on that dragon.
Look at that steal.
The potential. Shun took away the Baron from Genji. Can Canyon take this dragon?
Bin, they spot him, but very hard to lock him down.
Hard to collapse on any of these targets. Again, the mobility.
They've got Knight mid too. The Tristana will just blow up.
Genji starting.
Mid-wave.
Split call. Canyon backing up. Spear not gonna hit.
Oh, they're gonna let it go. They don't want to risk it.
There's too much pressure. Knight push mid lane. The super minions in bottom lane. They give it up. No hope of the soul for Genji.
Tier 2 dropping as well. So much money now. Soul Point on both sides. 3 Drakes to 3. 34 minutes into the game. The goal's only 1,000 apart. It is on a knife's edge. BLG, can they bring us to match point?
And what a way it will be Genji, because it felt like for most of this game, they were the ones in control. They were the ones keeping it together ever since the early game. BLG had a couple of moments, but outside of that, it was all Genji all the time. And then ever since they got the top side in it, they've been playing it slow. They were like, guys, we don't want to risk this. But you got to push a little bit against a team like BLG. If you give them time, they will find openings.
Might just take one more. 2 minutes to the next Baron, 4 till Soul for either side.
And now they're gonna end up with a late game Tristana, a late game Zeri, a late game Camille in the hands of Bin. Absolutely terrifying stuff here. BLG onto the Rift. They've got the vision control. They've got the gold back in their pockets.
And you want to talk about a heavy burden to bear. Canyon against this composition. The reliable point and click knockback from Knight on, who can also lock him up. The angles for Lee Sin almost non-existent. Maybe the miracle kick. How many times have we seen it in Lee Sin games? A champion that scales with player skill. We always talk about it.
And BLG did this before, where they wait for Bin specifically to get his Guardian Angel. I think they might do it again here. Just let Bin have this money, let him complete the GA. That item is one of the most broken single fight items in the whole game. He's gonna get it now,
there you go.
And then they're gonna force on it. When he completes the GA, you have seen it. He goes right into the back line, he deletes them, they take him down, he gets back up.
There it is. Crowd goes crazy. Gonna have to see the team fighting from Genji. We've talked about it so much, but BLG might have gotten them beat. They don't have a front line though. Let's make it hard for them.
Knight poking.
Oh, Elixir of Iron pulled by Lions.
Spear not gonna hit. Bin ready to go in, a second life acquired, a second chance in the midst of a fight. He can play as aggressive as he wants. Still, Genji walk forward. Kick connects. Bin off to the side, but Keen is gonna spot him. Tower erected. Genji ready to defend. Lahen's caught up by a brief kick. Bin still not in the fight. Genji stepping up. Big damage onto on caught up. Rooted. Chovy wants to make the play, but the flashback is everything. Double 80 carries. Ready to go. He goes golden. Pay's trying to keep his mid laner alive, but Bin is still up. The GA still there. He's taking his time.
Death ball.
Stalking the prey of Genji, but BLG are getting lower and lower. The healing of the Senna is going to start to add up, and Genji have access to the Baron first. Shun has to be careful. The spear not going to hit.
They're going to try to go for it again. Last time, Shun got it. Lions got TP back in.
BLG gonna try and shove mid as quickly as they can and then rotate over.
Keen waiting, sees them walking into the choke, holding off as long as he can. Massive burst damage, but he's the one who goes golden. Lahen's now following up. Bin the GA, but it does absolutely nothing. Soldiers being sent forward by Chovy. Bin on the run. Shut down coming through from Elk. Finds the angle as Shun is still standing. Canyon trying to make the difference. Chovy in the midst of the fight, but Knight is still alive. Knight and Elk versus Genji. They
chasing. He's back. He's back. He's gonna find them.
Finds the angle. He finds the shutdown. Bing's back home for BLG.
And Knight went mid. Knight went to push the mid lane. Elka's gonna chase them down. Can he find Canyon?
Elk refuses to lose. He demands a game 5.
Knight is still mid. Knight is still mid. He's taking another in-hit.
Another in-hit drops. No TP. Not in time. 25 seconds.
Pace is going to come back up though, but I don't think he can do anything against Knight. He has to wait
through the towers. Again, he breathes life into CHENGDU. The crowd going wild, but he can't finish the job. And Pays denies him the satisfaction.
Wait, but that might mean we're not done yet. CHENGDU defended. Pays gets back up. He saves the Nexus.
There's no Nexus turrets though. CHENGDU, what are they going to do? Are they going to go for Baron or are they going to go for Soul? And they need to keep it ground. Bin can TP in.
Without the Tristana, CHENGDU have the advantage. Keen is back up. Keen will have his teleport. They can force on the Baron. BLG, they would have to steal it. They can't fight without their Tristana.
Oh.
Shun, can you make 2 miracles in 1 game?
Bin,
on the Canyon.
Look at Bin. I think he will get spotted there.
Keen has to cover the base. The ping's back onto the base. BLG.
Chovy chunked.
Trying to buy time. Again, spear landing. Good poke. Elk off to the side. Bin just wants to delete at least an inhibitor. Keen can't overcommit. They get the TP. They get the cancel. Pays now in trouble. On doing everything he can to try and interrupt. Already the inhibitor drops. Bin versus 2. Bin in the clutch in game 4. Goes in for the Nexus. Desperate to try and finish the hexagon. He doesn't get it. Chovy denies him. Pushes it back and keeps CHENGDU in this.
Both teams have soul points.
The soul. They're going for the dragon. BLG want to deny the soul.
They're up a member, but is it enough? Shun, he gets spotted.
Chovy sees him. Shun steps up. Chovy says no. Dawning Shadow. Pays getting the kill.
Oh, that's every soul for CHENGDU.
They can soul and then they can Baron afterwards.
There's no wards in the base, only the wave. So as long as CHENGDU keep track. 2 super waves coming their way, but 45 seconds on Shun, 28 seconds on Bin.
The constant threat of the back door. No TP on Knight, but Bin still has his.
Oh, look.
They're going bottom side. It's just they can't overforce it though, because the Baron empowered recall will get the members of CHENGDU back in time regardless. All you can do is steal away the red buff. You cannot afford to go down at this moment.
Chovy standing guard, making sure that his Nexus will stand. A game 5, it looked like it was in the cards, but CHENGDU just destination. If there was any doubt about whether these are the 2 best teams in the world, my God, this series!
The endurance of these players. Series after series after series up on this stage, and now we go into the late game of this one. 41 minutes into the game. Multiple inhibitors down on the side of CHENGDU, but they've got the soul and they've got the Baron buff. They just have to be worried about Bin's teleport. He can annihilate structures on this Camille.
There is 1 ward that hasn't been spotted by CHENGDU. Look towards the bottom half of the map.
On the bottom.
And they can double TP. Once Nidus is available, it makes it so hard for...
Chovy's going up bottom lane right now.
Chovy's splitting, but BLG having to fight for mid-prio.
They're going to hard force and race.
Instant recalls, BLG.
They don't want to risk it, because their highway to the Nexus is open.
So crucial that they could knock down those towers, that they could break open the base, because it stopped the effectiveness of this Baron from the side of CHENGDU.
just want to fight.
They got to look for wards. You have to find every single one of these wards. That Camille will annihilate your Nexus. They find the deepest one.
There's so many.
The stress, the anxiety that CHENGDU must be feeling in this moment, knowing that game 5 could come down to a game of hide and seek of who can clear the vision better. For BLG.
It's also, even with the soul, the fight not done. Double GA almost back up for BLG.
The recall, though, is so fast with Baron here for CHENGDU that they have the confidence to push up with at least 4.
They know about this ward.
Yeah, they have the ping on it.
Hoping to bait the play. Hoping that the desperation on the side of BLG will force them into an error.
Baron expires in 1 minute. If BLG can hold on.
Shown off to the side. Ward gonna get cleared the second they realize they want to push forward into mid lane. Canyon standing tall. GA available if he can make the play, but the same is true for Bin.
Summoners up across the board. Lost fight. It was the AoE damage Elk in particular doing so much there. And CHENGDU, you can see they don't want to make a mistake. They don't want this to go game 5. This match point for them means the world.
Marching in, gonna just try and delete the structure. They do so much damage. We're so late in the game. They have the Infernal Soul as well. They'll break open an inhibitor for free. BLG cannot find the angle to punish yet.
Baron recalls.
Double stacked super minions on bottom side. Lehens invest the Maokai ultimate to make sure that they can get their Baron recalls off, and they do.
Again, it's double TP on Tristana and Camille. If they ever get to your objectives, they're gonna be gone in seconds. CHENGDU is going to try and slow this game down. The problem is that it becomes so hard, even with the Inips respawned, the amount of time it's going to take Knight and Bin to take down your structures is minimal. Mid lane Inip doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. We might be heading towards a bit of a stalemate here, where if either team messes up, it's going to be game over.
This is a one-fight game. Either side finds the kill, finds the pick, and the objective to follow. It'll end here. For CHENGDU, it means a trophy. Chovy's first. So many years of disappointment erased in an instant. For BLG, it would be Knight 2 times back-to-back. Bin's third final. We know about these players, legendary, all of them in their own right. But only one of them can win this game. Pays, playing risky.
I think he actually had the sweeper. So almost there, getting the spot. The Senado, 140 souls.
Look at this.
Level 17.
Look at the trailing split push here. They're trying to, I love these plays. They don't catch anyone, but when you have the double teleports ready, dangling someone out there as a bit of a bait and having Knight be the trailing split push there, hoping that they could get somebody and pounce on them. Nobody wants to go across the midfield though. Nobody gonna overextend. There is one little bit, they find it.
And again, the arena is dead silent.
The
Only the
tension.
sound of the commentators. The stress, the suspense.
This series is grueling. Chovy actually opting into more tank-heavy items here towards the end. Frozen Heart, Abyssal Mask done. And him getting someone. Really, the thing with BLG's comp is that if you get anyone, you can blow them up in seconds. The problem is the damage from the remaining members not still going to be way too much? We are approaching the point where everyone is just sitting at full items, and in about 35 seconds, Elder spawns.
And the difference is, in these team fights a lot of the time, the difference in front lines. And this Nautilus is the squishiest person on the Rift, level 13, trying to get some defenses pulled together. On was the first one to go down in that last mid-fight. Lehens trying to bully and walk up.
Oh, the control is there for CHENGDU. They want to try and start this Elder for Nexus. I've seen that one a bunch of times. I imagine that's what BLG is looking for, but don't forget that team fight still lethal even at this point in the game.
Every single play, every single risk has to be calculated and recalculated. So hard to just move with confidence, but it's CHENGDU who start the fight. Bin off to the side, what's his call? Does he want to go for the end? Does he want to stay?
He's just running.
Sprinting
He's just mainlining
as quickly as he can. He wants to stop the recall, but Keen is already TPing out. One member down, CHENGDU. Bin going in. Keen wants to deny it. The Elder down. CHENGDU holding the line and split across multiple sides. Pays is still up, firing, going golden, but should cut down by the power of the Elder. One last desperate gambit for BLG, and it fails completely.
Keen doesn't want to face check. Bin still looking, but Keen and Chovy standing guard at the Nexus.
The last push for either side. Chovy and Keen, who else to hold on to hope? The rest of the team holding the line. 7 years the LCK has waited. 7 years CHENGDU has waited. A lifetime Chovy has waited. But he and CHENGDU are your MSI champions.
We finally did it! And the man that shows no emotion hugs the rest of his team. CHENGDU with Keen, with Canyon, with Lehens coming back. 2022, they weren't able to make it. 2023, they weren't able to make it. But finally, Chovy claims his first international title.
Without a doubt, the best team in the world.
Incredible stuff.
Everybody recognized Chovy as the best player, but in this series, Lehens, Keen, Hayes, Canyon, everyone having their moments.
Everyone's stepping up. That's the biggest difference, I think, in this series. Chovy wasn't even that much of a factor in the grand scheme of things, not in the way that he was in the first best of 5. But the rest of his team at the ready.
Once he starts, he never stops. The first steps on the golden road for CHENGDU, the greatest day in Chovy's career. So many years, him and Lehens on Griffin, starting off with promise, faltering so many times. But here they finish the job.
Anyone on this roster has suffered so much, except for Pace. Except for Pace. He's only known success. He's really spoiled. Canyon 1 game away from winning MSI back in 2022. Incredible.
And equalizes brilliant as well, and he finds 2 with the shove forward. Canyon's going to take down Jun to start this one off, and Humanoid is just thrown into the blender. But no, offering a fair bit of damage back, but now Canyon makes his way in. Oh my god! Pace just executes him with the ultimate.
A dominant game from CHENGDU as they cement themselves as one of the favorites for MSI.
现在难受啊，两个关键的开盘大招没有，反而是忙成一个 R 战，踢回去推2个，直接推回了卢谦，那可能是要CHENGDU一波的节奏了。Let it be known, for the first time ever, CHENGDU beat the LPL in a best of 5 since the name change. 泰坦回来了，直接被甩了，进化解掉，出面大招，自己再往后面一波闪现，两个人跟闪现过来，泰坦配合着暴雨在台上又形成一波反打了。
Wants to make the difference, but it's Pace calling out, cutting him down. That's not enough. Chovy, amongst his brothers, will make it to the international final, waiting for a worthy challenger.
CHENGDU 在拖家里平线，现在 BLG 家里平线非常不好，但是大锅子开，做的很一般啊，这个位置，不行就让龙拼成吧，拼成吧，谁的龙，死哥的龙，那比赛结束了。是的，此刻拿下龙 buff 之后，可以迅速展开收割最后只剩阿边的卡牌，死哥也点对点的送了一个大招过去，元祖龙一喷，摩卡姆将其斩杀。
让我们再次恭喜2024季中冠军赛冠军战队CHENGDU。
Please welcome the 2024
谢谢，同
MSI
时也掌声
champions
欢迎我身
CHENGDU。
边的3位嘉宾来到现场，为本次2024季中冠军赛加油助威。他们是拳头游戏英雄联盟电竞战略负责人 ，Head of Strategy of Low Esports from Riot Games, Chris Greeley，welcome。拳头游戏电竞业务总裁 ，President of Esports from Riot Games, John Needham，welcome。以及拳头游戏英雄联盟工作室负责人 ，Head of FLICKR Studios from Riot Games, Andre Van Room，welcome。谢谢，接下来也有请 Chris 为本届赛事致辞。Thank you so much for joining us, and let's give the stage to Chris.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, CHENGDU, our 2024 MSI champions, and let me welcome you as the very first team to qualify for Worlds.
再次恭喜CHENGDU获得了2024季中冠军赛的冠军，同时也祝贺你们成为全球范围内第1支获得了全球总决赛资格的队伍，恭喜！
Your MSI run was dominant, and it has been an absolute pleasure to watch you play. You have made your fans and the LCK very proud.
看到你们在本次 MSI 上如此有统治力的表现，相信大家都非常的激动不已。你们不仅让粉丝们感到骄傲，也让 LCK 为你们感到自豪。
I also want to take a minute to thank the city of CHENGDU for being such gracious hosts to us. We have really enjoyed our time here. I'd also like to take a minute to thank all of the fans who joined us here in person, as well as everyone who has watched from around the world. Your energy and your excitement have made this mid-season invitational truly special.
在此也想在这个位置特别的想要感谢我们的东道主城市成都，感谢你们的热情，也正是所有的粉丝们的支持与爱，以及所有的来到现场和通过各个方式关注到本届赛事的观众们，让本届 MSI 变得如此特别。感谢你们，在这里度过了非常难忘的一段时光。
Now please, CHENGDU, give it up for your MSI champions, CHENGDU.
Thank you so much.
and please go response with our players. 现在也请成都为我们的冠军战队 CHENGDU 欢呼。
Good job. Congratulations.
谢谢我们到场的3位嘉宾，也谢谢所有的粉丝朋友们。接下来就到了我们的夺冠采访环节，再次感谢选手们以及教练来到赛后采访的环节。首先要问到的是金教练，CHENGDU在本次 MSI 上的表现可以说是极为的出色，而且在大场未尝一败的情况下，在决赛又掏出了新的一些东西来去惊讶他们的对手。想问一下，准备过程大概是怎么去进行，以及说赛前的一个自信程度又是如何的呢？네, 우선 우승 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the victory.
먼저 감독님께 질문 드리겠습니다.
I want to start off this interview with Coach Kim. Your performance at MSI was truly dominant. You guys won all best of 5 series and even introduced new strategy in the final stage, such as Karthus, Blitz. Everyone was surprised by your new tactics and strategy. What was your preparation like before the rematch with BLG, and how confident were you coming into the finals? Based on the preparation and scrims, we wanted to go for a new pick. They were doing decent. And I saw a lot of different teams going for new strategies, so why not us? We practiced really hard to kind of expand our champion pool.
之后要怎样去进行游戏，去进行了一个好好的讨论。包括说，其实我们能意识到的一部分是，我们的英雄池是很广的，没有什么是我们不太能玩的东西。因此，在决赛这部分是好好的去进行了一个研究与准备。那下一个问题想要问到 King 选手，在半年的时间里，他完成了 LCK 的登顶，以及拿到了 LCK 的春决 MVP， 同时现在也拿到了自己的首个国际赛事的冠军。可能对于他来讲，多年的努力与沉淀，在此刻终于得到了嘉奖与回报。想必他现在也是非常的感慨万分。来问一下他此时此刻的感受又是怎样的？네, 다음 긴 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다. 긴 선수, 반년이라는 시간
Over
동안
the course of about half of this
결승
year,
MVP,
you have
지금
already won the
본인의
LCK
첫
title,
국제대회 우승까지
and you were
다
the finals
거머쥐셨습니다.
MVP. Now you have secured your
다년간의
first
노력으로
international
지금
trophy.
이 보상을 얻으신
Your
만큼
hard work and
감개무량하실
resilience
것
have
같은데요.
finally
소감이
paid off.
어떠신지 들려주세요.
How do you feel right now?
이제 올해 시작할 때는 이렇게 다 스프링 MSI 우승할 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 우승하고 나니까 되게 꿈만 같고 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
其实并没有想到自己会花费这么长的一个时间。
Coming into this year, I was not expecting to win it all. I did not expect me to win the LCK and the MSI. Right now, it feels like I'm in my dream. It feels surreal.
下一个问题也想问到 Canyon 选手，这个 MSI 冠军对他来说可能也是非常的特别的。登顶过 LCK 的春夏以及全球总决赛之后，终于是将 MSI 的奖杯纳入了自己的收藏之中。所以现在有多么的幸福，以及有沒有什麼想和隊員們去說的話呢？ 네, 다음 캐니언 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다.
Next up,
이번 MSI
Canyon.
우승 캐니언 선수에게도 아주
This
특별한 것
MSI
같습니다.
title must be very special for you.
서머 그리고 롤드컵 우승
You
다
have
해보셨고
all the
지금
titles
드디어
in your
MSI
pocket,
우승
but you were missing one thing,
자리하셨습니다.
which was the
지금
MSI
얼마나
title.
행복하시는지 여쭤보고 싶고 그리고
What does
팀원들에게
this mean
하고
to
싶은
you?
말씀
And is there
있으신지
anything you would like to say to your teammates?
일단 제가 MSI를 한 번도 프로 인생하면서 못 들어봐서 이번에 정말 쉽게 오지 않는 기회라 생각하고 꼭 진짜 최선을 다해서 우승하고 싶었는데 이렇게 우승하게 돼서 정말 기쁘고요. 팀원들에게는 정말 팀원들 너무 항상 잘해주고 고맙고 항상 생각하는 게 저희 팀을 항상 생각하는 게 뭐지? 진짜 하루에 3판은 진짜 절대 안 질 것 같아서 그런 생각을 하다 보니까 게임 할 때 좀 편한 것 같습니다.
So
far in my professional career, I was never able to win an MSI title, so I was aware that this chance will not come back easily. I really wanted to accomplish when the opportunity has found me this year, so I worked so hard to make it happen. And well, I just want to say thank you to all my teammates. They have been working so hard. They were doing great. I mean, because I have such a strong belief in my teammates, I was pretty sure that my team, CHENGDU, will not drop 3 games in a day. So I was feeling pretty comfortable playing the series today.
比其他的中单选手更强这一个事情，今天想必也是用这个 BO5印证了这一点。那站在舞台中央，拥抱这一切的感觉又是怎样的呢？네, 다음 초비 선수 질문드리겠습니다. 그동안 간절하신 것만큼
The moment you have been waiting for such a long time.
결실이 아주 달콤한 것 같습니다.
Finally, you have won your first ever international title. In one of the teasers, you mentioned that winning MSI isn't your only goal. You said you wanted to prove that you are a level above any other mid laners, and today you proved it in a best of 5 series. How do you feel right now?
일단 제가 한 말을 지킬 수 있어서 좋고 많은 팬 여러분들과 그리고 제가 정말 간절히 원하던 국제전 타이틀을 이렇게 얻게 되었는데 원래 할 말이 좀 많았을 것 같은데 이렇게 막상 우승하고 나니까 그냥 너무 좋다는 생각만 들어가지고 그렇게 막 긴 말이 나오는 것 같지는 않아요. 되게 좋은 감정들이 교차하고 있는 것 같아요, 계속.
我对于自己恪守了自己的诺言这件事情
I'm glad that I was able to live up to my own words, and you know, I know this moment is something that me, myself, and my fans are waiting for. And winning an international tournament title was so hard, but I was always imagining that once I win an international title, I was gonna have so many stuff to let out and speak on stage. But finally, the moment has come, and not much thing is right now coming to my head. You know, it's just pure happiness right now.
第2局不仅拿到了5杀，也是刷新了所有国际赛事的单人单场最高击杀纪录，28杀。所以他将会如何评价自己在本次总决赛的一个发挥呢？ 네, 다음 페이즈 선수에게 질문 드리겠습니다. 이번 MSI 동안 폼이 정말 엄청난 것 같습니다.
Here at MSI kept getting stronger and stronger. Especially in Game 2, you not only secured a pentakill, but also set a new record for the highest number of kills in the international tournament. 20 kills in a single game. How would you like to rate your performance here at the finals?
폼은 그냥 게임 열심히 하다 보니까 는 것 같고 또 결승에서 또 제가 킬을 이렇게 많이 먹을 수 있었던 이유는 그냥 시우 형이 그랩을 다 끌어줘가지고 킬을 잘 먹을 수 있었던 것 같고 그리고 이번 결승전에 제 경기력도 굉장히 만족스러워가지고 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
I
think I really worked hard, so somehow or naturally my performance also became stronger, and I think I was able to pick up that many kills because I had Lehan's by my side. You know, his hooks are landing every single time, and I was able to just pick up the kills. So I'm pretty happy with my performance here at the finals.
为了我很多的这样的一个击杀，所以能够让我达成这样的一个成就，非常的感谢，也对自己的今天的一个表现还是比较满意的。最后想问一下 Lehan 选手，今天他也有无数的高光场面。那赢下 MSI 也意味着拿到了2024全球总决赛的资格。他对接下来即将开启的下半年又有怎样的一个決心以及期待呢？ 네, 마지막으로 리헨즈 선수에게 질문드리겠습니다. 오늘 결승전에서
Today, you displayed an amazing performance in the finals. And with this MSI title, CHENGDU has secured a direct ticket to Worlds. What are your expectations heading to Worlds and throughout the year?
오늘 경기력이 저 개인적으로가 아니라 팀적으로 너무 좋았어서 그게 굉장히 행복했던 것 같고 이제 제가 월즈는 당연히 MSI 우승할 정도면 당연히 가야 하는 거라고 생각해서 당연하다 생각하고 저도 이제 페이지 선수가 워낙 잘해줘가지고 블리츠 크랭크를 껴내게 돼서 선수들도 코치님들도 감독님도 다 감사한 것 같습니다.
那现在我们是，我觉得其实今天不光是对于我自己的一个表现，其实我更高兴的是我们团队的一个表现非常的好，而这一点让我感觉到非常的幸福。
we were able to display a great performance, and you know, as an MSI winner, I think we have to make it to the Worlds based on the performance that we showcased. And today as well. You know, I feel the same because Paige was such a great AD carry. I was able to lock in Blitzcrank. So I'm really grateful for my players, my coach, and my head coach.
如此出色，让我们拿下了 MSI 的冠军，同时也是向下一步，也就是全球总决赛，准备是要去拿下这样的一个目标。再次感谢所有的选手以及教练来到我们的赛后采访。接下来就到了由各大赛区票选的2024季中冠军赛 OPPO 总决赛 MVP 的重要时刻，请看大屏幕。
但是视野亏太多了，哇哟！斜刺里杀出一只小波比，拿锤子的约大人，现在甚至1扛4。
Clean from Keen in the nick of time. BLG found a pick. They want to keep this going. Keen pushing to the top side, but it's a double stun from Bin. Bin now gonna get locked up. Canyon taking down the Jack.
When the chips are down, Canyon says, I need a carry.
Chovy sprinting forward. Q3 ready to go. Nice engage. They might lose one of the process, but Lehens is still standing. Chovy taking down on, and Genji again dominate the exchange.
不错的带着强队友，他似乎可以掌控到战场啊！又去找你的 C 位，但最后1次线，奎桑提一个人点难敌6手。
Someone needs to deal with Paige as he cleans up the entire fight. The CC crucially hooked though, gonna connect instantly onto the center. First blood, the flash, too damn late.
First ever religion that has come out of League of Legends. I am a believer.
恭喜李汉选手获得了本届2024季中冠军赛 OPPO 总决赛 MVP。也采访到李汉选手，首先恭喜他获得了本次的 OPPO 总决赛 MVP， 可以说本场 BO5也是他个人实力的一个极致体现。此时此景，感受如何呢？对，먼저 MVP를 받아서 정말 축하드립니다.
First off,
감사합니다.
big congratulations on winning the OPPO Finals MVP.
자신의 능력을 제대로 보이셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신지?
How do you feel right now?
사실 몰랐는데 제가
I had no idea. I feel like I stole someone else's MVP right now.
몰라가지고 사실 별 생각이
I
안
was not expecting it, so it just feels unreal, but I'm very
有点没有
grateful.
想到，有点意外，但是拿到这样的一个总决赛 MVP， 非常的开心，非常的感谢。那最后在这里有没有什么跟所有一直以来由始至终支持他们的粉丝、为他们加油助威的粉丝说的呢？对，마지막으로 처음부터 지금까지 응원해주신 팬분들께
Anything you would like to say to all the fans out there that have supported Genji throughout this
젠지를
journey at
응원해주신 팬분들
MSI?
항상 저희가 표현하지 못하는데 너무 과분한 사랑 받고 있는 거 항상 감사하게 생각하고 있고요. 저 개인적으로는 저를 그동안 응원해주신 팬분들께 이제서야 좀 국제전 대회 우승컵을 안겨드릴 수 있어서 그게 좀 고마운 것 같습니다.
非常非常感谢所有的粉丝
I
们
really
由
want
始
to
至
say
终
thank
给予
you
我
to
们
all your
的
love
支
and
持与爱，
support.
真的是非常非常
Finally,
多过
we
量
got
的一个支
to,
持。
you know,
现在
bring
感觉
this
可以用这样的一个
trophy,
过胜的奖杯，用
international
一个冠
trophy
军
to
奖
my
杯
fans,
去
and
回馈
especially
给
for
各位
my
的支持。
fans.
非常
I
感谢
think
大
it
家，
took me
还是
so long for me to finally win an
谢谢。现在也请
international
李汉
title,
选手
so
回
I
到
want
队
to
伍
say
身边，
thank
再
you
次
for giving me the
捧起
love
他
that I
们
don't
的
deserve,
MSI
and
冠
I
军
really,
奖
really
杯。
appreciate your love. Thank you so much.
成都，让我们把掌声与欢呼再次送给2024季中冠军赛冠军战队 Genji。2024季中冠军赛到此结束，锦城新章也已经书写。感谢
A tournament as the absolute favorites. Many have fallen when they have been on that road, on the way to lifting the trophy, but not Genji. Finally, they do it. Finally, Chovy gets his international title. Lehens gets it and gets the MVP.
Who needs an all-star? You know? Who needs that? But you're going to be the finals MVP for MSI, lifting that trophy. And you could see, I mean, just listening to him, I was getting emotional. The God, you can see how much that means.
The love I don't deserve, you absolutely do.
It is crazy to think that he did not see it coming after the amazing series that he had, and only you can only have happiness and respect for all these guys, because Keen, he's been waiting for this for so long. Chovy, counting the years for him to finally lift the trophy. Lehens, same recognition that he was waiting for. I'm so happy for these kids today.
Yeah, I mean, I love Lehens. I've been following his career for so long. The fact that he's absolutely willing to just pull out something like a blitzcrank on international competition.
But in a final!
He put on a clinic, and then his Maokai in this final game was also crucial to their success.
I do feel like people forgot what Lehens used to be when he joined the LCK, when he joined Griffin. He was known for the spicy pick, the singed, the picks that people would not expect, and then he was playing with Ruler and people were like, you can only play Enchanters, and I love the fact that he's backed on champions that embodies his playstyle the most, Emily.
I love that, and it goes back even further than that, right? Because I remember when he was on the solo queue ladder, he just kept playing weird stuff, and everyone was like, why doesn't this guy have a team? He's so high up on Challenger. And it was literally because teams didn't trust that he'd be able to play the meta picks. He can play the meta picks, he can throw out his own spice, he can do it all.
Yeah, and Canyon, he wanted MSI playing Nidalee and Karthus.
True. We didn't like it that day.
Oh, shut up!
Again, I love that we come into these international events and we all have our expectations. We all think we know what the champions are going to be. And every single time it changes, you dominate the meta, you make it your own. And that is exactly what the man on your screen did and that team on your screen did. They were incredible.
I mean, the pentakill, record-breaking kills in game 2. Lift, is he going to lift it as many times as he had kills in that game? Maybe.
It's crazy when you think of the beginning of the tournament for FaZe and how he popped off exactly when his team needed to, and what a statement finals for him, for this guy who was a rookie a year ago, who had to come after Ruler, step into his shoes to finally lift the MSI trophy 1 year after, and yeah, Lehens, the smile said it all, I feel.
He's such a goofball. But FaZe though, yeah, I think with the huge, obviously no one had answers for Chovy's mid pressure. I think even though Knight had a better series, Chovy did great, but FaZe and Lehens, they were the ones, everyone coming in said the LPL bot lanes are going to absolutely smash these two. They've been kind of getting carried by their top side throughout this LCK split, and these two absolutely showed up.
Yes. Oh my god. A word maybe about the team that could not make it till the finish line today, Dagda. BLG, who fought so valiantly, who put up a better fight than they did last time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
No, but this one means so much to me, and I know the amount of work that he put in backstage, especially to set up his bot lane for success. Mata, you deserve it as well, as much as the rest of the team.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for BLG, it is heartbreaking. I mean, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It feels like for these guys, they get to MSI last year, lose out to JDG. They then finally win out in the LPL after taking it, but they just couldn't get it across the finish line here.
And my glass is always half full unless I drink it. But for Billy, I see them on an upward trajectory. I see them taking wins, incremental wins, even across the year last year when they really burst onto the scene for us. And this, yes, this is a setback. But for me, I'm excited for the future of BLG and the rest of this year, even with the lessons here. But Gen G are just a stronger team. They have been for a long time, and this is the first time that they get to win their title. And now that the floodgates have opened, perhaps we'll see many, many more.
Well, it took a while for Chovy to get his first LCK title. Came close in his first year with Griffin. That took him a while to get it, but once he did, he has not stopped winning LCK.
There we go.
We'll see if that comes to fruition at
for MSI titles, question mark?
But I do feel like this one is different, though, in the sense that in the LCK, when it comes to finals, there is, I don't want to say there's not a real challenge, but it's often been a bit one-sided in their favor. But here, they fought for it every step of the way. Even if BLG could not make it till the end, I feel like they made Gen G sweat today.
Yes. Seeing their celebrations, bask in it. Yeah, I'm left with the question of how many are we going to see, and I think, you know, I know a lot of people were talking about Chovy, and obviously there was that fear even when BLG was starting to fight back in the series, or is something going to happen? Are they not going to be able to close it out? But I feel like it was stormy waters, let me just say that, in some of those games, right? This wasn't an easy series to navigate for Gen G by any means.
I do agree that they were pressured, but it nearly felt like Gen G was inevitable.
Yeah.
The way that they played, it was calculated on side lanes. They were incredible in the way they approached the map, understanding their side lane control, how to control BLG and what they could even threaten. And that was really what came down to it. And that's what, in that final moment in Game 4, when BLG are rushing the Nexus, when BLG are attacking from every angle, it was CHENGDU standing tall and saying, not today.
And you said it, Emily, in the sense that BLG had the better scaling comp when it comes to 5v5 team fight, but I do feel like the micro gesture of CHENGDU today, with the way they played meticulously this last team fight, and they were using the range advantage that they have into stopping BLG to brute force into these setups. And for me, I can only appreciate the prowess when it comes to planning for these team fights, because again, they needed to be really, really careful here.
I love the heart with which you're talking about this. I know how much you love the LCK and how much you know the intricacies of all of these teams. We brought up a graphic at the start of the day about Chovy and his international placements, and we can update it finally. And luckily for him, it's not a 2 at the end, it's a 1.
Well, now we can update his nickname too, right?
Yeah.
Because he's just completely blown past the 88848 nickname to come in first. Congratulations. Obviously, this was the major story. Coming in, would Chovy get his first international title? He succeeded. Congrats to him. I felt like, again, his mid pressure, although BLG dealt with it a lot better today, was still unmatched. And the way that CHENGDU were able to play around that, this player has come so far from when he came into the league on Griffin in 2018. It's insane to me that's actually taken him this long to get an international title.
Yeah, it is. Maurits, how was it, Ken?
I did it! Finally! Oh my god, you have no idea how long I'm waiting for this! Thank you, Dagda, for letting me borrow your mic.
I know there's another one somewhere, but I think let's round off this MSI. I think we all had similar feelings just as the Nexus fell, and also I saw the sentiment on social media all around. What an incredible MSI we've had. The second year that we've had this format, the amount of silver scrapes, the amount of back and forths, the amount of upsets in a way as well. We got kind of the outcome that we thought, but everything we saw to get there is really the stuff dreams are made of.
Even that last series, I don't know about you guys, but we died like 15 times, especially that last series. So tense.
Yeah, it was so great, and I think the big thing was that at every turn you saw teams adjusting and adapting, both in series and then as they progressed to their next series, bringing out different picks. We saw that from both of these teams today, and then adjusting in game. Like, I thought this was the most different stuff I've seen teams try to throw at each other to get to a title.
And that's the thing, in a format like this, it's always going to come down to who can adjust better at the last moment. And the rematch, seeing how much teams can learn from their mistakes, even if they've been facing these opponents, the last adjustments is going to be the one that makes the difference here.
I'm really happy to be a League of Legends esports fan, everyone.
Same.
I think you are as well.
What a day.
What a day.
Oh.
What a 3 weeks. CHENGDU has been absolutely amazing to us and everyone who's been watching. Thank you. You have also been amazing. I hope you enjoyed. I know that you stayed up late or you got up really early often to watch us, and we appreciate it. It's CHENGDU that are your MSI 2024 champions. We love you, and we'll see you in summer.
Don't think that's the counter pick they're going to be going for. Oh, yes! What? We get the card one! We get the Carthage jungle coming out, baby!
You got the Aftershock proc, but now Elk wants to finish. Q3 coming out, and Topo Strike's not going to connect. Flash forward on! But that's the Requiem. Sing a song for Ben.
Is he out?
But he's out!
He's out!
A song is surviving!
Oh,
Just again, Knight! The follow-up is clean, and Ben is tearing through the rest of the team. Dawning Shadow only connecting on the Lucian as Ben desperately tries to make a stand. Keen still stepping up. Elk taken down. Dawning Shadow over the top of the fight. The Elder falls. BLG out of options. Out of game one. Hook perfectly timed by Lehens. We haven't seen it in a while, but that's the crank, baby. Diving between the towers. Chovy in trouble. The hook's on the wall. Dive. It does not matter. Trying to backstep. Permafrost is there, but Knight is body blocking. Lehens hitting the hook in the nick of time. Lehens.
Not again.
Come down! He does not miss! Yes! But a good shockwave, but an even better ulti. Looking for another hook angle, trying to find the ball, but it gets on. Pace wants to finish it right here. One more. The triple. Bell pop in, delivered. Knight gonna get taken out by Keen. And Gen G are moving on to match point. Keen cut down by Shun on the Nidalee. Ready to try and burn down Knight. Canyon tries to follow. And in goes Ben. The flash forward. The counter strike. 4-2. Man's caught out, but not the ideal target whatsoever. Shot! Skins it! Kicked out! Goes in for the Nexus. Desperate to try and finish the hexagon. It! A lifetime. Jovi has waited, but he and Gen G are your MSI champions. We finally did it!